Corruption in America. A 50-ring circus. Oguzhan Dincer. Illinois State University. Michael Johnston. Colgate University. To my parents, who have worked toward justice for all people. Oguzhan Dincer. To Betsy, a valuable critic and continuing inspiration. Michael Johnston. Part I. How corrupt is America? 1. It all depends. 3. 18. 3. Why are some states more corrupt than others? 33. Part II. What difference does IT make? Consequences of corruption, growth, inequality, trust, and voter participation. 57. By police and structural corruption. 78. 6. Environmental outcomes, clean air, clean water. Dirty politics. 97. Race, corruption, and COVID-19. 110. Part II. Can we do anything about corruption? 135. 9. The challenges ahead. 162. 2.1 CRI and CCI scores by state, 1980 to 2020. Page 24. 2.2 Correlation coefficients between CRI and CCI, 1980 to 2020. 25. 2.3 CPI illegal and CPI legal scores by state, 2014 to 2018. 30. 3.1 Political subcultures in the United States. 36. 3.2 Mapping illegal and legal corruption by states. 46. 3.3 Marginal effects of voter participation on illegal corruption. 47. 3.4 Marginal effects of term limits on illegal corruption. 48. 3.5 Marginal effects of lobbying density on legal corruption. 50. 3.6 Marginal effects of lobbying density on legal corruption. 50. 3.7 Marginal effects of lobbying density on legal corruption. 51. 3.8 Marginal effects of term limits on legal corruption. 52. 5.1 CCI and percent black civilians killed. 89. 5.2 Marginal effects of percent black population. 93. 5.3 Marginal effects of racial income gap. 94. 6.1 Marginal effects of CRI on stringency. 106. Figures. https://doi.org/10.17/9781009423380. X list of figures. 6.2 Marginal effects of CRI on emissions. 108. 7.1 Differential effects of corruption on the gap in COVID-19 related deaths between blacks and whites across quantiles. 129. 8.1 Ways to measure district compactness. 153. 11. 2.1 Most and least corrupt states. 2014 to 2018. Page 31. 3.1 Causes of illegal and legal corruption, variable definitions and sources. 41. 3.2 Causes of illegal and legal corruption, 3 SLS estimation. 44. 4.1 Corruption and median incomes. Ariano, Bover/Blundell, Bond System GMM estimation. 64.2 Corruption and income inequality. Ariano, Bover/Blundell, Bond System GMM estimation. 63. 4.3 Corruption and trust in state government. Ordered Probit estimation. 73. 4.4 Corruption and voter participation. Ariano, Bover/Blundell, Bond System GMM estimation. 75. 5.1 Corruption and police killings of Black Americans, FGLS estimation. 92. 5.2 Corruption and police killings of Black Americans, FGLS estimation. 95. 6.1 Corruption, trust, and environmental stringency. Ariano, Bover/Blundell, Bond System GMM estimation. 105. 6.2 Corruption, trust, and emissions. Ariano, Bover/Blundell, Bond System GMM estimation. 107. Our shared interests in corruption, anti-corruption, trust, and democracy have deep and diverse roots, but if this book has any single origin, it would be in connection with a conference on institutional corruption held at the Harvard Law School in February 2012. The event, sponsored by the Edmund J. Safra Center for Ethics, Harvard University, and organized by Lawrence Lessig, offered a range of arguments by top-flight scholars about the sorts of processes and events that strike many people as corrupt or corrupting, even though they are legal or, at least, not clearly illegal. This was the first occasion on which the two of us worked together. It led to more than a decade of research collaboration, to several jointly authored Safra Center working papers, and a number of other publications analyzing data gathered by Oguzhan Dincer and his students at the Institute for Corruption Studies, Illinois State University. Another event that sparked essential ideas and discussions for both of us was the Political Economy of Corruption workshop held at Tulane University in May 2023. That event, sponsored by Tulane's Murphy Institute, was organized by Gary Hoover, Executive Director, and by Oguzhan Dincer. It convened an international group of scholars for 2 days of challenging discussions and presentations that enriched our thinking. We gratefully acknowledge the support and enthusiasm provided by both of those events and, of course, by the contributors and administrators who made them possible. Oguzhan Dincer is grateful to many colleagues who either collaborated with him or provided valuable input to his work on corruption, including Tarkan Cavusoglu, Christopher Ellis, Per Fredrickson, Robert Gill-Anders, Ozgur Teoman, and Eric Usliner. Part I. How corrupt is America? 3. 1.1 Introduction. How corrupt is the United States of America? In several respects America appears to be a well-governed society, indeed, a leader in the past 3 decades' global struggles against corruption. As we shall see, it definitely experiences corruption of several sorts, and at several levels, and yet it is prosperous, ranks as one of the world's oldest democracies and, despite recent travails, its tradition of the rule of law remains fundamentally intact. Its Federal Election Campaign Act of 1971, amended in 1974 and several times thereafter, was one of the earliest attempts by a modern democracy to check corruption by regulating the sources and flow of election campaign funding. Its Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, 3, aimed at preventing US-listed corporations from engaging in corruption in other countries, was the first of its kind. In the late 1990s, the U.S. was a prime mover behind the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development Anti-Bribery Convention, for although some saw that as an effort to impose American-style rules upon its economic competitors. In 2003, it became one of the earliest signatories to the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. 5. The country does. 4. Part I. How corrupt is America? Well, on some international corruption rankings, the THIRD School of Governance Index of Public Integrity uses 6 different scales to rank countries in terms of opportunities for corruption and constraints upon it, and for 2021, it gives the U.S. a score of 8.83 on a scale of 10. That is good for 6th place out of 114 countries, and THIRD's related forecast predicts that the U.S. situation will remain stable. Thus, from some perspectives, the United States presents an overall corruption profile that some other countries might envy. And yet, whenever one of us mentions research on corruption to members of the American public, the near universal response is along the lines of, if you want to see corruption, come look at. Over a century ago, Andrew D. White proclaimed the governments of American cities the worst in Christendom because of what he saw as the intrusion of politics into the provision of public services. American scandals such as New York's Tammany Hall, Teapot Dome, Watergate, the adventures of Bill Clinton, and of course the many issues raised by Donald Trump and his administration have made headlines around the world. Lately, global indicators have signaled reasons for concern. On the 2022 Transparency International Corruption Perception Index, the U.S. score was just 69 out of 100 points, compared to 78 in 2000 and 76 as recently as 2015, putting it in 24th place among 180 countries. America's 2020 score of 1.07 on the World Bank Control of Corruption dimension ranks near the 83rd percentile out of 214 countries but reflects a marked decline from 1.41 as recently as 2012. Gothenburg University's 2020 Quality of Government Expert Survey, which ranks countries on aspects of administration such as merit hiring, impartiality, and political interference, places the United States only slightly above the median. THIRD points to freedom of the press and judicial independence as emerging concerns in the U.S. A September 2020 survey of 1,902 likely American voters ranked political corruption higher than COVID-19, law and order, racism, healthcare, climate change, immigration, and guns in response to the question, which three of the following are the most important issues facing the country? A survey taken in May 2022 found that only 20% trust the government in Washington to do what is right just about always or most of the time. In October of 1964, the result was 77%. By 1974, Watergate drove trust figures down into the 30 to 40% range or lower, where they have remained ever since. Our opening question, how corrupt is America? Thus has no single answer. If nothing else, most corruption is clandestine, with some large but unknown share of it likely never coming to light. Moreover, many of its corruption issues do not fit neatly under any one-line academic definition but rather are intertwined with inequality, distrust of government, and the fundamental fairness of politics and the economic system. How can we reconcile that apparent contradiction? We argue that four fundamental complexities, all of them obscured in various ways by country-level corruption rankings, must be kept in mind. First, corruption is not any single measurable problem. After decades of scholarly work, we do not even have a settled definition. In fact, corruption is an inherently contentious concept originating in objections to the ways some people pursue, use, and exchange wealth and power to the detriment of the rights and interests of others. A look at any day's news shows that when Americans object to corruption, they are not always talking about the same things. Second, America is not a single social or political entity. The federal government is but one of the 93,269 units of government enumerated in the 2017 Census of Governments, 6, and while it is undeniably preeminent, the 50 states exercise general sovereignty. They in turn were home to 3,142 county governments, some of them inactive, having had their functions shifted to other jurisdictions, 35,748 municipalities and townships, 12,754 school districts, and 38,542 special-purpose government districts charged with a bewildering range of functions including transportation, conservation, utility provision, and promoting tourism. The powers of all kinds of local government are conferred, delimited, and can be changed by their home states subject to the overall authority of the United States Constitution. Interstate compacts, and entities such as the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey and the Tennessee Valley Authority, span state boundaries. The scope and powers of those units of government vary greatly, but all exercise or draw upon public powers to tax, spend, and regulate, affecting citizens and communities in diverse ways. They are political arenas in one way or another, whether their top officials be elected or appointed. All are vulnerable to corruption. Third, in liberalized systems such as the United States, corruption can be deeply embedded in the routine and legitimate institutions and workings of politics and the economy. There is much that many citizens may perceive as corrupt or corrupting, notably, the ways in which political campaigns are financed, revolving door practices by which elected officials and bureaucrats move into the lobbying sector, and the general social and cultural influences of wealth, that is fully legal or at least not clearly illegal. Indeed, two broad sorts of activity seen by many as corrupting, lobbying and political campaign contributions, enjoy First Amendment protection. As a result, definitions of corruption based solely on law-breaking, and officials' claims that I have broken no laws, and conceptions of corrupt processes that are limited to explicit quid pro quo deals, 7 often seem incomplete or unsatisfying. That is a major problem for anyone seeking a stable bright-line definition of corruption, but it does not make the concept purely a matter of opinion. Recent research on institutional or influence market corruption, and perceptive analyses drawing upon democratic theory and Republican and realist schools of political thought, make legal corruption a central concern. In our empirical discussions to come, we examine that issue in detail, and we will also treat trust, in government and among citizens, and its weakness or absence, as major aspects of corruption as Americans perceive it. Fourth, any discussion of corruption as a phenomenon or as a political issue must recognize that its incidence and influence range far beyond legislation, specific government decisions, and electoral processes. As we will show in the chapters to come, corruption influences law enforcement, economic policy, citizen participation, and trust in the political system, healthcare provision, and public responses to the COVID-19 pandemic, to name just a few concerns. While it would be an exaggeration to say that the United States is mired in a systemic corruption crisis, its manifestations and consequences are far-reaching. No single book can address all these complexities, but we will emphasize a number of important unifying issues. In addition to focusing on enduring causal influences such as demographics, political culture and its historical origins, and formal institutions, several chapters will consider what we call structural corruption, that which is embedded in enduring characteristics of states, long-standing institutions, legal frameworks, and past and current public policies. Such factors reflect and perpetuate the imbalances of power at the heart of much corruption. As we will discuss in Chapter 5, there are significant parallels between structural corruption and concepts of institutional or systemic racism. For that reason, we are not primarily concerned with the statements and actions of individuals, and will not simply aggregate such actions in a state or community, label them corrupt, and leave it at that. Instead, we examine the ways corruption can become embedded in, and protected/sustained by, public policy, institutions, and the basic values of states as civil societies. As a consequence, the implications of our approach for corruption control and reform are large and sobering. There are no quick or technocratic fixes for structural corruption, any more than there are for structural racism, and when we add trust to the picture we see much more at stake than just stolen funds, substandard services, and skewed results in specific elections, serious as those concerns undoubtedly are. Real and lasting changes will require fundamental reassessments of power relationships, social values, governance, and accountability, the role and limits of self-interest in a free society and market economy, and how those factors shape the ways we treat each other. Only then will we be treating corruption with the full seriousness it deserves, and only then can we put the insights in this book to use in the struggle to build a more just, and better governed, society. 1.22 Forms of corruption, legal and illegal. In the last years of the 19th century, George Washington Plunkett, a New York State Senator and Tammany Hall wheelhorse, would sit on the boot-black stand in New York City's Tweed Courthouse and hold forth on what he called practical politics. One of his most memorable notions, recorded along with many others by journalist William L. Riordan for his book Plunkett of Tammany Hall, was that of honest graft. A century and more later, honest graft has an ironic ring to it at best, and Plunkett's defense would not get him very far in court. But he does raise some important analytical questions. Just what is it that makes corruption corrupt? Not everything illegal is corruption, but is all corruption necessarily illegal? Corruption is an old and perennially contested political and analytical concept. Far from having a fixed and natural interpretation, the idea has gone through a variety of meanings and reinterpretations, and several sorts of behavior by powerful individuals seen as unacceptable today drew little concern, or were seen viewed just as part of the game, in the middle of the 20th century. The most widely applied academic definitions have rested on the law or other formal standards governing the actions of public officials and those with whom they deal. But Plunkett gives us an enduring example of the ways in which meanings of corruption can be contested, negotiable, and quite congenial to some while unsatisfying for others. Law-based definitions of corruption may strike many people as too narrow. There are actions that are fully legal, or at least not clearly illegal, that still strike many as creating or capitalizing upon unfair advantages for well-placed individuals and groups while working to the disadvantage of the many. Moreover, few would be satisfied with the notion that morality or ethical conduct consists simply of not breaking the law. Corruption in this broader sense need not involve the exchange of material benefits, not always easily proven in any event, nor even a particular action. Some corrupt arrangements are made in order to prevent things from taking place over time. In fact, the core of the issue is much more fundamental. For Warren, the essence of corruption in a democracy is the duplicitous exclusion of citizens from decisions affecting their lives. That argument aligns with a 2015 Rutgers/Eagleton, New Jersey poll that found 54.8% strongly agreeing, and 24.3% somewhat agreeing, with the statement that people like me get overruled by big political contributors. It is worth reiterating here that the overwhelming majority of those contributions are given, received, and publicly reported within the law and enjoy First Amendment protection as a form of speech. In recent years, scholars including Dennis Thompson and Lawrence Lessig have analyzed institutional corruption, legal uses of wealth and influence that nonetheless abuse public trust and threaten or harm citizens' legitimate interests. For Lessig, Thompson illuminates further complexities by pointing out that such corruption can simultaneously aid and impede the stated functions of the institutions where it occurs, for example, by speeding up some processes while diverting them in unanticipated or undesirable directions. Legal or institutional corruption can also take the form of old boy and old school networks, the common practice of lobbyists assisting legislative staff in drafting bills, research institutes funded by corporations, and sometimes housed by universities, whose mission is primarily to generate data favorable to the corporations, and various revolving door practices, to name but a few. Such issues are by no means unique to the United States. For revolving door relationships, for example, the French have the wonderful word pantouflage. Indeed, Johnston argues that they are part of an influence market syndrome of corruption common to many affluent market democracies. But despite the legality of such activities, along with the fact that within often vague but and politically contested limits, some of them contribute to the vitality of democratic politics, in an age of widening inequalities, they can be prominent concerns, and matters of sharp resentment, when citizens talk about how corrupt America might be. For some, the idea of legal corruption may go too far in terms of loosening our conception of an already slippery concept. For others, it may be a welcome addition to an important analytical debate. In any event, we will show, in coming chapters, that legal corruption is widely regarded as commonplace in the U.S. and many of its states. Further, we will see that patterns of both legal and illegal corruption vary among the states in 10 Part I, How Corrupt is America? Ways that make theoretical and empirical sense. Thus we are not examining only specific kinds of official misconduct, but rather issues and abuses that fall under a broad social conception of corruption and that address the issues raised by Warren, Thompson, and Lessig. 1.3 That 50-ring circus. When Americans talk about the government, they usually mean the federal government, and frequently speak of it, erroneously, as though it were a remote entity existing only in the District of Columbia that, for now, 8 is part of no state. But the states are just as clearly major concerns, if anything, even more embedded in citizens' daily lives via their own functions and those of the local governments they empower and control. In the first quarter of 2023, combined state and local government expenditures added up to an annual rate of over $3.7 trillion. In most years, the states, and localities of all sorts, spend at roughly equal rates on aggregate. Those expenditure figures include revenues from higher-level governments, but states and localities play a major role in defining targets and purposes for intergovernmental spending. As of 2022, state and local governments collectively employed 19.3 million people, a figure almost 7 times as large as the federal civilian total of 2.87 million. Federal employees and agencies, for their part, are not confined to majestic marble buildings in the nation's capital. Around 90% of federal civilian employees work in various locations in the 50 states. Depending upon the governmental function and varieties of grants that may be involved, many of those federal officials work closely with state agencies in their policy areas. Thus, federal highway officials based in a state capital may interact with their state counterparts more frequently than with other federal functionaries in that same city who administer other programs. Those relationships can help create significant state-level discretion and leverage for negotiation. Even when federal funds bring with them certain requirements and restrictions, control does not completely follow the dollar. The state of California, by itself, would be the world's fifth largest economy. Texas, in 2019, was the world's fourth largest oil producer. The states are constituting elements of the federal republic. By some accounts, the states formed the federal government, while others contend that the people played that role. They are the basis for representation in the two federal legislative houses, directly, in the Senate, and via population, in the House of Representatives, and presidential elections are decided by electoral votes apportioned among the states according to the size of their delegations in the House and Senate. Their political systems are the recruiting and training ground for many federal politicians, and the major political parties are in substantial part collections of state-based organizations. Party systems can differ among the states. Minnesota's Democratic Party is officially the Democratic Farmer Labor Party, while New York, for a long time, had four parties, the Big Two plus the Liberal Party and the New York Conservative Party. Other states such as Maine and Vermont at least occasionally elect independents as state or federal officials. Critical to our analysis is the fact that the states, as Eliezer observed, are civil societies in their own right with distinctive histories, political systems, economies, and political cultures. They are central to many citizens' identities and interactions. Americans pay state taxes of various sorts, vote in state elections, and carry state-issued driver's licenses. Many have at least a nodding acquaintance with their state's history and follow their state university's sports teams. They have been raised and socialized into systems of laws, norms, and expectations that reflect and perpetuate their state's traditions. If they move to other states, they can encounter contrasts but will likely bring some of their former state's outlooks with them, creating complex mixtures of political cultures, and, at times, tensions among them, in their new home areas. Those state political cultures were a primary concern for Eliezer, as they will be for us in chapters to come. These are the reasons why, when we consider politics, governance, and corruption, we speak of a 50-ring circus. The states are not administrative subdivisions of a larger and dominant federal government. Rather, they are active and important social systems and political arenas, ones in which contention, conflict, innovation, stalemate, policy. 12 Part I, How Corrupt is America? Choices, and corruption, are constantly happening in diverse ways, with profoundly important consequences. State-level politics and policies make an immense difference in Americans' lives, as we have been reminded in the wake of the Supreme Court's ruling overturning Roe v. Wade. Influence within their political systems can be valuable. While not all states gather and publish comparable data on lobbyists, one estimate of their spending at the state level in 2019 to 2020 was $3.5 billion. At various times the states have had corruption cases, both epic and minor. The political party's strength and coherence varies markedly from state to state, and many states have a handful of dominant industries. Consider oil, gas, and real estate in Texas, tobacco in North Carolina and Kentucky, aerospace in Washington, and financial services in New York, that wield outsized influence over politics and policy. It is interesting to note, in that connection, that many citizens see corruption as worst at the federal level, and least concerning at the local levels, despite the "look at my town" responses noted above and the political clout of those dominant interests in their state capitals. To some extent that may reflect more extensive press coverage and public attention, and, likely, lower levels of trust, at higher levels, and a friends and neighbors attitude toward local dealings. Whether or not those perceptions are linked to actual levels of corruption, and we will never know with precision, they are part of the larger political and social issues of corruption. Each year the U.S. Department of Justice publishes data on corruption convictions in the federal courts. Inevitably, a variety of attempts to rank the states in terms of corruption have been the result. Between 2001 and 2020, the data show that some 2,071 state and 5,188 local officials were charged with corruption in federal courts, with 1,893 state and 4,579 local defendants being convicted. Private citizens charged in connection with those same cases add another 5,593 defendants and 4,968 convictions to those totals. For reasons we will discuss in greater depth in Chapter 2, state-by-state rankings derived solely from convictions data can be misleading. Still, those totals show that any attempt to answer the question "How corrupt is America?" must place major emphasis on the states, and on the local governments they create and control. Equally, the debate over legal or institutional corruption, and the ways in which public perceptions of corruption connect with misgivings about questions of fairness, challenge us to examine manifestations of corruption that lie outside the boundaries of illegality. Those two goals, to take the states and their diversity into account and to focus on contrasting varieties of corruption, will guide our work in the pages to come. 1.4a Plan of attack. We will examine and compare both illegal and legal corruption in the 50 states using 3 proxy measures of corruption. One of them is an innovative perception-based measure, applied to the states as whole political systems and to the 3 branches of their governments too. We show that those measures vary among the states and branches, sometimes in surprising ways but in ways broadly consistent with theories and findings about corruption in other settings. We then turn to corruption as a factor influencing several important political and policy concerns. We conclude with some general observations about corruption in America, what those findings suggest in terms of wider issues, and what our methods and findings tell us about paths for future research and reform. The parts and chapters of the book are as follows. Part I, How Corrupt is America? Chapter 1. It all depends. This opening chapter has made the case for taking a broad view of corruption issues, encompassing activities that are legal, or at least not clearly illegal, as well as outright law-breaking corruption, and for placing major emphasis upon the 50 states and the contrasts among them. We argue that a number of activities that strike many citizens as corrupt, or corrupting, are legal, embedded in legitimate institutions and, in some cases, enjoy constitutional protection. For those reasons we take a broader view of the issue than law-based definitions might suggest. Chapter 2. Can we measure corruption? While the short answer is no, we may never measure corruption directly, as it generally depends upon secrecy and lacks a consensus definition. We can construct proxy measures that still offer valid and reliable evidence. In this chapter we propose 3 ways to approach the measurement problem, placing major emphasis upon the contrasts between illegal and legal corruption and the ways in which they occur in American states. Chapter 3. Why are some states more corrupt than others? Our 3 measures can shed considerable light upon variations in corruption among the 50 states. Further, they allow us to ask whether illegal and legal corruption are substitutes for each other, or whether they might complement each other. In this chapter, we will loosely follow what Meyer and Holbrook and Alt and Lassen classify as the historical/cultural/structural approach, investigating the variables most commonly used in the literature to explain variations in illegal and legal corruption. That approach highlights a range of long-standing similarities and differences among the states, yielding comparisons and contrasts that in some cases are surprising. Part 2, What difference does it make? Consequences of corruption. Chapter 4. Economic and political outcomes, corruption, growth, inequality, trust, and voter participation. Illegal corruption has particularly powerful implications for economic outcomes such as growth and inequality, and thus it will be the focus of our empirical analysis beginning with this chapter. Some have argued that corruption increases efficiency by speeding up the governmental process and introducing useful competition over scarce government resources. More recent work yields a negative assessment, arguing that corruption actually slows processes down as officials contrive more opportunities for bribery, shifts investments into low-value projects, causes governments to maintain monopolies, discourages innovation, impedes entry into economic sectors, and distorts the allocation of talent. Corruption also affects income inequality, its costs falling disproportionately on low-income individuals. As for political outcomes, participation and trust in the system are both undermined by corruption. As Morris and Klesner argue, the distrust in government caused by corruption weakens reform efforts and undermines government legitimacy, which in turn causes voter participation to decrease. An important related issue has to do with expectations of government. When citizens judge the fairness and responsiveness of governments and politics, what standards do they have in mind? Corruption also reduces the competitiveness of elections and helps keep incumbents entrenched, reducing the value of elections as mechanisms of accountability. Chapter 5. Racial Outcomes, Killings of Black Americans by Police and Structural Corruption. A critical, yet often underanalyzed, aspect of corruption in America is its connections to racial inequities between blacks and whites. We present evidence showing that corruption exacerbates racial inequities in America and, tragically, affects the incidence of police killings of black Americans. That pattern, in turn, is linked to a number of other issues such as state political cultures, the power of local police unions, long-standing income gaps, and the racial composition of police forces. Chapter 6. Environmental Outcomes, Clean Air, Clean Water. Dirty Politics. Interest in the relationship between corruption and public policies relating to environmental quality has grown in recent decades. Corruption has a negative effect on social welfare by reducing environmental quality and by enabling firms to influence policy or, failing that, by breaking or bending the rules. It thus reduces the stringency and enforcement of environmental and energy policies. In this chapter we will investigate the effects of corruption on environmental outcomes by focusing on carbon dioxide emissions across states over time. Chapter 7. Public Health Outcomes, Race, Corruption, and COVID-19. According to the COVID Tracking Project, Black Americans have died from COVID-19 at approximately 1.5 times the rate of whites. Corruption affects health outcomes in many ways, directly, via theft in healthcare provision, procurement, and construction, and indirectly via economic and social channels such as tax evasion, reduced support for redistributive policies, and inequalities in access to high-quality care and facilities. Reductions in social trust are a particularly pressing concern in this sector. During the COVID-19 pandemic, they were linked, along with corruption, to contrasts in compliance with vaccination policies and stay-at-home orders. The wider effects of these concerns include contrasting patterns of mortality caused by COVID-19. Part 3, Can we do anything about corruption? Chapter 8. Economic and political responses to corruption. In this chapter we will discuss several policies often proposed as responses to corruption. They include, on the economic policy side, a smaller government and/or a decentralized government. Public intervention in the form of the government serving as either a third-party regulator or the primary buyer in a market creates opportunities for corruption. A burdensome regulatory environment increases the opportunities for individuals and firms to bypass these regulations through various forms of bribery. Decentralization, by encouraging competition among local governments to attract physical and human capital, might also reduce corruption. Several studies show a significant negative relationship between the degree to which the powers to tax and spend are decentralized and the overall level of governmental corruption. For both smaller government and decentralization, however, the data and causal connections are complex. Possible political approaches to corruption control include imposing term limits on legislators and, in some cases, upon judges and executives, putting an end to gerrymandering, encouraging more competitive electoral politics, and changing the ways campaigns are financed. In each case, however, causal connections to corruption are complex and contingent upon a range of other factors, and in several cases we might well see unintended consequences that could even make for more corruption. Free, fair, and competitive elections might seem to be the ultimate political check on corruption, but in practice voters often do not vote the scoundrels out, for a variety of reasons we will discuss in this chapter. Despite those potential drawbacks, the traditional American approach to reform, with its focus on separating politics from governance, could benefit from more politically conscious efforts at corruption control. Chapter 9, The Challenges Ahead. Our analysis concludes in this short concluding chapter, not with any to-do list for reformers, much less with a collection of shiny new anti-corruption remedies. Politics and trust, informed by a sound understanding of the economic dynamics and consequences of corruption, are the order of the day, along with a healthy degree of realism as to what government and reforms can actually accomplish. There are no fixes, economic or political, that we can apply to the system and consider its corruption problems taken care of. Our system of government can only work as well as we care to ensure it does, and that challenge consists of much more than making and enforcing rules. If free people are to govern themselves with effectiveness and integrity, they must get involved and stay involved, sustaining and deepening a workable degree of trust in their institutions, and in each other. America does not face the sorts of imminent economic and political crises commonly associated with extensively corrupt systems, but that does not mean we should congratulate ourselves or blithely tell the rest of the world it should just try to be like us. When it comes to outright law-breaking corruption, we apparently have a great deal to be concerned about, particularly as corruption seems to project its negative influence. 1. It all depends. 17. Into a great many aspects of social life, the economy, public health, race relations, and basic functions of government. But that is only part of the picture. Legal corruption, as we have seen, is widely regarded as extensive and deepens estrangement between citizens on the one hand and their public institution and officials on the other. Of at least equal concern in our analysis is the corrosive distrust that seems to accompany corruption, both as a cause and an effect of corruption. Why should I follow the rules if so many others are cutting corners or lining their pockets? Why should I vote when elections are rigged by big money, and when officials do not care about people like me? Responses to corruption, therefore, cannot be limited to crime prevention or punishment models. At stake is the nature and quality of government, the role and importance of citizens, and the ways in which a nation of over 330 million people might somehow govern itself in ways that are effective and just. Let us begin, then, by considering the dilemmas of measurement, and how some innovative data might illuminate the seriousness of two basic kinds of corruption, illegal and legal, across the 50 states. 18. 2. Can we measure corruption? Asterisk. Portions of this chapter appeared as working paper number 58 in a series produced in the course of the Institutional Corruption Research Project at the Edmund J. and Lily Safra Center for Ethics, Harvard University. C. Oguzhan, C. Dincer and Michael Johnston, Measuring Illegal and Legal Corruption in American States, Some Results from the Edmund J. Safra Center for Ethics Corruption in America Survey. March 16, 2015, http://ssrn.com/abstract=2579300. This work is licensed under CC by 4.0. To view a copy of this license, visit http://creativecommons.org licenses/by/4.0/. 2.1 Corruption, controversial, ill-defined, and often secretive. Understanding the causes and consequences of corruption, and designing policies to control it. Start with measuring corruption itself. We may never measure corruption directly as it almost always requires secrecy and, as we argued in Chapter 1, can be difficult to disentangle from the routine operations of legitimate institutions. But we can construct indirect measures that are still valid and reliable, reflect a range of different forms of corruption, legal and illegal, as a political issue, and help us assess the effects of reforms. Finally, because corruption may arise in any branch of government, thus affecting policies and implementation directly, indirectly, or both. We need to distinguish among corruption problems in the executive and judicial, as well as legislative, branches of state governments. As we will see, these challenges have common dimensions that we can put to creative use in 3 different ways in the chapters to come. We call them the corruption. https://doi.org/10.9781009423380.003. 19. Convictions Index, the Corruption Reflections Index, and the Corruption Perceptions Index. 1. 2.23 Ways to measure corruption. 2.2.1 Corruption Convictions Index. The most commonly used measure of corruption in American states comes from the Justice Department's report to Congress on the activities and operations of the Public Integrity Section. These data cover a broad range of crimes from election fraud to wire fraud, compiled across the nation's 94 federal judicial districts, with prosecutions in each district directed by a United States attorney. Smaller states, Puerto Rico and the District of Columbia, have 1 judicial district each, but larger ones have as many as 4. The Southern District of New York, for example, handles numerous corruption cases of national significance, while in others, corruption cases may be a lower priority. Studies using these data often aggregate them by state, deflating numbers of convictions with the population or with the number of government employees in each state to construct a corruption index. But that approach, while useful, suffers from several significant problems. The following discussion draws upon Dincer and Johnston. The data cover convictions whose links to corruption as such can be disputed, such as cocaine use by a former assistant to a state attorney general. The data cover federal convictions only, thus, cases tried in state and local courts are not included. Federal prosecutors have considerable discretion over how much effort to put into investigating public corruption compared to the many other federal law enforcement priorities competing for their time and resources. Hence, conviction totals depend not only on actual levels of corruption but also on levels of prosecutorial effort. Prosecutors choose which cases to try and which to decline so as to maximize their conviction rate and visibility. They are more likely to prosecute high-profile cases. The number of federal convictions in a judicial district is related to prosecutorial resources. Using Justice Department data, Alt and Lassen find that greater prosecutorial resources resulted in more corruption convictions in American states over a 25-year period. Partisan bias might well influence federal prosecution of state-level officials. There is anecdotal as well as empirical evidence supporting this hypothesis. The decision to prosecute is up to the United States attorneys, who are appointed by the president with the advice and support of the home state partisans. The Bush administration's unprecedented midterm dismissal of 7 federal prosecutors in 2007, for example, led to congressional investigations. Some prosecutors were allegedly dismissed either because they did not pursue corruption investigations against Democrats with sufficient vigor or because they did pursue investigations against prominent Republicans. Similar allegations resurfaced in Virginia in 2014. Using data from public corruption prosecutions, Gordon finds evidence of partisan bias under both the Bush and Clinton Justice Departments. While data are reported annually, there is an unknown and likely variable time lag between crimes and convictions. The data give little to no indication as to the seriousness of a case. A probate court judge stealing county funds and a mail carrier stealing mail have equal weights in the data. The data cover only those officials who are caught and, of course, convicted. Participants in corruption who cooperate with prosecutors might not show up in the data at all unless they plead guilty to a crime as part of a plea bargain. There are other problems with measuring corruption by using convictions. Over the 3 decades between 1980 and 2010, for example, South Dakota appears to be the most corrupt state, 2.5 times more corrupt than New Jersey, as judged by federal convictions. 21. Deflated by population. This is quite surprising since the Dakotas were among the leading states in the anti-corruption movement that started in the late 19th century and continued through the 1930s. Prairie states such as the Dakotas, Minnesota, and Wisconsin have historically been seen as the least corrupt in America. In fact, an earlier effort to measure state-level corruption based on perceptions ranked South Dakota as the least corrupt state in 1999. Any index based on convictions standardized for population is likely to be more variable in states with small populations, like the Dakotas, because a handful of cases will affect the index much more there than in, say, New York or Texas. For example, the number of convictions per million people in Louisiana increased from 7 to 14 between 1989 and 1990, and then declined to 2.5 in 1991, doubling in 1 year, then decreasing more than fivefold in the next. Particularly in small population states, a single corruption case resulting in several convictions might give the misleading impression of a major outbreak of official misconduct. On the other hand, a transition from one U.S. attorney to the next might mean that corruption cases are given lower priority, with resulting declines in convictions open to misleading claims of a trend toward clean government. Despite the variability of conviction totals, the longer-term influences on corruption that we will include in our analysis suggest it is unlikely that underlying state-by-state levels of corruption are changing so markedly. 2.2.2 Corruption Reflections Index. Our second measure of corruption is what we call the Corruption Reflections Index. It is based on the corruption stories covered in Associated Press news wires. There is precedent for some aspects of our approach. Jenskow, Glazer, and Golden's analysis of the rise of an informative press, one with potential powers to check corruption, in the late 19th and early 20th centuries uses stories in the New York Times, and in local newspapers covered by Ancestry.com, to measure corruption in the United States nationally. They search for the words corrupt and fraud and variants such as corruption or fraudulent and count the appearance of articles containing those words, yielding a measure of the amount of space newspapers give to stories related to corruption or fraud. They then deflate these counts by the number of articles containing the words politic, a measure of the overall volume of political news. Jenskow, Glazer, and Golden argue that deflating the corrupt and fraud word counts by politic is equivalent to trying to measure corruption in proportion to the size of the government. Our measure simply follows a state-level version of that methodology. In addition to the search words that Jenskow, Glazer, and Golden use, we also search for the word bribe to construct CRI. To limit the search for the corruption-related stories in each state, we use geographical identifiers. 2. The CRI score for a given state in a given year indicates the number of news stories between January 1 and December 31 that mention the terms corrupt, fraud, and bribe, divided by the number of pages mentioning politic and its variants. Instead of using the New York Times, we use AP news wires. The AP is the primary news agency covering the U.S., with offices in every state. Globally it relies on about 2,500 journalists and editors. AP news wires are available electronically online via LexisNexis, starting from 1977. It is possible to use local newspapers instead of AP news wires, but we choose not to in order to minimize the effects of possible biases, resource contrasts, or distinctive editorial priorities among local news organizations. Local media sources are likely to be subjective. Indeed, they may well be owned or influenced economically by some of the same interests involved in corruption stories, and can thus be influenced or constrained by local personalities and factional conflicts, for a widely publicized case in Kansas, and Williams, for another in Oklahoma, and correlated with characteristics and changes in state-level demographics. In addition, many local newspapers are struggling economically, significantly cutting back on reporting staff and investigative initiatives, while a few others continue to perform at higher levels. Local media coverage is also likely to reflect, in various ways, audience-related influences such as topic persistence, topic resurgence, and even topic fatigue, none of which are necessarily positively correlated with overall corruption. Although CRI offers the advantages discussed earlier, it is not a perfect measure of corruption either. The CRI score for a given state in a given year is based on the count of news articles containing the words corrupt, bribe, fraud, and their variants. However, news articles irrelevant to public corruption, such as fraud involving private individuals and businesses, can be included in the count. So are stories whose validity and import are unclear, such as politically motivated accusations of corruption among public officials. News articles referring to past corruption are also included in the count. Finally, Newmark and Vaughan point out that the political culture of a state, a factor on which we will have more to say later, affects media coverage of corruption. In moralistic states where public officials are expected to uphold higher ethical standards, media are likely to pay greater attention to corruption and respond with greater coverage. CRI results might be biased in more versus less moralistic states. Thus, CRI should be conceptualized not as a measure of corruption as such, but rather as a diffuse reflection of it. We might, by analogy, think of light reflected off an uneven surface. We would not expect the clarity of a mirror image, but might still be able to judge attributes such as brightness or color, as well as significant contrasts in both. While we would avoid over-interpreting such a reflection, we would still be gaining information. Figures 2.1 and 2.2 show the averages of and the correlation coefficients between CRI and CCI, respectively. 2.2.3 Corruption Perceptions Index. As an alternative to CCI and CRI, we also employ a measure based on perceptions. Since the mid-1990s, organizations such as Transparency International and the World Bank have constructed indices to measure corruption across countries based wholly, or in part, on the perceptions of experts. To be sure, perceptions are not the same thing as corruption itself, and particularly for the public at large, they are shaped by a wide variety of influences. But where the perceptions are those of individuals in a position to know a state's corruption situation well, we may be able to learn a great deal. Such an approach to measurement can also enable us to capture a more fully rounded view of the issue in politics and policy making, while strictly law-based definitions may well exclude much of what is widely regarded as corrupt. The only attempt to construct a perceptions-based index for American states was by Boylan and Long in the late 1990s. They surveyed Associated Press reporters covering politics in each state and asked questions about public corruption. To elaborate on that approach, we surveyed news reporters who cover state politics and investigative reporters who cover issues related to corruption for 5 years starting in 2014, emphasizing illegal versus legal corruption and differentiating among the three branches of state governments. 3 CCI, CRI, and the perceptions-based index constructed by Boylan and Long all measure what we call illegal corruption, which can be defined as the private gains in the form of cash or gifts by a government official, in exchange for providing specific benefits to private individuals or groups. But legal corruption is becoming an increasingly important issue in America, and in corruption research. While the term might seem self-contradictory, there are, as we noted in Chapter 1, many kinds of activity that are not clearly illegal, may be fully legal, or may even enjoy legal and constitutional protection, that still strike many citizens and other observers as corrupt or corrupting. Such activities may not fall under precise academic definitions of corruption yet still raise serious concerns regarding accountability, political and social trust, the sources and uses of power, inequality, and relationships between power and wealth. Accordingly, we define legal corruption as the political gains in the form of campaign contributions or endorsements by a government official, in exchange for providing specific benefits to private individuals or groups, be it by explicit or implicit understanding. Surveys show that large majorities of Americans, both liberals and conservatives, think donations to super PACs by corporations, unions, and individuals corrupt the government and democratic politics. Why do Americans consider the donations to super PACs as a form of legalized corruption? If they are legal, how are they corrupt, and if corrupt, how are they legal? The answer is that what is ethical or moral is not always legal, and vice versa. Racial segregation by force of law, which used to exist in the South, was widely considered unethical. And while it is not illegal under most circumstances for persons to lie, it obviously is unethical. In short, each law must be examined as to its ethical standing, especially when it directly benefits those who enact it. In his letter from Birmingham jail, Martin Luther King Jr., addressing other members of the clergy, famously argued that because segregation was mandated by unjust laws enacted by an unjustly elected legislature, moral and ethical individuals had not only the right but also the duty to defy those laws. Richard Nixon, by contrast, defended his conduct during the COVID-19 pandemic, we were not able to conduct our survey. Watergate by contending he had broken no specific laws. For those reasons, among others, conceptions of corruption extending no further than the explicit boundaries of the law are unsatisfying for many people. Those can be particularly sensitive issues for state legislators. In more than 10 states, there are no limits to political contributions, while in some others, they are limited to a few $100s. Transparency in legislative functions may even add to the problem if it helps contributors keep tabs on the activities of recipients and ensure they are getting value for money. Moreover, limits to campaign contributions are not always effective, for there are many other ways wealthy individuals and well-organized interests can seek official influence. A corporation or a labor union that wants to buy influence with a senator might donate a large sum of money directly to the senator's re-election campaign. But if there are limits to campaign contributions, the corporation or the union can hire a lobbyist who can legally organize a fundraiser to raise even more money for the senator's re-election campaign. As a political columnist in Florida puts it, no matter how many times the lobbyists say they're only participating in the system by giving money to legislators, no matter how solemnly legislators insist that their votes are never swayed by political contributions, nobody believes them. Candidates for governor promise openness and transparency, legislators periodically go through paroxysms of reform, but the numbers just keep getting bigger. Hardly a legislative session goes by that legislators don't make another run at ethics reforms, tightening reporting requirements, changing the caps on contributions, curbing donations from some sources. They even impose a gift ban on themselves, so a lobbyist can go to lunch with a legislator and deliver stacks of campaign checks from clients, but not pick up the tab for a hamburger. Interest groups have put increasing emphasis on state-level influence and policy since the beginning of the 2000s. Over the 5 years between 2010 and 2014, for example, while the number of organizations with lobbyists in Washington, D.C., decreased by 25%, in state capitals the number increased by 10%. Between 2015 and 2020, interest groups spent about $3.5 billion annually on lobbying at the federal level, but state-level lobbying is big business too. While state financial disclosure policies for lobbyists vary considerably, state-level spending during those years ranged from $1.70 to over $1.9 billion. Clearly, legal corruption in individual states should be part of any measurement effort, and, as Cotterell's comment just earlier, 28 Part I, How Corrupt is America? Reflects, when it comes to legal corruption, the perceptions of knowledgeable observers are critical. Maciel and D'Souza offer the first attempt to measure legal corruption using data from surveys conducted by the European Commission. Based on the following 3 questions asked in Eurobarometer 397, they construct a legal corruption index in the European Union using principal component analysis. If you wanted to get something from the public administration or public services, to what extent do you think it is acceptable to do a favor? You agree or disagree? There is sufficient transparency and supervision of the financing of political parties in your country? You agree or disagree? In your country, the only way to succeed in business is to have political connections. The authors show that such perceptions of legal corruption significantly affect citizens' perceptions of the workings and state of democracy in European Union countries. To construct our CPI for illegal and legal corruption in each state, We asked reporters how common those two forms of corruption were in the legislative, executive, and judicial branches of the state government they covered. The response scale ranges from not at all common to extremely common. We assign a score of 1 for not at all common, 2 for slightly common, and so on. A score of 5 means that the reporter responding to the survey perceived a form of corruption to be extremely common in a particular branch of state government. We then calculate the state scores as the median of these individual scores. Based on the median of medians over 5 years, in none of the states is illegal corruption in government perceived to be extremely common. It is nevertheless seen as moderately common and/or very common in both the executive and legislative branches in a significant number of states, including the usual suspects such as Illinois, New Jersey, and Louisiana. Alabama and Kentucky are perceived to be the most corrupt states with legislative and executive branches both scoring 3.5 or above. How could Alabama be perceived as more corrupt than New Jersey, which inspired several hit television shows and movies on corruption, including The Sopranos, Boardwalk Empire, and American Hustle? As a political columnist in Alabama puts it, you don't have 29 to break the law when you make the law. In 2018, State Senator Greg Albritton introduced SB 230, a bill co-sponsored by the pro tempore state Senate president, which would lift restrictions on gifts to public officials from lobbyists and the people who hire them, make bribes less than $6,000 and stealing less than $5,000 from the local or state government a misdemeanor, not a felony, redefine nepotism to cover only spouses and children under 18, take corruption cases away from the Ethics Commission and the Attorney General, who have the resources to investigate and prosecute public corruption, and give them to local district attorneys, most of whom do not make lobbyists accountable to authorities with little or no power to investigate or prosecute them, and make lawmakers accountable only to themselves. Although both the Alabama Ethics Commission and Alabama Attorney General's office issued statements opposing the bill, it faced little opposition from the senators from either side of the aisle. The bill went to the Judiciary Committee at Albritton's request, where it got carried over, but controversy over the scope and enforcement of ethical standards in Alabama state government continues. Legal corruption as we have defined it is perceived by the reporters as more common than illegal corruption in all branches of government. Legislative and executive branches score 3 or higher in legal corruption in a large majority of states. As an illustration of such contrasts, consider expenditures on television advertising in election campaigns, which are likely to indirectly reflect the broader sorts of exchanges characterizing legal corruption. What are the most and least corrupt states, taking all 3 government branches into account? Although there is always some information lost in aggregation, which is particularly important in the measurement of corruption, it is still an important question. We simply add the median scores of each government branch and calculate the aggregate score of a state each year. Table 2.1 lists the most and least corrupt states in terms of illegal and legal corruption, broken down by branch of government, aggregated for the years 2014 to 2018. Figure 2.3 shows aggregated corruption scores for all 50 states over the same 5-year period. 2.3 Conclusion: valid and reliable direct measures of corruption itself are impossible. Not only do we lack a widely accepted definition of what constitutes corruption, but also people disagree on the status or significance of borderline activities. Even more intractable are the inherent difficulties of measuring what is, after all, usually a clandestine activity. Still, we need an operational measure of corruption. The news-based and perceptions-based measures that we construct are based on activities involving possible or actual corruption, which are public indications of both clear-cut abuses and borderline, disputed activities. On the face of it, the latter cases might only seem to add noise to the analysis. A longer-term view, however, one emphasizing not only the boundaries of acceptable conduct but also how they originate and change, shows that the very concept of corruption has historically arisen out of disputes over how those who have power and wealth may, and may not, treat officials, citizens, and each other. As we will show statistically in chapters to come, indirect measures of this sort can yield useful comparisons, indicating, even if imprecisely, major contrasts and trends, as we include in the analysis a variety of other variables shown in the literature to be related to corruption in ways that make sense in light of sound theories. Such measures become all the more appropriate if we emphasize, as we do, corruption as a public political issue, often embedded in legal activities, rather than confining the analysis to unambiguously corrupt, usually illegal, but often clandestine, activities, and if we examine the import and incidence of corruption in the context of other social and political problems rather than trying to consider it in isolation. In Chapter 3, we will do just that, analyzing our state-by-state comparisons in the context of their wider causes and consequences. 33. 3.1 Corruption, state by state. As we have seen in Chapter 2, the corruption situations in the 50 states vary in ways that require a variety of approaches to measurement. Overall, however, it is safe to say that some states seem to have more, or less, extensive corruption than others. But why would that be? The question has no single, clear-cut answer because there are different kinds of corruption. A particularly important contrast, as noted in our opening chapter, is that between legal and illegal corruption. What is the relationship between illegal and legal corruption? Are they substitutes or do they complement each other? Here we will investigate the intricate relationship between illegal and legal corruption using our CPI. Using elite theory and the theory of rent-seeking, Kaufman and Vicente model illegal and legal corruption as substitutes. In their model, legality serves political ends. To protect their corrupt dealings, the elite in power introduce a legal basis such as lobbying. Campos and Giovannoni find bribery and lobbying as substitutes in transition countries using data from World Bank enterprise surveys supporting Kaufman and Vicente. As Harstead and Svensson argue, it is all about gaining influence. Firms/organizations gain influence either by bribing or lobbying the politicians. By lobbying, they get politicians to change the rules to their advantage, while by bribing, they stop them from enforcing the rules. In their model, a country's level of wealth determines whether bribery or lobbying is more common. As Alt and Lassen argue, there is no commonly followed theoretical framework on which to base an empirical model of corruption. We will loosely follow what Meyer and Holbrook and Alt and Lassen classify as the historical/cultural/structural approach and investigate the variables most commonly used in the literature to explain the variation in corruption across states. 3.2 Determinants of corruption in America. 3.2.1 Political variables. We start with the number of convictions related to corruption in each state measured by CCI. We expect the number of convictions to positively affect reporters' perceptions of illegal corruption as reported in the CPI. We then turn to lobbying density and the regulations governing lobbying in each state. In contrast with convictions, we expect the number of lobbying firms/organizations to positively affect reporters' perceptions of legal corruption. There are significant differences among states in lobbying regulations in terms of lobbyist registration, reporting/disclosure requirements, and how the regulations are enforced. We use the index constructed by Newmark to measure how heavily a state regulates lobbying. We expect the effect of lobbying on legal corruption to be lower in more regulated states and shari et al. Third, we investigate political culture. According to Johnston, political culture, which refers to people's beliefs about the political system that they are a part of and their role within it, affects the amounts and forms of corruption as well as the actions taken against corruption when it is found out. Measuring political culture is as challenging as measuring corruption. Based on the migration and settlement patterns of ethnic and religious groups during the late 19th and early 20th centuries, Elazer creates a political map of America that classifies the states into three political subcultures, or various combinations among them: individualistic, moralistic, and traditionalistic. In individualistic states, politics is a competitive or contentious process driven by people's and groups' self-interests. Politicians run for office not to deal with issues but to win and hold office, to be rewarded economically and socially. 3. Why are some states more corrupt than others? 35. And as a practical matter, to reward their own supporters. Where public service norms are strong, they are expected to provide high-quality government services for the public, along with a variety of economic and social rewards. Some politicians commit themselves to such high norms, but others believe that their primary responsibility is to serve themselves and those who support them directly, favoring them even at the expense of the public. In moralistic states, people are not necessarily more moral in their own lives but are more likely to judge politics, public officials, and their fellow citizens in moralizing terms. Politicians are expected to run for office to deal with issues, not to amass benefits for themselves or their followers. There is likely to be less outright abuse of power and less tolerance of those actions that might be considered corrupt because government service is seen as public service. In that sense, a moralistic political culture might both inhibit corrupt activities and foster strict reactions to activities that might be seen as corrupt. We expect legal corruption to be higher in individualistic states, where politics is seen as more of a wide-open competition for benefits, and illegal corruption to be lower in moralistic states, where political activities are more likely to be judged in terms of right versus wrong. In order to investigate how political culture affects corruption, an operational measure of states' political cultures and subcultures along the lines of Elazar's classification is needed. Following Nice and Dincer and Johnston, we create two dummy variables, moralistic and individualistic, which are equal to 1 if the dominant political culture in a state is moralistic or individualistic and 0 otherwise. The resulting classification of the states is shown in Figure 3.1. The fourth political variable is voter participation. Reducing both forms of corruption depends on people being able to hold public officials accountable for their actions and to punish them. For corrupt elected officials, losing an election is the most immediate form of punishment. That, however, requires that voters participate in elections and be well informed about the corrupt dealings of the politicians. The media, seen by many as the fourth branch of government, have a significant role in covering the dealings of the public officials and informing the voters. When we surveyed reporters to construct CPI, we also asked them how well the media coverage reflected the level of illegal and legal corruption in the state they cover in their reporting. The response scale ranged from not at all well to extremely well. We assigned a score of 1 for not at all well, 2 for slightly well, and so on. A score of 5 meant that the reporter responding to the survey perceived corruption to be extremely well covered. We then calculated the state scores as the median of these individual scores. In none of the states was corruption judged to be covered extremely well. Looking at the 5 years covered in our survey, the states score between 2 and 4 in terms of coverage of illegal corruption, and between 2 and 3 in coverage of legal corruption. The next political variable is legislative and gubernatorial term limits. According to Rosenson, lack of term limits leads to professionalization too of politicians who are more insulated from electoral retribution for corruption. Several studies such as Alt and Lassen, on the other hand, argue that term limits cause illegal corruption to increase. If there is no chance of returning to office, a politician has an incentive to take the money and run. The opposite might be the case for legal corruption. Politicians need money for their election or re-election campaigns, and special interest groups are always there to give. We create a dummy variable, term limits, which is equal to 1 if there are gubernatorial and legislative term limits in a state. There is anecdotal as well as empirical evidence showing that greater representation of women in government reduces illegal corruption. We have 2 variables controlling for women's representation: women legislative, the percentage of legislators in states who are women, and women executive, a dummy variable that is equal to 1 if the governor, lieutenant governor, or secretary of state is a woman in a state. We also investigate the political ideology of the state governments. Republican governments are perceived to be friendlier to business while Democratic governments are to labor. According to the Center for Responsive Politics, In the 2016 election cycle, political donations by business dominated those from labor with an advantage of approximately 16-1. While 90% of the political donations by labor go to Democrats, donations by business are shared equally by both political parties. To measure the ideology of state governments, we use the index. Constructed by Barry et al. Based on data on a variety of electoral outcomes and roll call voting data gathered for the states over time. The index runs from 0 to 100, with 0 representing the extremely conservative and 100 representing the extremely liberal governments. Our final political variable is political party competition. There are two contrasting arguments regarding the effects of competition on illegal corruption. According to the first argument, competition reduces corruption because it increases accountability. It allows the opposing parties to inform the voters about corruption and give the voters the opportunity to remove the corrupt politicians from office. This argument, on the other hand, depends on the clarity of responsibility and voter coordination, and some analysts highlight reasons why voters might find it difficult to punish corruption. Moreover, its direct effects apply only to elected officials, while we can imagine a situation in which voters punish elected officials for corruption taking place on their watch among non-elected officials. Such scenarios involve heroic assumptions and long, contingent causal chains. In any event, if voters are unable to identify which party is responsible for government corruption and if they are unable to coordinate on a clear alternative to the incumbents, competition causes illegal corruption to increase as parties and candidates compete to outspend each other. The effects of competition on legal corruption are clearer. Several studies such as Opheim and Lowry and Gray find a positive relationship between competition and lobbying density/regulations as candidates and parties try to make it more difficult for their competitors to benefit financially from links to lobbyists and campaign contributors. Hence, we expect competition to increase legal corruption. We use the folded Rani index, which runs from 0.5 to 1 to measure political party competition in each state. 3. The Rani index is used as an indicator of the degree of two-party competition in the states. It takes into account the proportion of seats won in the state House and Senate elections by the Democrats, the Democratic percentage in the gubernatorial election, and the percentage of the time the governorship and state legislature were controlled by the Democratic Party. These factors are averaged together over a specified period of time, yielding a measure that ranges from 0 to 1. The midpoint, of course, indicates evenly divided control, or perfect competition. The folded Rani index is calculated as 1, Rani index, 0.5. See Holbrook and LaRaja for a detailed explanation of the competition measures and how they are constructed. 3. Why are some states more corrupt than others? 39. 3.2.2 Demographic variables. The demographic variables we investigate measure levels of education, population density, and ethnic and racial polarization. An educated population is more likely to identify corrupt activities and take action since education increases people's political awareness. We also expect a more educated population to recognize and demand better news coverage of corruption. In other words, education is expected to cause illegal corruption to decrease. In densely populated urban areas where political machines have historically been stronger, legal corruption is expected to be higher since governments are bigger both in terms of size and scope, creating more opportunities for rent-seeking. According to Van den Berg and Van Hanen, the members of an ethnic/racial group display ethnocentric behavior by favoring their group members over non-members. If there are several different ethnic/racial groups in a society and the politicians tend to allocate resources toward backers of their own ethnicity/race, then members of one ethnic/racial group are likely to continue to support a politician of their own ethnic/racial group, or one from another group who treats them as favored clients even if he or she is known to be corrupt. Following Montalvo and Renal-Querol, we measure ethnic/racial polarization using the polarization index, which is calculated as follows: polarization, where NIJ is the population share of ethnic/racial group J in state I. We use population shares of whites, Hispanics, blacks, American Indians and Alaskan Natives, Asians, and Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders in the calculation of polarization. Polarization ranges between 0 and 1 and reaches a maximum when there are two ethnic/racial groups of equal size in a state. We expect ethnic/racial polarization to increase both illegal and legal corruption. Measuring corruption using CCI and using ethnicity/race data from 1980 and 1990, Dincer found a positive relationship between ethnic/racial polarization and corruption. 3.2.3 Economic variables regarding the effects of economic variables on corruption. The size of both the economy and the government should cause legal corruption to 40 Part I. How corrupt is America? Increase. We expect special interest groups to be more active in states with bigger economies and bigger governments, both in terms of size and scope, because there is a bigger pie to share. We use two variables to measure the size of the economy: real per capita GDP and total population. Government size/scope is measured using the Fraser Institute's Economic Freedom Index. As Treisman argues, how wealthy a state is has a significant effect on illegal corruption, not only because the state has more resources to control corruption but also because it has more resources to educate the population. We measure a state's wealth by real per capita GDP as well. Following Fisman and Gaddy and Dincer et al., we also investigate the effects of fiscal decentralization, which is defined as the transfer of powers to tax and spend from central government to local governments on illegal corruption. Competition between local governments to attract physical and human capital is expected to reduce illegal corruption. 3.3 Empirical analysis to explain the variation in both forms of corruption across American states and to analyze the relationship between the two. We estimate a system of two equations using three-stage least squares. That not only allows us to estimate the causal relationship between illegal and legal corruption, which likely runs in both directions, but also their individual effects on each other. Just like in any empirical study investigating corruption, endogeneity bias due to reverse causality is a problem. Causality between corruption, both illegal and legal, and several other variables is likely to run in both directions as well. To minimize the endogeneity bias, we use data from 2014 for these variables. This is not an ideal solution to the problem of endogeneity. In fact, it is far from it. The alternative is, on the other hand, estimating a system of at least 10 equations, which is simply asking too much from the data. Variable definitions and data sources are given in Table 3.1. Our regressions include a number of interaction terms as well: vote times media illegal, lobby times media legal, lobby times Newmark index, lobby times term limits, and vote times term limits. The interaction term vote times media illegal allows us to test whether the media coverage matters in the relationship between voter participation and illegal corruption. The effects of voter participation on corruption might change depending on how well the media cover the corrupt dealings of the politicians. If media coverage 42 Part I. How corrupt is America? Does not reflect the level of corruption in a state, it would be easier for a corrupt politician to stay in public office because he/she would have more resources during elections and he/she would be able to mobilize voters with incentives and get away with it. Voters, by contrast, might have less knowledge of the level of corruption and of the public officials and institutional problems behind it. How voter participation might interact with media coverage to affect corruption is largely overlooked in the literature, partly due to data unavailability. To our knowledge, our study is the first study investigating this effect in American states. We expect media coverage also to affect how much lobbying causes legal corruption to increase. If the relationships between lobbyists and politicians are not covered by the media well enough, that lobbyist in Chapter 2 might go to lunch with a legislator and not only pick up the tab for a hamburger but also deliver stacks of campaign checks from clients, whatever the law says. In other words, the relationship between lobbyists and politicians might turn from friendly to corrupt if media do not cover legal corruption well enough. although media coverage could conceivably stigmatize legitimate lobbying activities too. The third interaction term is lobby times Newmark Index. The effects of lobbying density on legal corruption should be weaker in more regulated states, albeit positive. The effect of lobbying density on legal corruption is not only conditional on how regulated lobbying is in a state but also on the existence of legislative and gubernatorial term limits. On the one hand, term limits might help end the existing relationships between powerful lobbyists and professional politicians. On the other hand, they might also make the lobbyists more influential by shifting the target of some lobbying from politicians to bureaucrats. As one Missouri lobbyist puts it, term limits in Missouri have ensured that the people in the Capitol who know the most about legislation and the legislative process are the lobbyists who have been there longer than the term-limited representatives of the people. We should also expect the effects of term limits on legal corruption to be conditional on lobbying density in a state. Our final interaction term, vote times term limits, allows us to test whether voter participation matters in the relationship between term limits and illegal corruption. Term limits provide opportunities for more people to run for office, especially women. A bigger and better pool of candidates might lead to lower illegal corruption with high voter participation. The results of the 3SLS estimation are presented in Table 3.2. We start with estimating a parsimonious model with only a few economic and demographic variables and end with a comprehensive model with all political variables. The estimated coefficient of CPI legal in equation 1 and the estimated coefficient of CPI illegal in equation 2 are both statistically significant and positive, indicating a bidirectional and complementary relationship between illegal and legal corruption. Moreover, the effect of illegal corruption on legal corruption is significantly bigger, almost twice as big. 5. 3.3.1 Illegal corruption. The number of corruption convictions affects illegal corruption perceptions positively. As we expect, education reduces illegal corruption while ethnic/racial polarization does the opposite, supporting Dincer. Regarding economic variables, somewhat surprisingly, we find a Kuznets relationship between real per capita GDP and illegal corruption. As states become wealthier and the stakes of policy making grow, illegal corruption increases. However, after reaching a maximum, it starts decreasing as anti-corruption institutions end. Both statistically significant and have the expected signs. We find a Kuznets relationship between real per capita GDP and legal corruption. Similar to our results for illegal corruption, as states become wealthier, legal corruption increases, and after reaching a maximum, it starts decreasing. The signs of the estimated coefficients of our demographic variables are in line with our expectations as well. We find a negative relationship between population density and legal corruption, supporting Camp Anti and Dew's findings. Ethnic polarization too causes legal corruption to increase. Coincidentally, the effects of ethnic polarization on illegal and legal corruption are not statistically different from each other. Both forms of corruption increase by 0.5 points over the interquartile range of ethnic polarization. Regarding the political variables, individualistic states score 1 point higher in legal corruption. According to Lowry and Gray and Strickland, special interest groups perceive that the likelihood of policy change is higher in states with more competitive legislatures. Competition mobilizes the special interest groups to hire more lobbyists and increase their intensity of lobbying, and would seem likely to increase parties' and candidates' need to raise funds. Our results support their argument. Political party competition is positively associated with legal corruption. A 1 standard deviation increase in competition causes legal corruption to increase by 0.3 points. As for the ideological dimensions of electoral politics, there is a U-shaped relationship between Berry et al.'s political ideology index and legal corruption. Legal corruption is minimized when the ideology index is approximately equal to 0.5, indicating that centrist governments have a better chance of fighting legal corruption. As we expect, legal corruption increases with lobbying density in states in which media do not cover the relationships between lobbyists and politicians well enough. 4 of the most corrupt states legally, Arkansas, Illinois, New Jersey, and New York, also fall into the highest quartile in lobbying density, and they all score 2 or lower in media legal. The positive effects of lobbying density on legal corruption are also higher in states with legislative and gubernatorial term limits. A 1 standard deviation increase in lobby causes legal corruption to increase 0.5 points more in states with term limits. Lobbying regulations, on the other hand, help. The effects of lobbying density on legal corruption decrease with lobbying regulations and eventually disappear in states such as Colorado and Kentucky, which regulate lobbying heavily. The marginal effects of lobbying density on legal corruption conditional on media coverage, term limits, and lobbying regulations are presented in figures 3.5 to 3.7, respectively. Targets for extortion, or become more likely to resort to bribery, in order to secure access to various government services, in part because they lack legitimate economic alternatives. Perhaps the most important variable omitted in equation 2 is revolving door laws. According to Nicholas Kusnetz of Center for Public Integrity's reporting, in 2011, the Illinois legislature passed a bill authorizing the construction of a multi-billion-dollar smart grid and changed the approval process for utility companies seeking to change their electricity rates. Consumer groups opposed the bill and argued that it was a handout to utilities. A few months later, State Rep. Kevin McCarthy, who pushed the bill through the legislature, resigned, registered his own lobbying firm, and signed Commonwealth Edison, one of the largest utilities in the state, as one of his first clients. In approximately 1/3 of states, there are no laws preventing legislators from resigning one day and registering as lobbyists the next. We estimate our comprehensive model including income inequality and a dummy variable that is equal to 1 if a state has a mandatory waiting period before a legislator registers as a lobbyist or engages in lobbying. None of the coefficients are estimated to be statistically significant. Inclusion of these variables in the estimation. 3. Why are some states more corrupt than others? 53. Does not change the estimated coefficients of the main variables in our comprehensive model either. 8. 3.4 Conclusion. From a substantive standpoint, we offer the first attempt to capture the relationship between illegal and legal corruption in the American states with a focus on media coverage. Our analysis sheds light on the overall climate of ethics and scrutiny within all 3 branches of state governments. State governments are not only critical parts of the American governance system in themselves, but they are also the focus of diverse, and at times intense, expectations and apprehensions on the part of various interests and actors. The extent to which state lawmakers are trusted, and to which state governments actually do function as vibrant democratic arenas, are to a significant extent functions of the kinds of corruption issues we examine here, and have much to do with whether federalism adds adaptability and responsiveness to American government, or whether it functions more to create squeeze points and opportunities for specific political interests to exercise corrupt influence. Results for causal factors such as political culture, media coverage, voter participation, and the like reinforce arguments in the literature that corruption patterns reflect enduring characteristics of American states as civil societies and are not merely the bad doings of bad people. Looked at that way, reform cannot simply be a matter of laws, enforcement, and punishment, but requires an open, credible political process as well. As Person et al. Argue, while political actors, politicians, and voters often talk about accountability, this by itself is not enough. Voters must demand that accountability be made real and penalize parties and elected officials who fail to honor such standards. Yet voters do not often punish corruption at the polls, as noted earlier. Indeed, corrupt politicians are at times re-elected in part because voters engage in corruption themselves by selling their votes, and in other instances reward politicians for producing benefits without much regard for how those results are obtained. In 1990s, as little as $10 could buy a vote in West Virginia. According to Johnston, for any reform to work, voters should care about corruption and agree on what it is. They should trust the political process enough to play a good faith role in it. Sincere media should cover corruption well enough for voters to make 8. We do not report the results for the sake of brevity, but they are available on request. 54. Part I, How corrupt is America? Informed choices. Moreover, the choices that the voters have during elections should be about policies rather than personalities or ethnic/racial/religious divisions. Virtually every state falls short of these high democratic standards, suggesting that we have much to learn about the politics and economics of corruption control. The American states are excellent laboratories for pursuing such work. Part 2. What difference does it make? Consequences of corruption. https://doi.org/10.178109423380.005. 57. 4.1 Corruption and Growth, Grease for the Wheels or Sand in the Gears. Corruption and its effects on development and economic growth rank among the most popular topics in development economics. We commonly see two very different arguments on how corruption affects economic growth. According to Leff, Huntington, and Louis, corruption greases the wheels of growth via two channels. First, it speeds up the governmental process if regulations are cumbersome. Second, it increases competition for scarce government resources since, the argument runs, a system built on bribery enables the most efficient firms to pay the highest bribes. Both Klitschard and Acemoglu and Verdier show that where fighting corruption is costly, the growth-maximizing level of corruption is positive. Muirdahl, on the other hand, argues that corruption throws sand in the gears of growth. First, corruption is nothing but a tax on investment, differing in that the payment does not end up as public revenues. To the extent that this deprives the government of revenue required to provide productive public goods such as infrastructure projects, corruption is detrimental to growth. Second, it further reduces government spending on productive public goods in sectors where it is more difficult for corrupt public employees to extract bribes, such as health and education. Third, it shifts government spending away from needed operation and maintenance towards spending on new equipment and projects. Allowing roads and bridges to deteriorate to the point where they need to be rebuilt, for example, creates new opportunities for bribery. Moreover, 4. Economic and political outcomes. Corruption, growth, inequality, trust, and voter participation. 58. Corruption reduces innovation, a key engine of growth, via several channels. First, it affects allocation of talent. According to Murphy et al., if corruption is widespread, returns to ability are not captured by an entrepreneur, and hence entrepreneurship becomes less attractive. Most of the talented people choose to become corrupt public employees instead of entrepreneurs who organize production and improve technology by innovation. Second, innovation requires permits supplied by public employees. Since demand for permits is highly inelastic, it turns innovators, who are often strapped for cash, into prime targets for bribery. Finally, many arguments that corruption enhances efficiency rest upon hypothetical cases in which bribe payers obtain a license or contract more quickly, and perhaps at lower cost, than by playing by the rules. But as Rose Ackerman points out, many corrupt transactions are not closed-ended. Instead, word of bribe payments can spread rapidly, particularly among under or unpaid officials, encouraging them to contrive their own ways of squeezing payments out of private parties and intensifying bosses' pressures upon functionaries to pass more revenues up the ladder. A firm's corrupt payments can also signal that we pay bribes and may create legal vulnerabilities useful in demanding further payments. One partly due to the differences in empirical method and specification, and partly to differences in cross-country corruption indices used, the empirical evidence regarding the relationship between corruption and economic growth is conflicting as well. While studies such as Morrow, Kiefer, and Knack, Mo, Swaleheen, Cieslik and Goksek, and Grundler, and Potrovsky all find a negative relationship between corruption and growth, Brunetti and Svensson do not find a statistically significant relationship between the two. Studies such as Mendez and Sepulveda, ADTAL, and SAHA and SEN find that the effects of corruption on growth are conditional on both the quality of political institutions and the political regimes. Mendez and Sepulveda find an inverse U-shaped relationship between corruption and growth in countries with strong political institutions where people have access to political and civil liberties. Among autocratic countries in which political and civil liberties do not exist, they find no statistically significant relationship. ADTAL finds similar results regarding the countries with weak political institutions but a strong negative relationship between corruption and growth. In democratic countries, SAHA and SEN, on the other hand, show contrasting results for countries with strong political institutions, finding that higher corruption leads to lower growth in democratic countries. The 50 American states offer intriguing perspectives on these issues. They are, as already noted, civil societies in their own right and in many cases are comparable in economic scale to whole countries elsewhere. They share a common legal and economic framework within the federal system, yet vary considerably in their economic, political, and demographic makeup. Their levels of prosperity, the extent and nature of their engagement with global and regional economies, and, as noted, their political cultures and economic value systems reflect a variety of historical and contemporary influences. Many states can embrace considerable economic diversity within their own borders. That combination of common and divergent influences, together with the sheer economic influence the states can exert both individually and collectively, makes the question of corruption and growth an important focus for comparative analysis. Using the Corruption Conviction Index as their measure of corruption, both Glaser and Sachs and Johnston et al. Find that corrupt states' per capita GDPs grow significantly more slowly. Dincer, on the other hand, uses CRI to measure corruption and analyzes its effects on levels of per capita income, not the growth rate of per capita GDP. According to Hall and Jones, analyzing the variation in the levels of per capita income, in fact, is more informative than analyzing the variation in growth rates because the income levels are more relevant to welfare as measured by the consumption of goods and services. Besides, a number of growth models predict converging growth rates in the long run, due to technology transfers. This is especially true for U.S. states. In these models, as Hall and Jones argue, differences in income levels are the interesting differences to explain. Jones, for example, presents a model implying that different government policies are associated with differences in income levels, not in growth rates. Dincer too finds evidence showing detrimental effects of corruption on economic development. Per capita incomes are significantly lower in more corrupt states. 4.1.1 Empirical analysis. In this chapter, we estimate the relationship between corruption and median incomes in U.S. states using annual data between 1984 and 2021. Because median income is a lot more sensitive to the underlying 60. Distribution of wealth in a state, we use median household incomes as our dependent variable instead of per capita personal incomes. The results of an Ariano, Bover/Blundell, bond-type system GMM estimation that assumes corruption is endogenously determined are presented in Table 4.1. In our regressions, following the growth literature, we also control for education measured as the share of population with a college degree or above, urbanization measured as the share of farm employment in total employment, and the government size/scope measured by the Fraser Institutes. Standard errors in parentheses. All models control for state and time fixed effects. And asterisk represent statistical significance at 1%, 5%, and 10% levels, respectively. Log median income 1, CCI, and CRI are assumed to be determined endogenously. Economic Freedom Index. We use both CCI and CRI as our measures of corruption and find evidence of a negative effect of corruption on median incomes across states over time. On average, a 1 standard deviation increase in CCI causes median incomes in a state to decrease by approximately 1.75%. To put that in perspective, consider states such as Alabama and Mississippi, on the one hand, and Vermont and Wisconsin, on the other. If corruption in Alabama were as low as in Vermont, median incomes would have been $1,000 more annually. Since more than 15% of Alabama's population live below the poverty line, a $1,000 difference is not trivial. In Mississippi, where the poverty rate is close to 20%, the situation is even worse. Reducing corruption in Mississippi to its level in Wisconsin would mean approximately $1,250 more for each household. Although the estimated standardized coefficient of CRI is smaller than that of CCI, it is still statistically and economically significant. 4.2 Corruption and income inequality. Corruption affects economic inequality as well as growth. The effects of wealth and income inequalities range from life expectancy and access to basic services such as healthcare and education to the ability to exercise human rights and gain access to justice. According to Johnston, corruption favors the haves rather than the have-nots, particularly if the stakes are large. Thus, many of the burdens of corruption fall disproportionately on low-income individuals, while its benefits are likely to accrue to better-connected individuals and higher-income groups. Corruption affects income inequality through several channels. First, as Gupta et al. Argue, it generates a tax system that disproportionately favors the high-income individuals. It facilitates tax evasion while reducing the progressivity of the tax system, leading to reduced tax revenues. Lower revenues in turn reduce both the quantity and the quality of the public goods such as healthcare and education. Second, corruption affects the composition of government spending. Corrupt governments spend less on public goods such as healthcare and education and more on goods that allow the collection of large bribes and whose value is difficult to monitor. As Dincer and Tioman argue, reduced budget shares are not the only problem. Corrupt public officials steal millions of dollars from healthcare and education budgets too. In other words, corruption raises the costs and/or quality of public goods while reducing their quantity. Meanwhile, higher costs of public goods lead to higher taxes. This again disproportionately favors high-income individuals. Lower-income individuals are the ones who mostly benefit from public goods provided by the government, while high-income individuals have the resources to evade taxes by bribing the government officials. Third, corruption affects redistribution policies. Corrupt public officials divert funds within social programs targeting the low-income individuals to the wealthier and better-connected individuals. Fourth, it raises inequalities in asset ownership. Only the better-connected individuals get the most profitable government contracts and projects. This leads to the creation of a small group of asset owners who have the resources to bribe public officials and increase their assets. Since assets are used as collateral to borrow and invest, high inequities in asset ownership reduce the ability of the poor to borrow and invest, adding further to economic inequalities. Finally, corruption lowers social trust. Several studies find positive effects of trust, both institutional and social, on health and education outcomes and hence economic inequalities. Although theoretically there is a clear positive relationship between corruption and economic inequality, cross-country empirical evidence regarding the relationship between the two is conflicting, mostly due to the differences in the sample of countries used. While Li, Su, and Zhou find an inverse U-shaped relationship between corruption and income inequality, Chong and Calderon find that the effects of corruption on inequality are conditional on the level of incomes in a country. They find a negative relationship between corruption and income inequality in high-income countries and a positive one in low-income countries. While Gupta et al. And Gayam-Abrampung and De Camacho find empirical evidence showing that inequality increases as corruption increases, Dobson and Ramlogan-Dobson find the opposite. 4.2.1 Empirical analysis. To our knowledge, there are only 2 studies analyzing the relationship between corruption and economic inequality in U.S. states. While Aprigis, Dincer, and Payne use the Gini index of income inequality to measure economic inequality, based on data from the current population survey of the Census Bureau, Dincer and Gonalp use various Atkinson indices as well as the Gini index. Both studies find a positive relationship between CCI and income inequality across 50 states over 63. The last 2 decades of the 20th century. In this chapter, following Dincer and Gonalp, we use the Gini index as our income inequality measure, constructed from the American Community Survey covering annual data between 2010 and 2021, and both CCI and CRI as our corruption indices. Because income inequality changes very slowly, current inequality is likely to be affected by inequality in the previous period. Owing to this dynamic nature of inequality, we estimate the effects of corruption on economic inequality with an Ariano, Bover/Blundell bond type system GMM estimation, assuming that corruption is endogenously determined as we have done in our growth regressions earlier. In our regressions, we control for states' median incomes too. The results are presented in Table 4.2. According to our estimations, corruption 64 causes income inequality to increase. On average, a 1 standard deviation increase in CCI causes a state's Gini index to increase by approximately 0.3 standard deviations, indicating that approximately 8.5% of the difference in Gini index between Alabama and Vermont and 12.5% of the difference between Mississippi and Wisconsin is explained by the differences in CCI. Although the estimated standardized coefficient of CRI is smaller than that of CCI, it is still statistically and economically significant. Taken all together, our evidence strongly suggests that more extensive corruption in a state leaves its citizens poorer and increases income inequalities among them. As we shall see in chapters 4 to 8, those factors contribute to further disparities in public health and other public policy areas. 4.3 Can citizens limit power? Corruption and trust in government. Corruption comes in many shapes and sizes, but an element common to most cases is an imbalance of power, those who have it exploit it for their own benefit, while those who do not endure the consequences. Thucydides said as much in his Melian dialogue of 416 BCE. Right, as the world goes, is only in question between equals in power, while the strong do what they can and the weak suffer what they must. To the extent that corruption is rooted in political power, it is hardly surprising that it can have important political outcomes of several sorts. It can create, perpetuate, and exploit inequalities, conferring advantages upon a few at the expense of the many while helping its beneficiaries entrench themselves and defend their gains. It can place immense stress upon legal frameworks, becoming so embedded in institutions and routine processes that it acquires a spurious sort of legitimacy. It can give rise to political resentments and contention. Indeed, opposition to abuses of power and wealth is arguably what gives rise to the basic idea of corruption in the first place. Such reactions can be a democratizing and innovative force, spurring reform, toppling old regimes, and bringing new interests and viewpoints to power, but they equally may give rise to faux populism, scapegoating, demagoguery, and even repression. Patronage and clientelism can distribute short-term benefits, usually small or symbolic, to the have-nots, while extracting far larger costs in the long term by perpetuating dependency and elite domination. Cynical leaders may engage in covert corruption while publicly championing reform. Meanwhile, continuous allegations, and even solid evidence, of corruption may lead to scandal fatigue, distracting from deeper issues and draining energy away from more ambitious reform efforts. There are likely to be almost as many political consequences of corruption as there are cases, but among the most important are those involving trust in government, in those who lead it, and in other citizens. Closely related is popular willingness to participate in politics. Both issues are critical to the viability, and vitality, of democratic life. 4.3.1 The social foundations of politics. Democratic politics and institutions function best in a setting of limited, conditional trust and judicious skepticism with respect to both government and other people. Citizens who see their leaders break laws and enrich themselves at public expense, or who just believe such activities are commonplace, are likely to trust them less. Such trust can spill over into apathy or cynicism if people conclude that voting the scoundrels out, and political participation generally, is futile, or that reform appeals serve mostly to distract attention from the crooks. Indeed, where corruption is perceived to be pervasive or where past reform efforts have failed, venal officials may enjoy an atmosphere of impunity. Evidence from several countries, however, points to a variety of connections among corruption, trust, and political participation, linkages that vary with contrasting contexts and can also reflect variations in research methods. Guillemoni finds that exposure to news about corruption scandals tends to depress citizen participation in Italian municipal elections and discourages candidates from challenging incumbents, making it easier for the latter to retain their hold on office. Morris and Klesner, analyzing America's barometer data from Mexico, found widespread perceptions of corruption, low levels of interpersonal and political trust, and some pessimism regarding the efforts of the government to address the problem. While interpersonal trust was largely unrelated to more public aspects of the distrust and corruption connection in their findings, the data suggest that corruption contributes to a climate of opinion inhibiting reform mobilization. Sconnick's data from Colombia suggest that while perceptions of extensive corruption reduce citizen participation in many political activities, personally experiencing it produces an increase. In Senegal, by contrast, field experiments by Inman and Andrews found that perceptions of corruption increased citizens' likelihood of both voting and protesting. Olson, using survey data from 33 countries, shows that corruption lessens citizens' sense of political efficacy and thus reduces participation. Reciprocity, a sustaining factor in many accounts for strong civil societies and democratic accountability, and central to sustaining collective action, can in practice cut in two different directions depending upon institutional quality and levels of mutual trust. Reciprocity tells us that if through the design of institutions we can make people trust that most other agents in their society will behave in a trustworthy and cooperative manner, they themselves will do likewise. If not, they will defect, even if the outcome will be a social trap type of situation and thereby detrimental to their interests. Many of these connections make intuitive sense. But liberal democracy American style may be particularly vulnerable on grounds of trust and participation, not just because of the scope of legal or influence market corruption the country seems to experience but also with respect to citizens' expectations regarding their place, and rights, in the system. As Zakaria observes, for a century and more liberal democracy has promised what he calls the tradition of constitutional liberalism, derived from the Greeks and Romans. It developed in Western Europe and the United States as a defense of the individual's right to life and property, and freedom of religion and speech. To secure these rights, it emphasized checks on the power of each branch of government, equality under the law, impartial courts and tribunals, and separation of church and state. Underlying that scenario is a grand social bargain that is both fundamental and surprisingly fragile. Liberal democracy, and in particular Americans' idealized variant of it, does not promise results but is presumed to offer individual liberty and a voice in decisions affecting one's life. Two aspects of that bargain that often receive relatively little discussion are important here. First, unlike social democracies, socialist, or nationalist systems, much less authoritarian regimes, outside of major national crises, American democracy asks relatively little of citizens. Loyalty to the Constitution or political order is defined, on a day-to-day basis, in terms of compliance with laws and norms justified, ideally, as maintaining openness and fairness, not in terms of all-consuming loyalty to particular leaders, parties, or overarching national identity. Those loyalties are limited and conditional. Citizens remain free to choose identities, religions, political parties, and lifestyles, in effect, free to be themselves within a broad and diverse social arena. Moreover, Americans are comparatively lightly taxed and, while not all might agree, lightly regulated, at least in their personal lives. In a system where individual liberty is so central, the importance of trust in that political order is clear. Second, and equally important, American democracy promises relatively little. The economy remains largely in private hands and is widely regarded as offering opportunities based on individual initiatives, but few if any ensured outcomes. Compared to many other affluent democracies, American governments provide only modest direct social benefits, and the public role in providing those that do exist, tax subsidies for home ownership, for example, or Social Security as social insurance rather than as a personal savings program, is often de-emphasized or misunderstood. Inequalities in the economy are immense and continue to grow, yet are tolerated in a normative climate where wealth is seen by many as an outcome of hard work and diligence in taking advantage of opportunities. That American democracy rests in part upon long-standing myths yet falls short of its ideals in many ways is both true and, for our immediate purposes, beside the point. The ideas outlined earlier are widely accepted justifications for the system overall, not claims about day-to-day realities. They are also a shorthand version of values many Americans view as defining their role in the larger system, at the risk of overstating the point, as their democratic birthright. 4.3.2 Corruption and the social bargain. Corruption threatens to disrupt and discredit precisely those values. Recall Warren's argument that in a democracy, the essence of corruption is the duplicitous exclusion of people from decisions that affect their lives and from the institutions and processes that are supposed to protect their liberties and individual dignity. The social bargain outlined earlier can be undermined in significant ways if people perceive that laws and institutions have been captured by others seeking, or already holding, unfair advantages, and that their opportunities to defend their 68 interests have been taken away. If interpersonal trust is in a shaky condition, suspicions that others are seizing such advantages may become all the stronger, while expectations that others will cooperate in reform will likely suffer. Rothstein and Uslener argue that inequalities, both material and of opportunity, undermine trust and weaken social capital, and that dishonest government undermines trust at least indirectly. These connections have found a definite place in the contemporary anti-corruption debate. Indeed, Transparency International builds its entire analysis on a definition of corruption as the abuse of entrusted power for private gain. That is a strong definition in terms of breadth, and because it highlights certain expectations between those with power and those without. It encounters serious problems, however, where power that has been inherited, bought, seized by violence, or otherwise not entrusted by anyone, as is often the case in seriously corrupt systems. Still, in the vast majority of instances we would call corrupt, someone has acted in untrustworthy ways, at least with respect to the broader public and its interests. But corruption can also thrive when there is too much trust and vigilance is relaxed, when trust is uncritical, or where there is little or none. If I do not trust an official to follow the rules, I may try to buy some predictability, either from the official or via a seemingly helpful middleman. Trust and the standards that flow from it can have strong situational aspects, as a Polish sociologist friend explained to one of us in connection with his youthful days working on a construction crew under the old communist regime. Theft of tools and materials was routine, almost expected, for if they belonged to the state, then they belonged to everyone, and if they belonged to everyone, then they belonged to no one. But when it emerged that one crew member had stolen from another's personal stash, that was a very different thing, and direct measures were called for, probably after work, in a back alley. Corruption can also underwrite a kind of in-group trust. Seeing another as predictably corrupt might be useful knowledge in some situations. Alternatively, we might conclude that he's crooked, but I can adjust our financial data and take that into account. Corrupt group schemes, or even just knowledge of them, can place people in shared jeopardy, creating interdependence, or even a highly pragmatic kind of solidarity. Consider the notion of honor among thieves, or the strong senses of obligation that can accumulate over time in a patronage. 69. Network. Political patronage or similar favors, when common enough to become a routine expectation, exemplify Axelrod's well-known findings about repeated successful transactions as a source of trust. We might even imagine corrupt in-group trust eventually becoming a source of Putnam's bonding social capital. There are broader systemic connections between corruption and trust, too. Democracy envisions citizens as formal equals but, as noted, often exists amid significant material and social inequalities, and vests control over resources in a few with the expectation that such authority will be accepted by the many. But if we believe adverse outcomes and events are the doing of corrupt officials or rigged procedures, democratic institutions and processes can become all but unworkable. As we may be seeing in contemporary American politics, such effects can be long-lasting, for trust is difficult to build and easy to destroy. 4.3.3 Who ya gonna believe? Me or your own eyes? 2. Globally, higher quality governments tend to enjoy somewhat broader, if still limited and conditional, political trust. Causality is complex because those governments are also more likely to have resources, institutions, and political support that help sustain good policy and implementation. The United States, thanks to a history of generally sound public institutions, long enjoyed solid if not overwhelming public trust. But that is no longer the case, according to Pew Research. While 77% of poll respondents in October 1964 said they trust the government in Washington to do what is right just about always or most of the time, by May 2022, after nearly 6 decades of mostly declining trust, that figure had dropped to 20%. By comparison, when in 2020, Ipsos asked a comparable question about government trust in the 37 countries that were Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development member states at that time, just short of 46% overall expressed trust in their national governments. It would be a mistake to exaggerate levels of trust in the past, or to attribute the recent decades' decline solely to corruption or to any other single cause. Inequality, domestic tensions, and a generalized sense of unfairness in society can also weaken trust, as can policy issues as diverse as border protection and government aid for various segments of the population. Specific events have interrupted the decline at times. Trust in government enjoyed a marked, if brief, increase to 60% in the wake of the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001. Finally, trends in trust may well be influenced by the sharply contrasting worldviews on display in various news media. As you notes, few of us have a clear idea of how much corruption actually occurs. We depend for that upon the news media, yet their reporting is also shaped by financial and, increasingly, partisan considerations. 4.3.4 Do we trust each other? Interpersonal trust is part of this picture too. Trust among neighbors and people we encounter in everyday life is an essential part of social capital, which in turn figures prominently in most discussions of collective action. As noted, if I do not trust my fellow citizens, I am more likely to look askance at any advantages they gain and at any anti-corruption commitments they proclaim, particularly if their schemes require me to forego benefits of my own. Adding to the complexity, our earlier discussions of state political cultures suggest that we might well find substantial contrasts in mutual trust between, say, moralistic and individualistic states. Measuring interpersonal trust, however, can be complicated. Since the late 1950s, many pollsters have at least occasionally asked respondents some variation on the following question: generally speaking, would you say that most people can be trusted or that you need to be very careful in dealing with people? 3. That question has often been criticized. Some might say the two statements are simultaneously true, but it has been used in surveys for a long time, in part because it has been used in surveys for a long time, creating an extended time series. If we take that sort of item as a benchmark, the United States emerges with middling or slightly better scores. An early 2022 survey of 30 countries found 33% of American respondents said most people can be trusted, compared to 11% in Brazil, 47% in Norway, and 56% in both India and China. A broader cross-section based on World Values Survey data showed that in 2014, 38.2% of U.S. respondents. 3. In other instances, the latter is phrased as "you can't be too careful." 71. Said most people can be trusted, much the same as the result for 1998. At the top of the table in 2014 were the Netherlands at 66.2%, Sweden, and China, 4, and on the lower end were the Philippines, Trinidad and Tobago, and Colombia. Many of the most apparently trusting countries, for example, the Netherlands and Sweden, score well on corruption and procedural fairness indices too, but, as the example of China shows, that pattern has some striking exceptions. Overall, the United States may not be experiencing a comprehensive crisis of trust. While political trust is in sad shape, interpersonal trust is at least moderately intact. But what do we find at the state level? 4.3.5 Empirical analysis. Connections between trust and corruption are not limited to lawbreaking by public officials. Particularly when we consider Warren's argument regarding duplicitous exclusion, they are shaped by citizen expectations regarding their place and rights in society and by their perceptions of the political and social clout of money and elite privilege. A 2015 Rutgers-Eagleton poll of 843 adult respondents in New Jersey, 5 for example, found 54.8% strongly agreed, and 24.3% somewhat agreed, with the statement, "When it comes to politics, people like me get overruled by the big campaign contributors." Among those strongly agreeing, 42.1% strongly disagreed with the statement that today's economy offers most people a fair chance, and another 23.2% somewhat disagreed. In that same survey, 56.7% strongly agreed, and 19.6% said somewhat agree, with the statement. More and more there is one set of rules for the rich, and another for the rest of us. A May 2015 The New York Times Survey 6 found that just 31% of adults agreed that all Americans have an equal chance to influence the elections process, while 66% said wealthy Americans have more of a chance. In the same survey, 55% said candidates who win public office promote policies that directly help the people and groups who donated money to their campaigns most of the time, and 30% responded sometimes. Only 13% said rarely or never. A 2019 poll found 82% saying large corporations, and the same percent saying people who are wealthy, have too much power and influence in today's economy. Those are an important qualification upon the country's favorable whole country corruption index scores and suggest that assessments of American corruption must include more than outright bribery. They also underline the importance of cases such as that of Clarence Thomas, the most senior justice on the United States Supreme Court in terms of time served, whose rewarding relationships with a Texas billionaire have raised concern among many citizens. To investigate relationships between corruption and trust in government in greater detail and to emphasize the diverse influences identified in chapters 1 to 3, we focus now on the 50 states using data from the 2016 Cooperative Congressional Election Study. Respondents were asked, how often can you trust your state government to do what is right? We assign a score of 1 for hardly ever, 2 for some of the time, 3 for most of the time, and 4 for just about always. According to that survey, trust in state governments is unimpressive at best, as 73% of the respondents chose hardly ever or some of the time. Only 3% responded just about always. What factors help account for such low levels of trust? We estimate a multilevel regression with ordered probit controlling for respondents' demographic characteristics and their ideological beliefs. The CCI is our corruption measure, and because there is an unknown time lag between corrupt actions and convictions, we use 5-year moving averages. We start by estimating a parsimonious model of trust with CCI as the only independent variable and end with a comprehensive model including, inter alia, income inequality by state, an important variable affecting trust in government in previous studies. The estimated coefficient of CCI is negative and statistically significant in all estimations, indicating that people are less likely to trust their state governments where corruption is more common. The signs of the estimated coefficients of the control variables are mostly consistent with previous studies such as WOLAC. As income inequality, measured. 73. As the income share of the top 5% in a state increases, trust in government decreases, albeit at a decreasing rate. Older people and women are less likely to trust their state governments, taking the other independent variables into account. People who define themselves as liberal are more likely to trust their state governments if they also regard the governor of their state as liberal. Finally, trust in state government is likely to be higher among people who have a postgraduate degree. The overall picture emerging from Table 4.3, as in our earlier discussions, is that trust in state governments reflects a range of influences, much as we would expect, but can be significantly disrupted by corruption. Given the fact that on any given day citizens are more likely to interact with state agencies and authorities than with their federal counterparts, these 74 are important findings. We will say more about the implications of that finding later, and in chapters 8 and 9. 4.4 Corruption and voter participation. Given the importance of state government and the disruptive potential of corruption, will citizens respond to it by political means? The earlier data point to a pessimistic initial assessment. But to investigate the effects of corruption on voter participation in more detail, we use data from general elections between 1984 and 2016 to estimate an Ariano-Bover/Blundell bond-type system GMM regression controlling for lagged voter participation, as well as for state and time-fixed effects. Because variables such as voter participation represent individual preferences, voter participation in general elections in any year is expected to be a function of voter participation in previous elections. Without the lag-dependent variable, the independent variables we use, such as ideology, population, and population density, would be assumed to represent the full set of information that explains the dependent variable. With the lag-dependent variable, on the other hand, we control for the entire history of the independent variable so that any effect is conditioned on this history. In other words, any effect of a right-hand side variable represents the effect of new information. The results of the estimation are given in Table 4.4. We measure participation as the share of people in a state's voting age population who voted in a general election. Our corruption measure is again the 5-year moving average of CCI. According to our results, there is indeed a negative relationship between corruption and voter participation in a state. Regarding the control variables, we find that participation is higher in densely and highly populated states. Some commonly used control variables such as per capita GDP, income inequality, poverty, and education were not statistically significant, possibly due to the presence of the lag-dependent variable, and hence were excluded from the regressions. Finally, we find a somewhat surprising result regarding ideology and voter participation, supporting Plain and Gersh-Tenson. Using the State Ideology Index constructed by Berry et al., we find that voter participation, after taking corruption into account, is maximized in states in which voters are centrist. Perhaps centrist states have more balanced and competitive party systems, making it more likely that corrupt events will be raised as campaign issues, and offering voters ready alternatives to their current elected officials. Also, while we cannot 75 use group data to make claims about individuals, it is tempting to speculate that more centrist voters are less bound to their current state political regimes and officials and, therefore, more open to respond to corruption by turning out to vote, and by reconsidering their previous allegiances. Consistent with that sort of interpretation is the finding that while leaners are strongly critical of the parties they lean against, they also tend to be at least somewhat critical of the party they lean toward, creating, perhaps, a pool of voters who will respond to corrupt dealings by turning out to vote. As noted, any such interpretations remain hypotheses at best. Moreover, we do not know whether reports of corruption are widely believed and by whom, how state political cultures influence the sorts of corruption that are regarded as serious, whether voters turn out in an effort to throw the scoundrels out, or whether they might even back accused incumbents on grounds of distrusting opposition politicians or the press. Still, setting all those interpretations to one side, we can make a case that corruption, as measured by convictions, can disrupt politics as usual at the state level, both in terms of citizen participation and, perhaps more important for the long run, in terms of its effects upon essential levels of citizen trust. 4.5 Corruption and democratic distemper. The importance of these findings, and of the further questions they raise, should not be underestimated. The sheer size of some states and their governments and the collective national impacts of all 50 states in terms of spending and employment make citizen trust and participation at the state level key variables in any assessment of American corruption and democracy. In 1932, Justice Louis Brandeis famously argued that the states can be laboratories of democracy, 7 where new ideas and policies can emerge, be implemented and tested, and have a chance to earn public confidence and support. Elazer has made a similar argument regarding the states as civil societies. To those notions, we might add the Supreme Court's recent attempts to delegate major and controversial social questions such as abortion to the states, and its trust, not shared by all, that state political systems will handle such issues in democratic and accountable ways. We could be forgiven, in a time when several states are working hard to restrict voting, intervene in the substance of education, and defend heavily gerrymandered representation, for thinking Brandeis's assessment is over-optimistic. There is no guarantee that states will maximize democracy or actively contribute to a flexible, innovative national system of federalism even in the best of times, but if corruption significantly impairs trust and participation in their politics. 7 Brandeis, J. 1932. New State ISCO v. Liebman, 285 U.S. 262. 77. Local interests and political divisions could make such positive contributions even less likely. At the very least, the distinctive influences shown in our data as shaping the incidence and significance of corruption at the state level, and state-by-state variations in the extent and institutional locations of both legal and illegal corruption, suggest that the states will vary considerably in the ways they participate in the federal system. Worse yet, public awareness and civil society monitoring of corruption issues are weakened considerably by the decline of local journalism, particularly, of newspapers, which traditionally have played a critical role in covering state and local politics. Not only might that trend make it less likely that state and local corruption and misrule will come to light and be analyzed in depth, it also contributes to an unfortunate nationalization of politics in which state and local events and decisions are increasingly seen merely as extensions of controversies, personalities, and outcomes at the national level. Not only are critically important governments, their policies and implementation processes, and their capacity for earning popular trust vulnerable to disruption because of corruption, corrupt processes and their contribution to general democratic decay may increasingly be taking place beyond the public's view. 78. 5.1 Introduction. Corruption and racism are conceptually distinct pathologies, but in practice they can entwine in ways that are deeply unjust, difficult to alleviate, and, as we shall see, can be fatal. This chapter examines some of the connections between structural corruption, as outlined in Chapter 1, and the concepts of structural or institutional racism that have become more relevant, compelling, and controversial in recent years. Not only are corruption and racism fundamental moral and ethical concerns in the United States, but also they are embedded in powerful institutions, in enduring characteristics of states, localities, and their political and social makeup, and in past and current public policy. Influences such as political culture, affluence, poverty, and their distributions across society, and patterns of distrust, racial segregation, and party competition, to name some prime examples, reflect and perpetuate the imbalances of power at the heart of corruption and racism both. Now we consider one tragic manifestation of the corruption and racism nexus, police killings of Black Americans. We will show that while it is hardly the sole cause of those killings, structural corruption, like structural racism, a matter not only of everyday interactions but also embedded in longer-term characteristics of states, localities, institutions, and public policies, contributes to police killings in distinct and demonstrable ways. 5. Racial outcomes. Killings of Black Americans by police and structural corruption. 5.2 Enforcement, violence, and control. Police killings of Black Americans. 1. The tragic killing of George Floyd, a Black American, by Minneapolis police during a May 2020 arrest caused major protests that spread from that city across America and into over 50 other countries. The fatal police beating of Tyre Nichols in Memphis in January 2023 kept the issue of police brutality against Black Americans at the forefront of the national agenda. In the wake of those events, and the earlier deaths of Breonna Taylor inside her Louisville home, Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri, and Eric Garner in New York City, among others, we must ask why so many Black Americans are killed by the police. Our evidence suggests that police can kill Black Americans, often with impunity, because of a lack of accountability and impartiality, of which corruption is both a cause and a symptom. We do not focus here upon individual cases. Rather, we are concerned with the ways a problem that is national in scope is embedded in the politics, economics, and demographics of the communities and states within which it occurs. Examining police killings of Black Americans in that wider context is emphatically not to normalize, much less excuse or justify, police violence. It is, instead, a way to challenge the argument that such killings, like corruption, are the work of a few bad apples in otherwise well-functioning institutions. Our findings point to ways in which the responsibility for police killings is deeply rooted in the values of the wider society. 5.2.1 Police and society. THIRD-WORLDISM characterize the law as a means of punishment and of regulation. Therein lies a chronic hazard. Laws would seem to have little value in either sense unless backed up by coercion or its credible threat, and yet that coercion itself must be regulated by law. Punishments are difficult to regulate, for reasons ranging from the ways police encounters often take place to the human failings and outright biases of those responsible for enforcement. All too often the measured and proportional application of coercion gives way to violence, or death. Similarly, maintaining necessary social order can easily give way to social control of more sinister sorts, including, but hardly limited to, the perpetuation of class, racial, and other inequalities, and the imposition of political, policy, and cultural preferences, again facilitated by coercion. What constitutes excessive force by police is a controversial issue. Killings, by tragic contrast, are unambiguous outcomes, and we have data on their occurrence. Those data, in turn, are indicators of a larger dilemma, one our analysis seeks to draw out by emphasizing a range of possible causes. Using annual data from 50 states covering the period between 2013 and 2019, we find a positive relationship between corruption and police killings that remains robust when alternative influences are taken into account. We discuss, first, the channels through which corruption and other political variables, political culture, party competition, ideology, and the power of special interest groups, could affect police killings of Black Americans. We then describe our data, methodology, and results and examine important issues raised by the research. 5.2.2 The Thin Blue Line. Civilians' risk of being killed by police in America is considerably higher than in similar countries, but for blacks, the risk is approximately 3 times higher than for whites. The American Public Health Association argues that even when no one has been killed, the extended consequences of police violence include mental and physiological harm disproportionately affecting Black individuals and communities and their ability to achieve positive health outcomes. Social scientists in several disciplines have investigated these issues from the standpoint of conflict theory, racial threat hypotheses, and a range of demographic and economic variables. Racial diversity and segregation are consistently found to be important factors explaining variations across counties, cities, and states in police killings of blacks. Size of the Black population and the degree of segregation in a community are positively related to police killings of blacks, pointing to racial bias, be it explicit or implicit. Experimental evidence shows that being Black is strongly associated with 81. Others' perceptions of threat and affects police decisions to shoot. Class conflict is important as well. According to Blaylock, Turk, and Quinney, poor people are more likely to be perceived as threatening. The more economically unequal the society, the greater the likelihood that dominant interests enforce their control through coercion. Coercion is a key factor sustaining de facto systems of order in unequal societies. The role of police in maintaining such hierarchies is exemplified in many ways. During his 2015 presidential campaign, Donald Trump referred to the police as the force between civilization and total chaos. Such thin blue line imagery is particularly powerful for some. Black and white American flags with a blue line dividing an upper segment from the lower were displayed by white supremacists during the 2017 Unite the Right March in Charlottesville, Virginia, and are a common sight elsewhere. Defenders of the symbol describe it as only expressing respect for law enforcement, but others see it as symbolizing the police as a force suppressing a segment of society, or as openly racist. Whatever one's interpretation, there is no doubt that deeper questions of race, justice, accountability, and the proper role of coercion are embedded in controversies regarding law enforcement in America. 5.3 Political determinants of police killings. Policing in America is generally regarded as a local government function. Police departments' jurisdictions usually follow municipal or county lines, and local governments play a major role in funding police budgets, selecting leadership, and recruiting the rank and file. Crime and law enforcement issues figure prominently in local politics, and former police officers often run for, and win, elective offices. But less widely recognized is the fact that under the 10th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, in all but a few instances two local police departments exercise the police powers of the states. Those powers are subject to both legal and constitutional limits, but typically, like the existence and functions of local governments themselves, are matters in which the states may intervene at their pleasure. Even home rule localities are merely exercising such expanded discretion as their states may allow. Thus, state laws, politics, and social values play major political as well as legal roles in empowering and defining the limits of local police. For much of the nation's history, the politics and legislatures of many states have been dominated by rural and/or suburban interests hostile to cities. In recent years, those groups have, if anything, become more assertive and more willing to preempt local decisions. Both recent police killings and mass responses to them have exacerbated those political frictions. In Texas, for example, several legislators have proposed laws that would withhold significant funding from any municipality that defunds the police, as defined by various standards or declared by the governor. The governor himself has gone even further. His proposal would require, inter alia, a defunding city to allow any area annexed in the previous 30 years to hold a de-annexation referendum. In Texas's rapidly expanding urban areas, such a process might amount to a dismemberment of the city. Daniel Elazer, whose analysis of states' political cultures we will consider later, has argued persuasively that the American states are civil societies in their own right. Local governments are immersed in those civil societies through their histories, politics, economies, mass media ecosystems, and popular images. The claim here is not that states and their local governments are sui generis, but rather that which state one lives in can affect local processes and outcomes in many ways. Similarly, we do not suggest that state-level influences upon localities are devoid of internal contrasts, tensions, and contradictions. Far from it, quite a few American states are more populous, larger in area, and more socially diverse than many other countries. Their political arenas, while usually not as fragmented or competitive as the federal system as a whole, encompass many contentious interests and values. Moreover, as civil societies, the states are exposed to differing economic, political, demographic, and technological trends and stresses. How the states reconcile diverse pressures and demands, how people and groups interact with each other, what values and traditions are seen as justifying a state's social order, and how such political controversies and settlements can affect local policing will be central concerns in our discussion of political culture. That in turn is just one of several possible political factors influencing the pattern of police killings of Black Americans. 83. 5.3.1 Corruption. particularly of the structural sort, is not merely a matter of misconduct by individuals. Rather, it is a manifestation of broader bad governance in public institutions. According to Rothstein and Tyrrell, good governance requires political equality on the input side to be complemented by impartiality on the output side of the political system, that is, in the exercise of authority. Rose Ackerman and Palivka argue that good governance requires accountability as well. Corruption impedes both accountability and impartiality in public institutions including police departments, and thus could contribute to police killings of blacks. When corruption takes hold, the uses of police powers, including coercion, can become more arbitrary, negotiable, and discriminatory in ways that reflect officers' own interests and preferences, not the law and justice. According to the Mullen Commission, formed to investigate New York Police Department corruption in the early 1990s, police corruption and police violence often go hand in hand. Comparing a sample of 234 problem officers that NYPD selected based on corruption allegations and comments from field commanders to a random sample of 234 officers from similar commands, the Commission found that the officers alleged to be corrupt were over 5 times as likely to have 5 or more unnecessary force allegations against them than the officers from the random sample group. Lack of impartiality in the form of racial bias, explicit or implicit, is a major problem in many police departments. Over the last 2 decades, law enforcement officials with alleged connections to white supremacists have been exposed in many states. Implicit bias is harder to show, but experimental studies find evidence of bias against blacks among police stemming from implicit attitudes and stereotypes. Compounding those problems is that police are rarely held accountable for their actions. Although approximately 1,000 police killings are reported each year in America, as of 2021, only 139 police officers had been arrested since 2005 for murder and manslaughter, a 1% arrest rate. Of those 139 officers, only 44 were convicted, with most convictions coming on lesser charges, and some serving no prison time. With little or no accountability and impartiality, the police can become a powerful force not only in themselves but for themselves, fostering an us versus them mentality. Based on data from 84. 2,000,911 calls in 2 cities, Hoekstra and Sloan find that while white and black officers dispatched to white and racially mixed neighborhoods fire their guns at similar rates, white officers are 5 times more likely to fire their guns when they are dispatched to predominantly black neighborhoods. Bad policies led by bad governance only exacerbate the problem. Since the 1990s, police departments in many cities have implemented variants of the policy known as broken windows policing, encouraging aggressive enforcement against minor offenses. That strategy has eventually morphed into quota-based policing. Arrest and ticket quotas are informal, and even illegal in several states, but they exist. A 2015 lawsuit filed by a group of police officers claimed that members of the NYPD were coerced into targeting black men to fulfill their arrest quotas. In 2019, 3 officers, including a police chief, in Florida were sentenced to prison for falsely arresting black men in order to keep their department's burglary clearance rate at 100%. Such policies have caused the number of contacts, often physical, between police and black Americans to increase, increasing the likelihood of more deaths of blacks. George Floyd, for example, was accused of passing a bad $20 bill, while Eric Garner was suspected of selling cigarettes illegally on a street corner. 5.3.2 Political culture. We would expect social values to influence the laws, the social order police are expected to uphold, and the powers and limits, both intended and actual, shaping their conduct. To incorporate those values into our analysis, we draw upon Elazar's typology of American political subcultures. Elazar, as noted in Chapter 3, classified the states by 3 political subcultures or combinations among them: moralistic, individualistic, and traditionalistic. Elazar's view of states as civil societies is important here. Political culture as an attribute of a civil society is not merely an overall balance of public opinion, much less a harmonious consensus. Rather, it is a dynamic but lasting pattern of relationships among segments of the population and the wider society. Internal diversity is a fact of life in most states, but its significance, and how a state deals with it, is part of what Elazar's theory compares and contrasts. A state's political culture is not a matter of formal agreement, indeed, it is unlikely to be fully spelled out anywhere nor be consciously articulated by anyone. It is 85. More a set of long-standing, overarching beliefs about what the civil society is, what defines and justifies relationships among government, public interest and self-interest, acceptable tactics and limits of political contention and social competition, and expectations regarding the ways people will deal with each other. Larger and more diverse states can reflect a mix of political cultures, and social change may gradually reshape the political culture over the long term. Moreover, segments of the population may well dissent from the dominant settlement, sometimes, sharply. Thus, a state's law enforcement and policing, involving as they do the implementation and defense of laws, policies, underlying values and visions of the social order, will be the focus of strongly held, at times, clashing, values, aspirations, and fears. States embodying contrasting political cultures deal with those internal issues in distinctive ways, as we shall see. A focus on state political cultures in a discussion of killings by police may strike many as misguided, particularly when the scheme dates back to the 1960s and characterizes states based on migration and settlement patterns in the late 1800s and early 1900s. Elazar makes it clear, however, that American states as civil societies have long-standing and distinctive histories, value systems, and responses to change. Moreover, as local police forces exercise powers delegated by their respective states, they are at least theoretically accountable to state laws, and routinely deal with people and expectations originating well beyond the city limits. Those expectations can vary significantly. According to a recent report by Amnesty International, only 8 states require that a warning be given before lethal force is used, and no state meets the requirement for a warning under international standards. Moreover, none of the states' use of lethal force laws include accountability such as obligatory reporting for the use of force and firearms by law enforcement officers. In the absence of mandated standards governing the use of force, we might well expect local values, traditions, and political dynamics to play a critical role in shaping police behavior. As for the time dimension, a strength of Elazar's scheme is that it spells out influences that are deeply rooted, slow to change, and reflect long-term influences upon matters of current concern, a key issue when considering systemic racism and corruption. Political cultures are integral to the systems of social order police are expected to maintain, and it seems more likely they would be widely expected to moderate major social change than to facilitate it. 86. Political culture is not the same as political ideology. As Fisher argues, states exhibiting any of the 3 political cultures can be either liberal or conservative or some mixture of both. Utah, for example, is a moralistic state, as is Minnesota, but while Utah is one of the most conservative and Republican states, Minnesota is liberal and democratic. According to social dominance theory, conservatism and racism are correlated because both seek to uphold the superiority of one group over others. Social dominance theory views all societies as group-based hierarchies in which at least one dominant group enjoys a disproportionate share of positive social value, and at least one subordinate group endures a disproportionate share of negative social value. Politics becomes an exercise in intergroup competition over scarce resources, with political ideology supporting claims upon these resources. Liberals, by contrast, tend to be more sensitive to, and upset by, inequality than conservatives, which helps explain why liberals are more likely than conservatives to perceive racism as a problem. Not surprisingly, there is also a big divide between liberals and conservatives in how the police are perceived. According to a Cato Institute survey, Democrats are about half as likely as Republicans to believe the police are impartial. Some 80% of Republicans believe that police only use lethal force when necessary, while 63% of Democrats believe police are too quick to use it. Quite apart from the attitudes of police officers themselves, ideology seems likely to influence the ways the police and their conduct are perceived, as well as community expectations and responses integral to encounters with the public. 5.3.4 Special Interest Groups. The influence of police unions. Police cannot police themselves, and ordinarily will not be policed by civilian elected officials, for familiar reasons including their effective monopoly on legitimate coercion in most situations and the us versus them outlooks noted already. But another major factor contributing to weak police accountability has only come in for public debate relatively recently. That is the way police unions push back in almost every state against laws intended to hold police accountable and the influence they exercise in prosecutorial and other local and state elections via 87. Contributions and endorsements. Officers who see themselves as beyond the control of civilian officials, and who view prosecutors as reliable allies, may be less constrained by restrictions on the use of force. While police are theoretically accountable to elected officials in their jurisdictions, if they are not just a political force in themselves but a force for themselves, such accountability may be weak. When district attorneys run for office, they often get donations and public backing from powerful police unions representing the officers they are supposed to prosecute in the event of misconduct. District attorneys are not the only ones receiving donations from police unions. According to a report published by Campaign Zero, a police reform group launched in 2015, over a 10-year period Governor Jerry Brown and 118 of California's 120 state legislators received contributions from police unions. In 2016, a bill that would have allowed public access to police misconduct records was killed in that state's Senate Appropriations Committee. In New York, it took almost a decade and the killing of George Floyd to repeal Section 50A of New York's civil rights law, which exempted police misconduct records from disclosure under the state's open records law. In recent years, police unions spent more than $1 million supporting vulnerable incumbent legislators who opposed the repeal. In more than two-thirds of the states, a police officer's disciplinary history is mostly unavailable through public records requests. Indeed, 14 states have police Bill of Rights laws giving special protections to police officers under investigation for misconduct. Political parties offer special interest groups access to policy making in exchange for their support, typically in the form of campaign contributions and endorsements. While competing with each other in some respects, parties have issues they own in the sense that voters consistently consider one better than others at dealing with those issues. While the Republican Party is known as the Party of Law Enforcement, Democratic Party is known as the Party of Labor. Republicans oppose unions in the public or private sector unless they represent the police, because police tend to vote Republican and the union is an effective way to mobilize them. Thus, police unions differ from the rest of the labor movement. They rely on the conflict symbolized by the thin blue line rhetoric and view themselves as police first, with 88 other issues being secondary. Even their terminology differs. They are generally called associations, not unions, and their chapters are usually called lodges, not locals. Most are not affiliated with the nation's major labor federations. The International Union of Police Associations, for example, is the only police union affiliated with the AFL-CIO. Nevertheless, IUPA is very influential. For example, while one AFL-CIO union passed a resolution urging that IUPA be disaffiliated after the killing of George Floyd, the move was rejected by the larger federation. Because of the continuing decline of unionization in America, the AFL-CIO could not afford to lose any members. Similarly, the Democratic Party could not afford to lose police union support. While Democrats want police reform, as the Party of Labor, they also support public sector unions, including police unions. Moreover, neither party can afford to be viewed as soft on crime. In these ways, police unions have accumulated significant influence in both political parties. Via public endorsements, campaign contributions, and personal connections, police unions can build lasting political relationships in either party, weakening pressures for accountability. From the union's point of view, such relationships reflect important long-term political investments, relationships expected to withstand short-term controversies. In more competitive states, both parties will compete for police union support. In Illinois, for example, Rahm Emanuel, then the Democratic mayor of Chicago, did not mind picking a fight with the Chicago Teachers Union but took care to maintain a friendly relationship with the Chicago Fraternal Order of Police. 5.4 Empirical Analysis. 5.4.1 Data are dependent variable is the percentage of blacks among people killed by the police in each state from 2013 to 2019. The data are from mappingpoliceviolence.org, an advocacy group collecting data using sources such as fatalencounters.org as well as social media, obituaries, and police reports. The data from both mappingpoliceviolence.org and fatalencounters.org have been used by Nicholson Crotty et al. And Johnston et al. Police killings are defined as a person killed as a result of being shot, beaten, restrained, intentionally hit by a police vehicle, pepper sprayed, tasered, or otherwise. 89. Harmed by police, be they on duty or off duty. Over the years covered in our study, more than 7,500 people were killed by the police in America, 23% of them were black. A 2019 Census Bureau estimate put the black share of the United States population at 13.5%. Our main variable of interest explaining variations in police killings is corruption. We measure corruption using CCI. Because it likely takes time for corruption to affect police behavior, we use moving averages of CCI over 5 years. The relationship between % black civilians killed and CCI is shown in Figure 5.1. The other political variables we are interested in are political culture and ideology of the states, the influence of special interest groups, particularly police unions, in state politics, and political party competition. To investigate how political culture affects corruption, an operational measure of a laser's classification is needed. Following Dincer and Johnston, we create a dummy variable equal to 1 if the dominant political culture in a state is moralistic and 0 otherwise. To measure how liberal/conservative the voters are in each state, we use the ideology index constructed by Berry et al. The index runs from 0 to 100, with 0 representing extremely conservative and 100 representing extremely liberal states. To measure police union influence, we use data from the National Institute on Money in Politics showing the number of special interest groups registered to lobby in each state. The influence of police unions in state capitals is positively related to the influence of special interest groups in general. Business associations and labor unions are the two most influential special interest groups in each state, frequently opposing each other. It is interesting to note, however, that no matter who the winner is, police unions never lose. Union-busting bills backed by business associations in Wisconsin in 2011 and Iowa in 2017, for example, both exempted police and firefighters. Finally, political party competition is measured by the folded Rani index, which runs from 0.5 to 1, with 0.5 representing no competition and 1 representing perfect competition in each state. Our demographic and economic control variables follow the literature and reflect our arguments earlier about the importance of policing in maintaining an established social order and, by implication, in dealing with intergroup tensions. We first control for population density and share of black population in each state. We expect more killings in densely populated states with large black populations. Next, we control for how segregated blacks and whites are in the largest city in each state, as segregation might be expected to be associated with more killings. As Enos and Celaya argue, segregation facilitates categorization, making social categories, such as race, more cognitively salient and, thus, leading to stereotyping and discrimination. The most commonly used measure of segregation between two groups is the dissimilarity index, measuring the relative distributions of each group across neighborhoods within the same city. The index runs from 0 to 100, with 0 representing total integration, that is, that both groups are distributed in the same proportions across all neighborhoods. An index of 100 represents total segregation, indicating that the members of one group reside in completely different neighborhoods from those of the second group. Economic controls are median income and racial income gap, measured as the white/black median income ratio. We expect the racial income gap to be positively related to police killings, but we have no explicit hypothesis regarding median income. Our final three controls relate to police in each state: share of full-time sworn police officers who are black, share of full-time officers represented by a union, and share of feloniously killed police officers. The data for % black police and % collective bargaining are from the Bureau of Justice. 91. Statistics, Law Enforcement Management and Administrative Statistics, while the data for % police killed are from the FBI's Law Enforcement Officers Killed and Assaulted program. Previous studies did not find statistically significant effects of % black police on police killings, but none of them investigated how share of black police officers interacts with share of black population. We expect fewer police killings in states with large black populations if the police departments in these states employ more black police officers. With respect to collective bargaining by police, several studies have found that collective bargaining agreements protect police from accountability for misconduct including killings. Jason Van Dyke, for example, convicted for shooting Laquan McDonald in Chicago in 2014, had 20 citizen complaints, at least 10 of them for excessive force, none resulted in disciplinary action. Finally, we expect violence against police officers to increase police shootings in a state. There is anecdotal evidence showing a positive relationship between violence against police and police shootings. We estimate a random effects model with feasible generalized least squares because some of our variables of interest and some of our control variables are time invariant. FGLS estimation, which uses both between and within groups variation in the data, is efficient, and the Hausman test does not reject the null hypothesis that the remodel is consistent. The results of FGLS estimation are presented in Table 5.1. In all estimations, we control for region and year dummies. We start with estimating a parsimonious model with only a few demographic control variables and end with a comprehensive model with all political variables. The estimated coefficient of CCI is positive and statistically significant in all estimations, indicating that in more corrupt states blacks are killed by the police disproportionately. The magnitude of the effect is significant as well. A 1 standard deviation increase in CCI causes % black civilians killed to increase by 0.10 standard deviations, or 5 percentage points. The median value of % black civilians killed is approximately equal to 0.20. The standardized coefficients of % collective bargaining and % black police are the same. The signs of the political variables follow our expectations. In moralistic states, the share of black civilians killed is significantly lower. The influence of police unions in state politics and the share of police covered by a collective bargaining agreement negotiated by unions are both positively related to % black civilians killed. Political party competition too increases the share of black civilians killed by the police. The signs of the estimated coefficients of our control variables are mostly in line with the previous literature. In densely populated states in which blacks and whites are segregated, blacks are killed disproportionately. The effect of the size of the black minority in a state's population on police killings varies with the black percentage of officers employed in police departments. A larger black percentage in the population is related to more police killings of blacks, but as police departments employ more black officers, that effect decreases. The effects of racial income gap on % black civilians killed are also conditional on how wealthy a state is. In states with higher median incomes, the effect of racial income gap upon police killings of blacks remains positive but is smaller. Figures 5.2 and 5.3 show the marginal effects of % black population and racial income gap on % black civilians killed are within the observed range of. The second robustness issue is the estimation method. We also estimate our comprehensive model controlling for state fixed effects, excluding the time invariant control variables. The estimated coefficient of CCI is equal to 0.008, only slightly lower than the FGLS estimate of 0.009, but only marginally significant statistically, since within-state variation in CCI is not high enough in the period covered in our sample. 4. 5.5 A systemic dilemma. Our findings support, for the most part, our hypotheses and the ideas discussed at the outset regarding a link between corruption and more numerous police killings of Black Americans. Moreover, they underline the embeddedness of the police killings dilemma and the ways in which corruption both reflects and illuminates deeper social divisions and problems of accountability. We simply cannot write off the results we have seen to a few bad apples among law enforcement officers. Rather, the police killings that occur with tragic frequency are rooted in the social structure and racial dynamics of states and local communities and in political processes that too often enable the police to become a powerful interest in and for themselves, able to engage in violence with impunity. Thus, the links among corruption, the social and political characteristics of our states and communities, and police killings of Black Americans are fundamental and troubling. Thin blue line styles of thinking and emphasis on coercion must give way to better strategies for maintaining peace and upholding values of justice on behalf of all in society. If events of recent years have shown us anything, we get the kind of policing that unaccountable departments and officers have decided serves their interests, that a share of the population supports, and that the rest of us, knowingly or otherwise, have shown we will tolerate. In Chapter 7, we will revisit similar connections in the context of public health outcomes, particularly as regards racial disparities that have become evident during the COVID-19 pandemic, and there too we will witness significant interconnections between systemic corruption and systemic racism. For the results are available upon request. 97. 6. Environmental outcomes. Clean air, clean water. Dirty politics, asterisk. Asterisk. Parts of this chapter draw upon Dincer and Fredrickson. 6.1 Introduction. At first glance, environmental policy and implementation might seem less connected to corruption than, say, military procurement, public works, or campaign financing, but in fact this policy sector highlights several of the core concerns of this book. For one thing, environmental issues are often portrayed as pitting private self-interest against the public good, a tension built into by many corruption issues. To the extent that that view is accurate, we might expect corruption originating with interests with a stake in blocking such rules, or with officials willing to put their influence and delaying tactics out for rent, to impede the passage and implementation of stringent, innovative environmental standards. Moreover, while sound environmental policy can offer citizens significant benefits both tangible and intangible, public and divisible, sustaining political support for environmental safeguards raises an issue we have encountered in Chapter 4, Questions of Trust. That is particularly true for environmental policies that entail short-term costs and inconvenience in exchange for promises of longer-term, widely shared benefits. Will the eventual benefits actually materialize? Will my neighbors and my economic competitors play by the new rules? Will the interests of ordinary citizens help shape new policies, or will business-oriented interest groups and big-money political contributors take over? Similarly, as we have seen with other issues, environmental hazards, health risks, and associated policy questions can differ greatly from one state to the next. So can the political clout, connections, and economic significance of various clean and dirty industries. Urban and rural states' environmental challenges and options are similarly diverse, and those issues are fought out in political arenas that differ in ways we have explored in other chapters. Therefore, In this chapter we investigate not only corruption but also questions of trust and the ways they interact to shape environmental policies and implementation across states. Interest in the relationship between corruption and environmental policy has grown over the last few decades. Multiple studies suggest that corruption and poor institutional quality have negative effects on social welfare by weakening trust, collective action, and support for environmental policies either selectively or across the board and, similar to our findings about social distancing and compliance with stay-at-home orders issued in response to COVID-19, by reducing public willingness to engage in activities like household recycling, thereby reducing the stringency of environmental policies and access to public goods such as sanitation and clean drinking water. In the United States, many polluting industries are located in states that score high on measures of corruption such as Illinois, Louisiana, New Jersey, and Alabama. Meanwhile, states with high social capital and trust, such as Maine and Vermont, are among the greenest. According to a survey conducted by Kennedy, 70% of Vermont's population and more than 60% in Maine agree with the statement that environmental regulations are worth the cost. Analysts have only recently begun to consider the joint roles of corruption and trust in the determination of public policy, and to our knowledge there has been little published research on whether the effect of corruption on public policy depends on the level of trust. Such relationships can be complex and varying, depending upon the kinds of policy and trust in question. Social capital and trust facilitate collective action in society, particularly 6. Environmental outcomes 99. Among members of large organizations such as environmental lobby groups, enabling citizens and civil society groups to oppose polluting industries effectively. Such collective action in turn reduces transaction costs because trusting people are more likely to believe others will play by the rules in person-to-person contacts. Levels of trust, in turn, affect the relative strength of industry and environmental lobby groups. When trust is low, environmental groups with large numbers of potential members face severe free-riding collective action problems. On the other hand, business and industry groups face significantly less challenging collective action problems when it comes to efforts such as pushing for easier monitoring and enforcement. Due to high industry concentration, they're more limited, focused, and mutually reinforcing agendas, and the perceived financial threats of environmental laws and enforcement. In addition, they can appeal to generalized public support for business and its claims to be pursuing economic growth, effectively engaging in what Schneiter called the mobilization of bias. Business interests are therefore relatively strong in the political process. We would expect corruption to facilitate the industry lobby's established influence activities and to serve its economic interests by reducing the stringency of environmental policy. Environmental groups, by contrast, remain decentralized, relatively unorganized, must continually appeal for public support across a wide range of issues, and are likely to have fewer financial resources. They will thus normally have much less influence over environmental issues than industry groups, particularly when generalized trust is low. By contrast, when the level of trust is high, environmental groups can more readily convince others of the likely benefits of their proposed policies and can engage more effectively in the policy-making process. They consequently become more evenly matched with the industry. While we would expect greater corruption to increase both environmental and industry groups' influence activities, the net policy effect of corruption would be smaller as the two sides would be more equal in strength and influence. Pennsylvania, another low-trust state that scores high in corruption indices, is a good example of how corruption and trust can interact to affect environmental policy. The Center for Public Integrity's rankings show Pennsylvania has some of the weakest campaign finance. 100. Lobbying and ethics laws in the nation, not a surprise, to the extent that low levels of trust might lead parties, candidates, and contributors to assume that their competitors would only break or circumvent any limits that might be put in place. A different 2020 assessment gave the Commonwealth only middling marks on campaign finance regulation with a rank of 19th among the 50 states and District of Columbia. Those laws allow elected officials to accept unlimited campaign donations and gifts from individuals, lobbyists, and political action committees. Between 2000 and 2015, most likely as a consequence of the growth of fracking in the state, the natural gas industry quintupled its donations to political parties and elected officials. Between 2007 and 2018, that spending totaled $69.6 million. Not surprisingly, in 2015, Pennsylvania had a lower effective tax rate on natural gas extraction than 10 other natural gas producing states, according to the state's independent fiscal office. Moreover, Pennsylvania has some of the weakest state regulations governing the natural gas industry. In all, according to a 2019 tabulation by Global Witness, Pennsylvania legislators voting in favor of HB 1100, a tax credit bill strongly backed by oil and gas interests, received an average of $2,455 in contributions from the industry in 2018, compared to a mean of $370 for those who voted against. It is scarcely surprising that an interest group channeled more funds to lawmakers supporting legislation it favored than to those voting against. Still, the disparity and the focus on that one bill are striking, given the fact that the state's legislators routinely consider a wide range of other issues and bills in addition to the tax credits. 6.2 Corruption, Trust, and Collective Action. Findings in the literature. The theoretical literature has long suggested that corruption has a negative impact on social welfare by, among other things, reducing environmental quality. Corruption enables firms to influence policy and rule-making, to break or bend the rules, and to weaken enforcement or render it more inconsistent. Thus, the empirical literature shows that corruption results in increased deforestation and air pollution and reduces natural capital and access to public goods, as noted earlier. Knack and Zonderskopf support the notion, advanced earlier, that trust facilitates collective action in large groups. One theoretical explanation is that individuals cooperate on collective action dilemmas conditional on expecting others to also do so. This has occurred through human evolution, as it was advantageous when dealing with collective action problems. Another explanation is that in large and collective action dilemmas, when personal knowledge and reputation effects are limited, trust serves as an alternative source of information. According to Knack and Kiefer, trust and associated civic norms may improve the quality of government and, hence, the quality of public policies by affecting levels and types of political participation. The participation of informed voters can be an important check on politicians and improve politicians' understanding of how different policies affect various groups. Trust and similar civic norms reduce the collective action problems faced by voters seeking to have that sort of input and to monitor politicians' actions. Greenpeace, Sierra Club, and National Wildlife Federation membership data for 1987 from List and Sturm indicate that the correlation coefficient between trust and membership in these organizations, measured in terms of percentages of state populations, equals 0.6, consistent with Zonderskopf. The possibility of reverse causality between greater associational activity has been tested and rejected by Usliner. Putnam provides supporting evidence from Italy. In regions with higher levels of trust, public goods are provided more efficiently. He also reports that where trust is low, citizens contact government officials primarily about narrow personal issues. In contrast, in regions where the level of trust is high, citizens are more concerned with issues affecting welfare across society. Laporta et al. Find that trust raises cooperation, improves the performance of government and participation in civic and professional societies, and hence raises countries' overall performance. Overall, in the environmental sector, corruption, trust, and related distributions of social capital are important determinants of public policy and group behavior and can significantly influence outcomes for individual citizens, and in the 50 state political arenas. 102. The empirical literature on the effects of trust on the environment and collective action in individual U.S. states supports our hypothesis. Savage et al. Describe a rapid increase in the number of environmental groups in Vermont since 1985, which they attribute to the formation of social capital. Several case studies suggest that the levels of trust and social capital affect participation in natural resource management in the US, watershed management in Japan, and maintenance of soil and water conservation projects in India. We therefore expect levels of trust to affect the relative ability of polluting industry and environmental interest groups, respectively, to influence policy outcomes, but in contrasting ways. Environmentalists, who are numerous, dispersed, and concerned with a wide range of specific issues, need higher levels of trust to form and sustain lobby groups. While industry interests can organize without such high levels of trust, they are fewer in number, which facilitates coordination, monitoring, and enforcement, and share common or similar policy goals. When the level of trust is low, polluting industry groups should therefore have the upper hand, while environmentalists will consistently find it more difficult to organize. On the other hand, when trust increases, the environmentalists are likely to gain organizational strength and influence and may eventually match their industry counterparts. It follows that an increase in the level of corruption should reduce the stringency of environmental policy when the level of trust is low. When industry lobby groups are better able to form and act, an increase in corruption should facilitate their activities. On the other hand, when general levels of trust are sufficiently high and environmental lobby groups are better able to organize and influence policy, an overall increase in corruption, which, after all, shapes the expectations of officials as well as the tactics of lobby groups, should facilitate the activities of the environmental and industry lobby groups in a similar fashion, resulting in a small or negligible overall effect on environmental policies. In other words, the effect of corruption should decline or disappear at high levels of trust. 6.3 Empirical analysis. To test these hypotheses, we use annual data for a panel of 48 contiguous U.S. states for the years 1977 to 1994. While it would be preferable to have a longer time dimension extending to a more recent date, we are 6. Environmental outcomes 103. Constrained in this case by the limits of available data on what we consider to be some of the most appropriate indicators. The time dimension of the data we do have may offer some advantages for our purposes, however, in that it reflects the realities of a phase during which emergent environmental policy questions were often handled in the political arena, rather than in the courts. That listing includes 4 cases prior to 1994 and 20 since that time. Data on environmental policy stringency come from Levinson, who constructs an industry-adjusted index of state environmental compliance costs based on the Census Bureau's Pollution Abatement Costs and Expenditures Survey. That index accounts for states' industrial compositions and can be used to compare regulations both across states in a given year and within states over time. 1. As our measure of corruption, we use CRI. Finally, we follow Putnam, who uses the DDB Needham lifestyle surveys to measure trust. DDB asks respondents if they agree with the statement "most people are honest." The responses are reported on an agree/disagree scale of 1 to 6, where 6 represents the highest level of agreement. Following Nagler, we construct the trust index by averaging responses in each state for each year using the survey sample weights. In order to investigate the interconnections hypothesized in the discussions earlier, we interact CRI with trust. We also include a set of economic and demographic control variables in our estimation. First, we control for the presence of state-level strategic interaction in environmental policy. Fredrickson and Millimet and Koneski suggest that states take their neighbors into account when implementing environmental policies. We include the income-weighted average of neighboring states' environmental policy stringency. Second, we control for per capita GDP. We expect per capita GDP to have a positive effect on stringency if environmental quality is a normal good. Third, we include energy and land prices. Energy price is the state-level average of industrial sector energy prices that reflects supply and demand conditions in the local market for energy, and land price is the state-level average of agricultural land prices per acre. The price variables reflect interest group and voter pressures on the stringency of environmental regulations. The variable percent legal services is the share of legal services in GDP in a state, and helps account for differences in enforcement of environmental regulations across states. It reflects the resources allocated to monitoring and enforcing regulation, or to protecting firms from enforcement. Finally, education reflects the level of environmental awareness and hence the demand for stricter environmental policies. Education is measured by the percentage of individuals with a college degree or above. We estimate the relationship between environmental policy, corruption, and trust using an Ariano, Bover/Blundell, bond type system GMM estimator. The results, which are presented in Table 6.1 and Figure 6.1, suggest that the effect of an increase in the level of corruption on environmental policy is conditional on a state's level of trust. In states with low levels of trust, corruption weakens environmental policy. However, as the level of trust increases, the effect of corruption declines. Eventually, at high levels of trust, corruption has no effect on environmental policies because the industry and environmental groups have more equal strength and influence. Our results are both statistically and economically significant. A 1 standard deviation increase in corruption in Mississippi, a low trust state, decreased environmental stringency by approximately 0.2 standard deviations in the late 1980s and the early 1990s. On the other hand, in a high trust state such as Vermont, the standardized effect of corruption was not statistically significantly different from zero within the observed values of trust. In Delaware, another high trust state, the effect was positive. As mentioned earlier, our measure of environmental stringency is constructed based on self-reported abatement costs. Hence, misreporting is a concern. As a robustness test, we also estimate a parsimonious model using per capita carbon emissions as the dependent variable. The data come from the Carbon Dioxide Information Analysis Center. The results of the Ariano, Bover/Blundell, bond system GMM estimation are presented in Table 6.2. The results are consistent. www.esd.ornell.gov/iab/iab2-15.htm. With our earlier results, the estimated coefficients of CRI and the interaction term are significant at least at the 5% level and have the expected signs. Corruption has a positive effect on aggregated emission levels, but the effect declines as the level of trust rises. Figure 6.2 shows the marginal effect of CRI on emissions, conditional on the level of trust. For low levels of trust, the marginal effect of corruption is clearly positive, that is, higher levels of corruption, greater emissions. However, as trust rises, the marginal effect declines and eventually becomes negative. This analysis dovetails with discussions in Chapter 7 of this book, such as the analysis of compliance with COVID social distancing rules to be presented in Chapter 7. Environmental policy is a useful area to study interactions among corruption, trust, and public policy because the states, as civil societies in their own right, have considerable flexibility in making and implementing policy, and because corruption, trust, and the range and relative strength of industrial and environmental interest groups can vary considerably from one state to the next. Given that range of state-level influences, it is not surprising that environmental trends and effects are often observed only with a considerable time lag, facilitating corrupt influences that themselves are usually kept secret. Our findings may also have policy implications regarding anti-corruption reforms aimed at strengthening environmental and other policies, endeavors that will inevitably require resources and time. If greater trust does mitigate the effects of corruption, additional reform efforts should be allocated to states with low levels of trust, and environmental advocates in those states should be as concerned about deepening social capital and trust as they are about alleviating specific environmental problems. 6.4 Conclusion: The connections among corruption, trust, and the economics and politics of making and implementing environmental policies reinforce important findings in chapters 3 to 5 of this book regarding the deep roots and pervasive consequences of corruption. corruption does indeed seem to weaken environmental safeguards, particularly where trust is weak, and does so in ways that are also apparent when we look in more detail at specific states. Furthermore, the strength of that finding varies depending upon levels of trust in a state, a finding that should not be surprising when we think about the ways environmental issues can pit private against public interests and can raise compelling questions as to whether one's neighbors and competitors will follow any rules that are made and abide by any restrictions on the use of money to influence policy decisions. The similarities between the findings in this chapter that refer specifically to realities of some years ago and our findings regarding compliance with COVID-19 rules and restrictions suggest that the apparent behaviors and attitudes in question are neither new nor transitory. Instead, they are likely deeply rooted within American and state politics. One important implication of those findings, one to which we will return in chapters 8 and 9, is that any conception of American corruption that is confined to specific acts of official misconduct or venality, or to private interests that pay overt bribes, is seriously incomplete. The same is true of any program for reform limited to enacting new anti-corruption laws. What is emerging from our chapters is a political system that seems increasingly unable to engage the trust and active support of citizens and economic interest groups, and an economy in which citizens, for good reason, in most cases, lack a sense of a common stake or destiny. As even a brief look at recent headlines will suggest, it is a system increasingly unable to foster trust in officials, institutions, and policies, and whose processes and effectiveness suffer from a lack of trust among citizens themselves. Important as environmental issues are in themselves, they also reflect disquieting trends and truths regarding the ability of a democratic republic to govern itself in ways that are both effective and widely accepted as fair. Looked at that way, America and its states face a challenge not only of regulating political and administrative processes, and relationships between wealth and power, but also of restoring, or creating a new, politics at the state and national level that deserves, and can engage, social trust in its processes and outcomes. As difficult as controlling corruption itself has always been, rebuilding trust is equally challenging. As we shall see in Chapter 9, addressing that challenge will mean understanding, and making intelligent changes in, several aspects of our political processes. It will also require us to understand the outlooks of a citizenry among whom trust has become seriously depleted. Failing those tests will mean not only continued corruption but also that our responses to serious state and national challenges will be seriously ineffective. For evidence on that point, we turn to the effects of corruption on public health provision, and on our responses to the ravages of COVID-19 in Chapter 7. 7. Public health outcomes. Race, corruption, and COVID-19 *. However controversial its details may be in some quarters, public health is a core function of modern governments. That is true in the sense both of direct public provision of care and facilities and of public responsibility for the overall state of public health and safety. According to a compilation of U.S. Census data by the Urban Institute, 1 in 2020 states and localities spent $345 billion overall on health and hospitals. 2. That amounted to the third largest share of direct general expenditures at the state and local levels. Health and hospitals accounted for 10% of all direct expenditures, trailing only public welfare and elementary and secondary education. The states made 46% of health and hospital expenditures, while local governments were responsible for 54%. In most years, such spending accounts for the largest shares of county and special district budgets. There are large variations among the states. However, in Vermont, the state accounted for 98% of direct health and hospital spending, while Indiana's corresponding figure was 13%. Nationwide, state and local governments spent $1,041 per capita on health and hospitals in 2020, with Wyoming spending the most at $2,961, followed by South Carolina and North Carolina. New Hampshire spent the least, edging out Arizona and North Dakota at the bottom of the table. Our concern in this chapter is not primarily with the overall scope of corruption in the public health sector, that would be difficult to estimate with any precision. Rather, we will examine the possible effects of illegal corruption in the state's government and political systems, as measured by our three indices, upon public health outcomes for whole states and segments of the population. In a field formally dedicated, as much as any other, to maintaining citizens' well-being and quality of life, our data suggest that the extent of corruption in the broader political arena is linked to major variations in public health outcomes, including both contrasts in access to, and quality of, healthcare services, and public cooperation with public policies during the COVID-19 pandemic. Both sets of issues raise profound questions of justice, equity, and the quality of government. First, we examine the effects of corruption upon compliance with social distancing and stay-at-home orders during the pandemic. Then, we turn to vaccination. Finally, we examine specific issues posed by the COVID-19 pandemic for Black Americans. In that latter connection, we find not only reasons for general concern but also disturbing similarities to our findings regarding police killings of Black Americans as reported in Chapter 5. 7.2 Corruption, Social Distancing, and Vaccination. Social distancing and vaccination were central aspects of the public policy response to COVID-19. Compliance with social distancing and vaccination became a critical concern as the virus spread to ever more vulnerable communities less able to handle large numbers of critically ill patients. Many of these communities lack not only the physical and social infrastructure needed to fight the COVID-19 pandemic but are also often viewed as having endemic corruption. We find that states with higher corruption had lower levels of social distance compliance and lower levels of vaccination. Our findings suggest that communities where corruption is endemic found it difficult to contain and mitigate COVID-19 by relying on public cooperation with social policy-based controls. There is some evidence that public health aid can be effective even in corrupt communities. 112. Still, as such communities typically already suffer from poor healthcare infrastructure and outcomes, they will face future crises with few effective weapons in their arsenals. Moreover, additional funding directed towards fighting such crises could be diverted from intended beneficiaries by corruption. 7.2.1 Corruption and compliance with social distancing and vaccination. Starting with California in mid-March of 2020, the majority of American states instituted shelter-in-place/stay-at-home orders as part of their social distancing policies. Schools, restaurants, and bars were closed. Non-essential businesses were ordered to keep workers home and let them work remotely. People were asked not to leave their homes unless necessary. Enforcement and penalties, however, varied significantly across the states. While in some there were no penalties, in most violations were considered a misdemeanor punishable with a small fine, usually not enforced. In Arizona, for example, violators could be charged with a Class 1 misdemeanor, which has a fine up to $2,500. In Tennessee, on the other hand, no penalties were specified. In states such as Kentucky, Maryland, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, protesters, sometimes armed with assault rifles, packed state capitals and streets in defiance of state orders. In London, by contrast, police arrested people in Hyde Park protesting social distancing orders. Thus, although social distancing was mandated in theory, in practice states often depended heavily on voluntary compliance. This resulted in significant variations in social distancing across the states. While policies such as shelter-in-place/stay-at-home were somewhat effective, as a response to widespread resistance to complying with social distancing, the federal government introduced Operation Warp Speed, supporting the development of vaccines. Once vaccines were granted emergency use authorizations by the Food and Drug Administration in late 2020, OWS worked with pharmacies across the U.S. to make them available at no cost to individuals. To achieve herd immunity, a large majority of the population needed to be vaccinated. Although the herd immunity threshold is not known for COVID-19, according to the World Health Organization, the figure 4.113 Measles is 95% and for polio, 80%. As of early 2023, only 65% of the U.S. population had been vaccinated against COVID-19, and there was significant variation across states ranging from 50% in Alabama and Mississippi to 80% in Rhode Island and Vermont. Corruption might not seem a likely influence upon compliance with social distancing and vaccination, but in many ways, it embodies the ways people sort out their own preferences versus civic responsibility. Our data suggest that it did influence compliance through its effects on trust in government, social capital, and government legitimacy, which in turn are important determinants of compliance with shelter-in-place/stay-at-home orders and vaccination. 7.2.2 Trust in government and social capital. Trust in government is an important determinant of social capital, which is defined as networks and norms shared among people and facilitating cooperation to help solve collective action problems. Social capital manifests itself in communities as reciprocal relationships between civic participation and interpersonal trust. The more people participate in their communities, the more they trust others, all else being equal, the greater trust people hold for others, the more likely they are to participate. Interpersonal trust depends heavily on trust in government. According to Rothstein and Eck, when forming their beliefs about others in a community, people draw inferences from the behavior of government officials. If it proves that I cannot trust the local policemen and judges, then whom in the society can I trust? Several political science studies find negative effects of corruption on trust in government. Because trust in government and interpersonal trust are positively related, corruption affects interpersonal trust negatively. Lower interpersonal trust in turn means lower civic participation, and lower civic participation means lower social capital. Since both social distancing and vaccination are collective action problems, we expect less compliance with shelter-in-place/stay-at-home orders and less vaccination in more corrupt states with low social capital. Collective action problems arise when short-term interests of individuals conflict with long-term collective interests. According to Olson, if the members of a large group rationally seek to maximize 114. their personal welfare, they will not act to advance their group objectives unless there is coercion to force them to do so, or unless some separate incentive, distinct from the achievement of the group interest, is offered to the members of the group individually on the condition that they help bear the costs or burdens involved in the achievement of the group objectives. Zonderskopf argues that social capital facilitates collective action in large groups. Individuals are more likely to cooperate in collective action when they expect others to do likewise. Given a large number of individuals, it is costly and difficult, even impossible, to get specific information on other individuals' trustworthiness. In such situations, social capital serves as a shortcut to information on trustworthiness. Gilson argues that the production of health and healthcare requires cooperation within health systems, which in turn requires trust. Trust facilitates the use of the health system and leads to better self-rated outcomes. Several empirical studies present persuasive evidence regarding the effects of trust in government in particular, and social capital in general, on compliance with public health policies. Blair et al., for example, investigate the behavior of Liberians during the 2014 to 2015 Ebola outbreak, finding that people with lower trust in government took fewer steps to protect themselves and were less likely to comply with social distancing orders. Vink et al., in the context of a later outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo, finds similar results. Low trust in government explains lower willingness to adopt preventative behavior and accept a vaccine. The relationship among trust, social capital, and compliance with public health policies is not specific to COVID-19, or to sub-Saharan Africa. Nawa and Fujiwara using data from Japan, Ronnerstrand from Sweden, Chuang et al. From Taiwan, and Jung et al. And Ronnerstrand from America all find a positive relationship between trust/social capital and vaccination. Jakob et al. Identify low trust/social capital as a main cause of vaccine hesitancy in Europe. Trust and social capital are also found, in some contexts, to be determinants of mental and physical health. According to Kawachi and Berkman, trust and social capital affect health-related behaviors via diffusion of health information and adoption of healthy norms of behavior. 115. 7.2.3 Trust in government and legitimacy of government. The second channel through which corruption affects social distancing is the legitimacy of government. Legitimacy is linked to trust in government and is defined as the belief that government does what is appropriate and fair most of the time. As such, we expect legitimacy to affect how people behave toward government in crises. Legitimacy increases compliance with government policies. Christensen and Legriad argue that the comparative success of the Norwegian government in fighting COVID-19 was partially due to its legitimacy. It is crucial that policies implemented to fight the pandemic be seen by the people as appropriate and fair. Government legitimacy is important for compliance with laws and regulations. Paternoster et al. Find that domestic assault suspects arrested in a procedurally fair manner are less likely to commit further acts than those arrested in procedurally unfair ways. Kuperin and Sutinen find that legitimacy affects compliance by Malaysian fishermen with a regulation banning them from fishing in a zone along the coast. Levi and Sachs, using survey data from sub-Saharan Africa, find that compliance with tax laws is positively related to government legitimacy. Seligson and Bowley et al. Find negative relationships between corruption and government legitimacy, and Ali et al. Find that corruption weakens tax compliance in South Africa and Uganda. In the COVID-19 context, therefore, to the extent that corruption weakens the legitimacy of government, we expect it will also reduce compliance with shelter-in-place/stay-at-home orders. 7.2.4 Empirical analysis. Data investigating the relationship between corruption and social distancing presents several challenges, perhaps the most important being the measurement of compliance with social distancing. We use the shelter-in-place index constructed by SafeGraph, 3 measuring stay-at-home, the percentage of people in a state staying home on a particular day, compared to population movement data representing 45 million smartphone devices. The index ranges from 100 to 100, where 0 indicates no change from a baseline defined as the average percentage of people staying home all day and every day across the 7 days ending February 12, 2020. Home is defined as the most common nighttime location of the smartphone device in the previous months, identified to a precision of about 100 square meters. The shelter-in-place index for any particular day is constructed as follows. Shelter-in-place index actual % staying home. Baseline % staying home. On May 2, 2020, for example, the actual percentage of people staying home in Illinois was 40.5 while the baseline was 25. Hence, the index for Illinois on May 2 is equal to 15.5. Our sample covers 4 consecutive Saturdays starting from April 11. Over the last 3 weeks of April and the first week of May, shelter-in-place/stay-at-home orders were in place in all but 5 states. While these data are drawn from the early days of what became a multi-year pandemic, we believe they are appropriate. The pandemic was a new and threatening public concern, people's attention regarding government countermeasures ran high, and lines of partisan contention over COVID-19 responses had yet to harden into place. We measure corruption using CCI. We also control for several economic and demographic variables to minimize omitted variable bias. We expect corruption to affect social distancing through 2 channels. Social capital/interpersonal trust and trust in government/legitimacy of government. To control for the mediating effects of social capital, we first control for how generous people are, and how engaged they are civically, in each state in terms of charitable giving and volunteering. These are the most relevant components of social capital in the context of this study. We use the State Generosity Index constructed by Wallet Hub, which ranges from 0 to 100. We construct a dummy variable, SGI, which is equal to 1 if a state falls into the highest quartile of the SGI. In addition, we control for the percentage of people tested positive for COVID-19 in each state on 4 consecutive Thursdays starting from April 9, 2020. Since higher positivity rates indicate a higher infection risk, they should affect compliance with social distancing orders. The third control variable is Trump, the percentage of votes Donald Trump received in each state in the 2016 presidential election. Trump showed his support loudly and repeatedly for people protesting shelter-in-place / 117 stay-at-home orders issued by the governors of several states. In addition, he called into question the legitimacy of public institutions and leaders in numerous ways. The variable Trump also controls for political ideology, which affects risk perception, according to a poll conducted by Axios/Ipsos. While 60% of Republicans believed that the real number of COVID-19 related deaths was lower than the official count, more than 60% of Democrats believed the real number was higher. Using state-level data, Oguzhan, Espinoza, and Slovak find that Republicans were less likely to comply with social distancing orders. The next two control variables are per capita personal income and unionization. Social distancing is costlier for some than others. People living paycheck to paycheck, and those who cannot work from home, may be less likely to comply with stay-at-home orders. Regarding unionization, the pandemic resulted in job losses across the country, but many union workers had various protections due to their collective bargaining agreements. NBC News reported that approximately 150,000 United Auto Workers members at Ford, General Motors, and Fiat Chrysler lost their jobs but continued to receive supplemental unemployment benefits. Their contracts gave members at least 6 months of extra pay on top of unemployment insurance, adding up to 85% of their hourly wages. Unionization also affects social capital via political and civic engagement. Our income data are from the Bureau of Economic Analysis and union data are from the Union Membership and Coverage Database. Finally, we control for population density, as the risk of infection is higher in densely populated urban communities. The data are from the Census Bureau. In our vaccination regressions, we use the share of population who are fully vaccinated as of January 2023 as our dependent variable. Our control variables are chosen based on several nationally representative surveys conducted during the pandemic and systematic reviews such as Wang and Liu. Demographic and economic factors such as education, race, and income play a significant role in people's decision to get vaccinated. While politically conservative people are also less likely to be vaccinated, vaccination rates are higher in more densely populated states. We measure education as the share of population aged 25 and above who have 118 less than a high school degree, race as the population share of blacks, and income as per capita personal income. The data are from the Census Bureau and the Bureau of Economic Analysis as before. Finally, to measure political ideology, we construct a dummy variable, which is equal to 1 if the governor of a state is Republican. 7.2.5 Empirical analysis, results to investigate the effects of corruption on social distancing. We estimate a system of 4 equations with seemingly unrelated regressions in which the dependent variables are the shelter-in-place indices for April 11th, April 18th, April 25th, and May 2nd, 2020. Each Saturday forms 1/4 of the system. Estimating a system with SIR has several advantages. First, SIR is more efficient because it allows errors to be correlated across the equations. Second, because each equation has the same set of independent variables, it allows us to conduct joint tests to investigate whether quarantine fatigue worsens the collective action problem. Quarantine fatigue manifests itself as boredom, anxiety, and stress and can make it more difficult to comply with stay-at-home/shelter-in-place orders when people are feeling the psychological effects of social distancing. Where trust/social capital is low, this becomes an even greater problem. The maximum likelihood estimates with robust standard errors clustered at the state level are presented in Table 7.1. To show the mediating effects of social capital, we first estimate our regression without SGI, the generosity index. The estimated coefficient of CCI is negative and statistically significant in all 4 equations, indicating that in corrupt states people are less likely to comply with shelter-in-place/stay-at-home orders. The absolute value of the estimated coefficient decreases when we estimate the regression with SGI, indicating that one of the channels through which corruption affects social distancing is indeed via deterioration in social capital. The magnitude of the effect is significant as well. Based on the estimated coefficients in equation 4, a 1 standard deviation increase in CCI causes the shelter-in-place index to decrease by approximately 10%. The standardized effect of COVID-19 positive is only slightly greater than 10%, suggesting that corruption was roughly as strong a determinant of compliance as were trends in COVID-19 itself. Perhaps more interesting, the magnitude of the corruption effect increases each week. The estimated coefficient of CCI in equation 4 is 2.5 times greater than of government legitimacy. Unfortunately, two frequently used surveys that ask questions regarding trust, the American National Election Study and the General Social Survey, are both nationally representative surveys, and sampling is not done at the state level. The second variable is social and traditional media misinformation, which may affect people's behavior towards social distancing and vaccination by, among other things, undermining government legitimacy. Johnston et al. Investigate the effects of misinformation by comparing two major cable news shows, Hannity and Tucker Carlson Tonight. These shows aired back-to-back on Fox News and had relatively similar content but differed significantly in their coverage of the COVID-19 pandemic. While Carlson warned his viewers about the dangers of COVID-19, Hannity dismissed the risks as less threatening than the common flu and contended that Democrats were using it against Donald Trump. Using survey data on more than 1,000 Fox News viewers aged 55 or older, Johnston et al. Found that viewership of Hannity was associated with changing behavior 4 days later than other Fox News viewers, while viewership of Tucker Carlson Tonight was associated with changing behavior 3 days earlier. Bridgman et al. Conducted a nationally representative survey of more than 2,000 Canadians 18 or older that included questions about common misperceptions regarding COVID-19, social distancing compliance, and exposure to traditional news and social media. They found that exposure to traditional news media was associated with fewer misperceptions and more social distancing compliance, while conversely, social media exposure was associated with more misperceptions and less compliance. Peer et al. Finds similar results regarding vaccination using county and state-level Twitter data from the first quarter of 2021 in the U.S. 7.2.6 A matter of trust? Studies from across the social sciences have pointed to corruption as corrosive to trust/social capital, which are vital to compliance with public health orders. Using data from American states, we have shown that more corrupt states are likely to have lower compliance with shelter-in-place/stay-at-home orders and lower rates of vaccination. While it would be facile to expect our results to hold in all other countries, the fact that many of the channels motivating our study are salient in a variety of different contexts does suggest that the links between 123. Corruption and compliance with public health orders could be fruitfully investigated in other societies. Even with the external validity caveats that would require, we believe that our results have practical implications. Fang et al. Found that lockdown was an effective policy in China, while Dave et al. Found that stay-at-home/shelter-in-place orders at the outset of the pandemic reduced the number of COVID-19 infections by more than 50% over a span of 3 weeks in America. In that light, our findings suggest corruption has significant implications for the spread of COVID-19. Corruption also reduces the quality of healthcare, making the problem even worse. Hence, more corrupt states might need additional resources to fight future pandemics, even though such states' institutions might struggle to deal effectively with both a pandemic and a rapid influx of funds. Finally, evidence shows that corruption reduces the willingness to contribute to pure public goods, and to the provision of quasi-public goods such as infrastructure, though perhaps only once it passes a threshold level. Compliance with public health policies generates a benefit to society that is both non-rival and non-excludable, the two characteristics of a pure public good. Therefore, One interpretation of our results is that corruption reduces individuals' willingness to contribute to pure public goods in the health domain, a finding with implications reaching well beyond the COVID-19 crisis. Organizations such as the World Bank view public health in general, and pandemic preparedness in particular, as global public goods. Our results, subject to the external validity caveats noted earlier, identify corruption as a significant barrier to the provision of such global public goods. 7.3 COVID-19, Corruption, and Race. The pandemic is not colorblind. The COVID-19 pandemic killed over 1.1 million people in America. The mortality rate for white Americans, while unprecedented since the 1918 H1N1 pandemic, was nevertheless lower than that for blacks. In Chicago, for example, 70 of the city's first 100 recorded deaths were black. As Ajit and Walker and Ty et al. Argue, structural racism is one of the root causes of racial health inequities in America. Bailey et al. Defines structural racism as ways in which societies foster racial discrimination through mutually reinforcing inequitable systems that in turn reinforce discriminatory beliefs, values, and distribution of resources. A meta-analysis covering more than 300 studies shows that racism leads to poorer physical and mental health outcomes. The COVID-19 pandemic only reinforced inequities between blacks and whites in America. In part because black Americans are disproportionately employed in businesses featuring frequent face-to-face encounters with the public, and because they often live in inner cities or inner-ring suburbs with high population densities. In 2020, excess mortality for blacks was approximately 3 times higher than for whites. Corruption affects all races, but black Americans suffer more severely because of poverty and political vulnerability. Black poverty rates are significantly higher than those for whites, over twice as high nationally, and 5 or more times higher in some counties. As poverty increases, reliance on publicly provided services such as health care increases. Corruption lowers both the quantity and the quality of publicly provided health care. Furthermore, the poor are less able to afford small bribes for the health care that is supposed to be free, or to pay for private alternatives. Urban black neighborhoods rely heavily on safety net hospitals that provide health care regardless of insurance status or ability to pay. The disproportionate share of unpaid or underpaid care that these hospitals provide often leads them to operate with thin financial margins while assuming responsibility for providing critical services. In Chicago, according to 2022 estimates by the Healthcare Council of Chicago, by 2024, a dozen safety net hospitals will have lost $1.8 billion combined. In urban areas across the country, some safety net hospitals close their doors entirely while others cut services. In a few cases, such as Houston's Bantaub Hospital, aggressive public investment and patient support enable safety net hospitals to provide essential care to large numbers of poor, or poorly insured, patients. But they are very much the exception and illustrate the essential role of sound, well-resourced, and well-administered institutions and policy in providing quality health care to the less affluent segments of the American people. Corruption, by obstructing the formation and implementation of such policies, and by diverting the resources needed to make them work, is likely to weaken the healthcare safety net for those who need it most. COVID-19 only compounded the structural racism experienced by black neighborhoods served by already struggling safety net hospitals. 125. Anecdotal evidence shows how, when a small safety net hospital in Chicago tried to transfer some patients because its ICU was full, others said they were full despite reporting otherwise to the state of Illinois, and others said they were taking no transfers or only transfer patients needing higher level care. Some hospitals refused patients covered by publicly funded insurance. In Los Angeles, some hospitals declined or delayed transfers of COVID-19 patients due in part to their health insurance or lack thereof. In New Orleans, patients, mostly black, were sent back home to die. In some cases, treatment was discontinued even as relatives begged hospitals to keep trying. Black Americans have higher rates of heart disease, hypertension, diabetes, lung disease, asthma, and obesity, among other illnesses, making them more susceptible to dying from COVID-19, but that has little to do with genetic or cultural factors. Rather, the neighborhoods in which they live, work, play, and age do not allow them to be healthy. If they do not exercise enough, it is likely because they live in neighborhoods in which exercising outdoors is dangerous and there are not any gyms. If they eat foods high in sugar, fat, and sodium, it is likely because those foods are the only affordable options in their food desert neighborhoods. If they do not go to the doctor as often as white Americans, it is likely not only because they lack health insurance but also because trustworthy, high-quality healthcare providers are not available. According to a recent survey by The Undefeated, an ESPN television series, and the Kaiser Family Foundation, Black Americans trust hospitals in their neighborhoods less than do whites, and the majority of blacks believe people are treated differently based on their race by healthcare providers. In several respects, structural corruption parallels structural racism as a phenomenon and affects health outcomes for Black Americans more adversely than for whites. These effects occur both directly via corruption in healthcare and indirectly via several economic and social channels. First, corruption affects the composition of government spending. Corrupt governments spend less on healthcare and more on goods affording large bribes and whose value is difficult to monitor, such as military goods. It is much easier to collect large bribes on fighter jets than on doctors' and nurses' salaries. As Dincer and Tioman argue, reduced spending on healthcare goods is not the only problem. Corruption drains millions of dollars from healthcare. 126. Services to Medicare, Medicaid, and workers' compensation fraud are not uncommon in America. It also increases tax evasion and reduces the progressivity of the tax system, leading to reduced tax revenues. Lower revenues in turn reduce both the quantity and the quality of public services including health care. Corruption also affects redistributive policies and widens socioeconomic inequities. Corrupt officials divert funds within social programs away from the poor toward wealthier and better connected individuals. In Washington, D.C., in 1996, 2 city officials were convicted of accepting bribes to enroll unqualified individuals for subsidized housing and move them up the waiting list. Corruption raises inequities in asset ownership. Better connected individuals get the most profitable government projects, creating a privileged group who have the resources to bribe officials and increase their own assets. Since they in turn are used as collateral to borrow and invest, high inequities in asset ownership reduce the ability of the poor to borrow and invest, further widening politico-economic inequities. Finally, several studies find positive effects of trust, both institutional and social, on health outcomes. But corruption lowers institutional trust, such as trust in healthcare, and also social trust. Similarly, Passes argues that both illegal and legal corruption undermine preparedness for policy crises and implementation of countermeasures, with legal or institutional corruption posing particularly serious challenges in those respects. 7.3.1 Empirical Analysis, Data Evidence from the 171 large metropolitan counties in 35 American states, 8 for which race-related data are available, as classified by the National Center for Health Statistics, shows that corruption increases the gap between black and white COVID-19 related deaths. We first estimate a linear model using both state and county level variables with Ol's regression, in which the dependent variable is the gap in COVID-19 related deaths between blacks and whites. Death gap is measured as the population share of blacks died from COVID-19 divided by the population share of whites died from COVID-19. The data for COVID-19 related deaths by race are from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and cover the 15-month. 8. The number of counties per state ranges from 1 to 15. 127. Period from January 1, 2020 to March 31, 2021. Next, the same model is estimated with quantile regression to analyze whether the effects of corruption on death gap differ in counties with high health inequities. Corruption is measured using CCI data as described in Chapter 2. Several county and state-level politico-economic and demographic control variables are used in the regressions to minimize omitted variable bias. If corruption is correlated with any of these control variables, omitting them causes the coefficient of CCI to be estimated with a bias. The first control variable is the poverty gap between blacks and whites, measured as the population share of blacks who are poor divided by the population share of whites who are poor. The data are from the Census Bureau's American Community Survey. The second is political support for Donald Trump during the 2020 presidential election. Several opinion polls show that COVID-19 has strong partisan dimensions. Gallwitzer et al., for example, find that conservative counties are less likely to follow the CDC's social distancing/face mask guidelines, leading to higher infections and deaths. Indeed, 2 decades worth of mortality data from a variety of causes show that both blacks and whites in Democratic voting counties have lower mortality figures than their counterparts in Republican voting counties, although it must be noted that mortality rates are higher for blacks than whites in both cases. Perhaps a surprise is that differences in vaccine uptake accounted for only 10% of the county-level contrasts in COVID-19 deaths. The differences likely had more to do with behavioral contrasts such as the frequency of unmasked social activities. In any event, why February 2022 the COVID death rate in all counties Donald Trump won in the 2020 presidential election was substantially higher than in counties that Joe Biden won, 326 deaths per 100,000 people versus 258. The third control variable is per capita spending on public welfare in each state. It includes cash assistance through temporary assistance for needy families, supplemental security income, and other payments made directly to individuals as well as payments to health care providers under programs like Medicaid. The data are from the Urban Institute. Demographic control variables are population density and age gap, measured as the population share of blacks who are older than 64 divided by the population share of whites who are older than 64. 128. Several studies, such as Wong and Lee, find that densely populated counties with older populations have higher COVID-19 related death rates. The data are from ACS. All control variables are from 2020. 7.3.2 Empirical analysis. Results. The results of the OLS estimation are presented in Table 7.3. The estimated coefficient of CCI is positive and statistically significant, indicating that corruption widens the gap in COVID-19 related deaths between blacks and whites. A 1 standard deviation increase in CCI causes death gap to increase by approximately 10 percentage points. That result is not trivial. Poverty gap has the same standardized positive effect on death gap. Then, the full model is estimated by adding public welfare spending. The estimated coefficient of CCI stays positive and statistically significant, but its magnitude decreases, indicating that corruption not only affects health inequities directly but also indirectly through spending on public welfare. Estimated coefficients of all control variables are statistically significant and have the expected signs. For example, in densely populated counties in which age gap is wider, death gap is wider as well. While increase in distrust in healthcare causes death gap to widen, increased public welfare spending narrows it. Moreover, in conservative counties supporting Donald Trump, the gap in COVID-19 related deaths between blacks and whites is wider. Finally, the effects of corruption on death gap are estimated with quantile regression. OLS regression models the relationship between CCI and the conditional mean of death gap across all counties in the data set, thus providing only a partial view of the relationship. Quantile regression, by contrast, allows us to analyze this relationship at different points in the conditional distribution of death gap. This is important because the effects of corruption are likely to differ significantly, with a stronger effect on death gap at higher quantiles. In other words, corruption widens the black/white gap in COVID-19 related deaths even more in counties with high health inequities. Figure 7.1 shows how the effects of CCI on death gap differ over quantiles and how the magnitude of the effects at various quantiles differs significantly from the overall Ol's coefficient estimates, even in terms of the confidence intervals around each estimated coefficient. These results have important implications regarding vaccine equity. For example, data show that as of mid-2022, Black Americans were still 129 getting vaccinated at a lower rate than whites. Some might argue that vaccine hesitancy plays a significant role in that gap, but several nationwide surveys show that Black Americans are not hesitant to get vaccinated. Political factors are important as well. While federal guidelines regulate the distribution of vaccines both across and within states, state governors decide who receives the first doses of the vaccine and who administers them. The responsibility to distribute and administer vaccines fairly and effectively falls first on governors and only then on healthcare providers. Structural corruption affects vaccine equity as well. Corruption in that sense is not merely a matter of misconduct by individuals, but rather a manifestation of bad governance and a lack of impartiality on the part of institutions. There is ample anecdotal evidence of lack of impartiality in vaccination in the form of racial discrimination. In Louisiana and Georgia, two states that score high on the CCI, an NPR study found few vaccine sites in predominantly black neighborhoods in urban counties. In Florida, another high-scoring state, priority was given to predominantly white-gated communities whose developers were major contributors to political action committees supporting the governor. Not surprisingly, the 2021 white-to-black vaccination ratio was greater than 2 in Florida. 7.4 Conclusion: The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted important health inequities between blacks and whites caused by structural racism. The Ol's and quantile estimations presented just earlier support the argument that structural corruption exacerbates those health inequities. By impeding or preempting impartiality, corruption causes politico-economic and socio-economic inequities to increase, in turn causing health inequities to increase even more. Berkowitz et al. Argue that it is time to take racial health equity seriously, starting with solving the collective action problems evident in our findings regarding social distancing, mask wearing, and vaccination. Corruption is yet another collective action problem that must be solved if we are to take racial equity seriously. That said, efforts to isolate statistically separate effects of structural corruption from those of more ordinary varieties did not bear fruit. That, in a way, is not surprising if we understand structural to refer to the 131 ways in which corruption, like racism, can be embedded in, perpetuated, and protected by the workings of institutions and inequalities in politics and the economy. The manifest difficulties we have had in reducing corruption in the United States, and around the world, strongly suggest that there is more to the problem than just deviance, and that we should also think of corruption as the abuse of imbalances of power. That leaves us with an aspect of corruption that is difficult to deny, even if it is hard to tease out quantitatively, the ways in which it is made more tenacious, indeed, is protected in important ways, by institutions and political processes, rather than occurring and persisting in defiance of those influences. We believe we have addressed that phenomenon by incorporating long-term, deeply embedded factors in the analysis such as political culture, institutional influences, longer-term aspects of social structure, and by our focus on legal as well as illegal corruption. Still, neither this analysis, nor others in the literature, arrive at solutions for racial contrasts in healthcare and COVID outcomes, any more than for police killings of Black Americans. Indeed, they cannot, for we are neither examining discrete problems nor mere deviance within otherwise fair and just institutions. Further, the evident importance of state-level political cultures and ideologies makes it clear that neither policy reforms, budgetary reallocations, nor health policy changes confined to single jurisdictions can mitigate the tragic trends we have seen. Instead, a fundamental reassessment of institutions and power relationships, of our expectations about the roles of citizens and government, and of social values so familiar that they rarely come up for debate, is required. Healthcare, like policing, is fundamental not only to individual well-being but also to the overall vitality and fairness of our states and communities. Whether we can and will do better is an urgent question that we must all answer. Part 3. Can we do anything about corruption? 8.1 Is smaller government a solution? As Schleifer and Vishny argue, government officials are expected to seek rents to a certain extent, which in most cases leads to corruption. They call this the grabbing hand of government. Government intervention, either as serving as a regulator or as a buyer in the market, creates opportunities for corruption. A burdensome regulatory environment increases opportunities and incentives for individuals and firms to bypass these regulations through various forms of bribery. There is a positive relationship between the size of the government and the returns to bypassing regulations. As Becker succinctly puts it, if you want to cut corruption, cut government. As Klitschard argues, a useful framework for analyzing corruption is the principal, agent, client model. The principal employs an agent such as a tax collector and creates rules regulating the relationship between the agent and the client, a firm or an individual. The agent interacts on the principal's behalf with the client and is supposed to serve the principal's interests as if they were his or her own. However, because of the informational asymmetry between the principal and the agent, their interests may diverge, and the agent may exercise discretion to engage in corrupt relationships with the client. According to Banfield, governmental organizations are more likely to be corrupt than business organizations for several reasons. First, fragmentation of authority both within and among federal, state, and local governments creates incentives for the formation of special interest. 8. Economic and political responses to corruption. Groups and, hence, opportunities for these groups to engage in corruption with agents. Where authority is highly fragmented, there is no centralized system of monitoring. Under these circumstances, corruption is likely to occur because the potential corruptor needs to influence only a segment of the government, and because in a fragmented system there are fewer centralized forces and agencies to enforce honesty. Fragmentation not only creates opportunities for corruption but also makes monitoring very difficult. In a fragmented organization, government officials simply exchange favors with other officials, including the ones who are responsible for monitoring. Second, while a business organization may dismiss salaried employees at will, government organizations are severely restricted by regulations. A government employee who is considered corrupt cannot be dismissed as easily, perhaps ironically, in part because of rules instituted to prevent corruption in the form of politically motivated hiring, discipline, and dismissal. Instead, formal charges supported by evidence are brought upon him. Nevertheless, the procedure is so time-consuming, and dismissals are so hard to get, it is invoked only in cases so flagrant as to make it unavoidable. Third, because of the inflexibility of government pay scales, government employees are often offered fewer incentives than they can earn elsewhere. One consequence is that the government employee is likely to be less dependable and less able than his or her business organization counterpart. Of more importance, perhaps, he or she has less to lose from dismissal. Regulations cause corruption to increase both directly and indirectly. Extortion money, speed money, and protection money are the three most common forms of corruption that take place in a heavily regulated environment. First, the power to enforce the regulations gives government officials the power to extort bribes. A health inspector's power, for example, comes from the regulations that confer the power to shut down a cockroach-infested restaurant. They can shut down the restaurant or use official power not to ensure that restaurant is clean but rather to extort bribes, even from the owners of clean restaurants. Second, officials also use their discretionary power to create red tape in the form of time-consuming rules and procedures, giving them the opportunity to extract bribes in the form of speed money. Third, the government's power to introduce new regulations also creates opportunities for corruption. In 1999, for example, a federal grand jury indicted Gerard Evans, a top lobbyist in Maryland, and a Baltimore lawmaker, charging them with an elaborate scheme to defraud Evans' clients of more than $400,000. The 11-count indictment on mail and wire fraud alleged that Evans deliberately led several paint and asbestos companies to believe that Delegate Tony E. Fulton would introduce bills that would hurt their interests in Annapolis, even though the delegate had no plans to follow through on the legislation. Fourth, government officials have an opportunity to extort bribes from firms trying to enter an industry because they have the power to issue the required licenses. That in turn creates opportunities to extort bribes from the incumbent firms by colluding with them to keep the regulations unchanged and/or to strengthen the regulations to increase costs of entry for new firms. Finally, regulations and officials' discretionary power to extract bribes create incentives for firms to operate in the unofficial economy. According to Choi and Thum and Dreyer et al., the ability of firms to move freely between the official and unofficial economies reduces the firm's vulnerability to extortion and hence the opportunities for bribery of government officials. Operating in the unofficial economy, on the other hand, is costly. Firms need to collude with corrupt officials in order to operate in the unofficial economy. This leads to bribes in the form of protection money. 8.1.1 Previous findings in the literature. Most previous studies of these issues use aggregate data and measure government size as the share of government spending in GDP, or as per capita government spending. Goyal and Nelson and Glazer and Sachs both find a positive relationship between government spending and corruption using data across U.S. states. The higher the government spending, the higher the CCI. The results of the studies that use cross-country data, on the other hand, are mixed. While Treisman, Montanola, and Jackman, and Bell do not find a statistically significant relationship between the two, Grieve and Mecco find that the sign of the relationship depends on the level of GDP and is in fact negative in rich countries. Supporting their results, Holcomb and Boudreau find a negative relationship between government spending and corruption in Scandinavian countries. The results of the empirical studies regarding the effects of the regulatory environment on corruption are more consistent. All cross-country studies mentioned earlier, except one, find that government regulations cause corruption to increase. Pironi and D'Agostino, using firm level. 138 Part 3, Can we do anything about corruption? Data, find that deregulation leads to corruption in poor countries. To our knowledge, there is only one study analyzing the effects of regulations on corruption at the state level in the United States. Dincer and Gunalp use a fairly new index called the Federal Regulation and State Enterprise Index, constructed by McLaughlin and Charaus, to measure how burdensome federal regulations are in each state. McLaughlin and Charaus use RegData, a suite of data mining and machine learning algorithms developed by Al-Ubaidli and McLaughlin, to construct the phrase index. RegData counts the number of individual restrictions in the Code of Federal Regulations as identified by such words as shall, must, may not, required, and prohibited and matches them to appropriate industries according to their 4-digit North American Industry Classification System codes. McLaughlin and Charaus match and weigh those counts by the relative importance of each industry in each state, using input-output data available from the Bureau of Economic Analysis. Phrase index scores increase or decrease depending on 3 factors: the level of regulation on an industry, the relevance of the industry to the country, and the relevance of the industry to a state. A higher score indicates a more burdensome regulatory environment. Dincer and Gunalp find that a 1 standard deviation increase in the phrase index causes CCI to increase by approximately 0.5 standard deviations. Several other studies use economic freedom indices constructed by think tanks such as the Fraser Institute or the Heritage Foundation to measure the influence of government intervention in a country or state in terms of both size and scope. As Karabegovic et al. Argue, economies with the greatest economic freedom operate with a minimal level of government intervention, relying upon markets to answer the basic economic questions of what to produce, how much to produce, and for whom to produce. The more the government intervenes in markets, the more the level of economic freedom, thus conceived, declines. These indices are multidimensional composite measures of economic freedom covering several areas such as government consumption spending, spending transfers and subsidies, revenues from taxation, regulations on international trade/capital flows, and labor market regulations at the country or at the state level. 1. The only economic freedom index available at the state level is constructed by the Fraser Institute, the Economic Freedom of North America Index, and does not cover some areas such as the regulations on international trade/capital flows. 139. PALDM is among the first studies analyzing the relationship between economic freedom and corruption using the Fraser Institute's Economic Freedom of the World Index. He starts his analysis with anecdotal evidence on Russia. Corruption in Russia went from bad to worse during the 1990s when the country went through deregulation. This, according to PALDM, is surprising since regulation creates opportunities for rent-seeking for public officials. He tests the rent-seeking hypothesis against the Russia hypothesis and finds in favor of the rent-seeking hypothesis, that is, that economic freedom does reduce corruption. His results are nevertheless not robust to different specifications controlling for economic and demographic variables. Goyal and Nelson and Saha et al., on the other hand, use the Heritage Foundation's Index of Economic Freedom and both find results supporting PALDM. There are only a few studies analyzing the relationship between economic freedom and corruption in U.S. states. While Aprigis et al. And Dincer and Gunalp use CCI to measure corruption, Dincer uses CRI. All these studies find a negative relationship between economic freedom and corruption. The higher the economic freedom, the lower the corruption. 8.1.2 Empirical Analysis. We analyze the impact of economic freedom on corruption across U.S. states using CPI as our measure of corruption and the Fraser Institute's Economic Freedom of North America Index as our measure of economic freedom. The results of our OLS estimations are in line with the previous studies. Using the empirical specification that we use in Chapter 3, we first estimate a parsimonious model and then the full model. According to results presented in Table 8.1, economic freedom indeed lowers the CPI. Approximately 15% of the difference in CPI between Colorado and West Virginia is due to the difference in economic freedom between these two states. While these results are consistent and statistically significant, we should be cautious about seeing deregulation and smaller government, by themselves, as any kind of magic bullets in terms of dealing with the broader challenges of corruption. Excessive regulation, a notion whose specific meaning will be a matter of reasonable dispute, does create opportunities and incentives for corruption. Beyond some often undefined point. 140 Part 3. Can we do anything about corruption? More rules are only likely to create more corruption and exploitation of official power. But some regulations, for example, those dealing with public health and safety, or making markets more competitive, serve worthwhile, even essential, public purposes. AIDS and Ditella, for example, find that corruption is higher in countries where antitrust regulations do not exist or are not effective in preventing anti-competitive practices in the private sector. Moreover, indiscriminate deregulation may shift already unjust and unfair uses of wealth, power, and connections further into parts of the private sector where transparency and essential protections are difficult or impossible to maintain. Our data on legal corruption show how pervasive that sort of problem already is in several states. Thus, deciding where the boundaries between necessary and excessive regulation and government power might lie is no simple matter. It calls for careful econometric research, but it is also an essentially political challenge, one reminiscent of the sorts of contention that give rise to corruption issues in the first place. Sorting it out in ways acceptable to all is likely impossible. Doing so in ways that can enjoy enough legitimacy and acceptance to be sustainable requires fair and competitive political processes characterized by workable levels of trust. Further complicating the picture, as we discuss in chapters 4 and 9 of this book, is the fact that that sort of trust, and corruption, are very much at odds with each other. 8.2 Decentralized government. A double-edged sword? As Treisman argues, decentralization is in fashion. Enthusiasm extends across geographical and ideological boundaries, uniting left and right, east and west, and north and south. Over the last 2 decades, in both developed and developing countries, powers to tax and spend have been transferred from central to local governments. Several European Union countries underwent a process of political and/or fiscal decentralization in recent decades. The United Kingdom introduced a parliament in Scotland with a power to tax, and Italy, Spain, and France created elected local governments. Belgium joined Germany and Austria in becoming a federal country. In Denmark, Finland, and Sweden, there was already a tradition of strong local governments with significant powers to tax and spend. Many Central and South American countries followed their Mediterranean counterparts and introduced local elections. In China, which is still highly centralized politically, provincial governments have significant powers to tax. International organizations such as the World Bank, the United Nations, the Inter-American Development Bank, and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development actively support fiscal decentralization, particularly in developing countries to promote economic efficiency. The main motivation behind decentralization is the more efficient allocation of resources in the public sector. According to Oates' decentralization theorem, for local public goods, for which the costs of providing each level of the good are the same for the central or for the respective local government, it is always more efficient for local governments to provide the Pareto efficient levels of output for their respective jurisdictions than for the central. 142 Part 3, Can we do anything about corruption? Government to provide any specified and uniform level of output across all jurisdictions. This is partly due to the information advantage that the local governments have over the central government and partly due to the mobility of the individuals who select a community of residents based on their preferences for local public goods. Where individuals are not restricted in their choice of community to reside, they select a jurisdiction based on their demand for a local public good, which leads to the matching preferences of local communities and local governments. In the end, competition among local governments to attract mobile residents causes them to be more efficient. Oates' decentralization theorem is partly based on the Thibaut model, in which mobile individuals in fact vote with their feet by selecting a community of residents based on their preferences. Nevertheless, as Oates argues, even if there were no mobility of individuals, there would still be efficiency gains from fiscal decentralization due to jurisdictional differences in demand. The results of the empirical studies investigating the effects of fiscal decentralization on efficiency are not always consistent with this so-called first-generation theory of fiscal federalism. As a result, a second-generation theory of fiscal federalism emerged, adding a public choice perspective by assuming the importance of economic and political incentives that selfish local public officials face. As Weingast argues, this is perhaps the most important difference between the first generation and the second generation models. The former are largely normative and assume that public officials are benevolent social welfare maximizers, whereas in the latter, that is not the case. Local public officials who face soft budget constraints have strong incentives to run up deficits and public debt to generate political support for re-election. As Weingast argues, public officials generate political support in 2 ways: first, through provision of public goods, and second, through rent creation. Public officials facing soft budget constraints are likely to choose to create rents for individuals and groups at the expense of others and spend more than the revenue they generate. Central governments, not necessarily because they are social welfare maximizers, but at least for re-election purposes, are concerned with the welfare of all individuals. Bankruptcy of a local government has spillover effects on neighboring jurisdictions. If local public officials are able to shift the blame from themselves to the central government, the very political support that the center receives depends on bailing out the local governments. This is nothing but a common pool problem. Local governments, in effect, view the central budget as a common pool, and if they do not drain it of fish, 143. Others will. Wrong incentives created by soft budget constraints cause local public officials to implement policies leading to an inefficient public sector. One of the channels via which decentralization affects allocative efficiency is corruption. From a theoretical perspective, decentralization is a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it may help reduce corruption due to increased accountability, participation, and competition among local governments. Dincer et al. Argue that because there are more independent taxation and expenditure decisions made in a decentralized economy, there are more opportunities for local populations, somewhat a monitoring force, to make cross-jurisdictional comparisons of a public official's behavior. In the model they propose, which is based on the theory of yardstick competition, two local populations solve an inference problem: what is the probability that the government in their jurisdiction is corrupt? Observations on other jurisdictions contain relevant information. An increase in the number of comparative observations made by the populations of jurisdictions implies more precise estimates leading to the detection and removal of corrupt local public officials. On the other hand, since local public officials possess detailed knowledge of any opportunities for corruption that may arise in their jurisdictions, and to the extent that a proliferation of local policy processes makes central monitoring and press coverage more difficult, decentralization may raise corruption. Most cross-country studies find a negative relationship between fiscal decentralization and corruption. Albornoz and Cabrales, on the other hand, find that the effects of decentralization on corruption depend on the level of political competition in a country. Corruption is lower in countries if political competition is sufficiently high and more extensive where competition is low. The only studies using state-level data find that decentralization reduces corruption in the U.S. Both studies use CCI as their corruption measure. In this book, using CPI as our corruption measure, we find a negative relationship between decentralization and corruption as well. 144 Part 3, Can we do anything about corruption? 8.3 Better politics through politics. We are often told that politics, by injecting private interests into the public business of governing, is a prime cause of corruption, and that insulating decision-making and policy implementation from political influences should be at the top of the reform agenda. That argument is hardly without merit, as most conceptions of corruption highlight the ways personal and group interests can distort policies and divert resources intended to benefit the broader public. But it also oversimplifies government and politics and underestimates citizens' responsibilities and agency with respect to both. Government, in a democracy, does much more than just provide facilities and services and should serve many values other than efficiency. Inter alia, it should maintain order, uphold a common identity and set of interests, affirm the status and values of various groups and viewpoints, and provide a forum in which hopes, grievances, and competing agendas can be aired out for public consideration. Politics, for its part, strongly influences the directions those functions take and ideally holds those entrusted with power and resources accountable to citizens. While generations of American municipal reformers like to argue that there is no Republican or Democratic way to pave a street, it can be a highly political question as to whose street gets paved, when, to what standards, and who gets the contract to do the work. Indeed, while politics may impede the effective workings of government, it can also advance the cause of reform by encouraging, demanding, and rewarding better government performance, preventing specific officials and their clients from becoming entrenched, keeping a wider range of values, needs, and interests on the policy agenda, and maintaining an atmosphere of openness and public accountability. Let us consider 4 political approaches to checking corruption: term limits for governors and state legislators, increasing voter participation and political competition, ending gerrymandering, and reforming campaign financing. 8.3.1 Term limits. Don't let the scoundrels hang around. Term limits for legislators, in most schemes, for a 12-year period, governors, and certain kinds of judges are among the most popular reform ideas in the United States. In early 2021, Term Limits USA, an 145 advocacy group, asked 1,000 general election voters whether they would approve or disapprove of a constitutional amendment that will place term limits on members of Congress. Some 80.1% of the national sample said they would approve, a result that varied relatively little from one demographic segment to the next. Results from 29 states and New York City revealed levels of support ranging from 69 to 85%. Polling data on support for term limits in state legislatures are scant, but anecdotal evidence suggests that idea enjoys support as well. At present, 16 states impose term limits upon 31 for legislative houses. In 2022, 77 state senators and 102 state representatives occupying 2.4% of all state legislative seats up for election that year were prevented from running again. Justifications for the idea of term limits vary widely. Most often it is argued that long-time incumbent legislators become out of touch with their constituents, absorbing the elite political culture and hearing more from lobby groups than from voters. Those who have spent time in legislators' offices might question just how out of touch they actually are, although it is indisputably true that legislators and staff have far more contact with lobbyists and contributors than with the average member of the public. It is also argued that regular infusions of new blood would make for a more responsive and accountable legislative branch, and that new parties and ideas, and marginalized groups, are crowded out by long-term incumbency. Another argument is that many elected officials are simply too old. Iowa Senator Charles Grassley, re-elected in November 2022, would be 95 years old when his current term ends. In 2015, the average state legislator was 56 years old. In New Hampshire in that same year the average legislator was 66, and in Idaho, 63. With respect to corruption, advocates often argue that term limits would produce a legislature more responsive to citizen views and less beholden to lobbyists and contributors. But are term limits really such a good idea? Voters can already oust any incumbent they choose, if only they will. U.S. representatives seeking re-election usually win over 90% of the time, and senators almost as often. At the state level, only 147 of the 3,009 state legislators running in competitive races in 2022 were defeated. Other objections include that term limits take power away from citizens by arbitrarily limiting their choices. Indeed, in U.S. Term Limits v. Thornton, 5, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that since procedures for choosing federal legislators are spelled out in the Constitution, only a constitutional amendment, and not a citizen referendum, can impose term limits. Reduced legislative capacity as a result of lost experience and institutional memory, fewer incentives to develop substantive policy expertise, reduced opportunities to hone coalition-building skills, and the forced ouster of effective legislators are other reasons for skepticism. Whether or not term limits can check corruption is a complex question involving a number of contingent effects. Elected representatives, while obviously key figures in the legislative process, are only a few of the participants in a much larger system that also includes staffers, journalists, lobbyists, party functionaries, and officials from other levels of government. 6. Is that process improved if the ones chosen by the citizens are disproportionately the newcomers, or transient participants? Evidence suggests, in fact, that new and less experienced legislators are more likely to fall back upon input from lobbyists, bureaucratic officials, and staffers as they consider policy issues. Term limits do little to check revolving door deals in which lobby groups and private interests acquire political leverage via promises or prospects of lucrative jobs and consultancies after legislators leave office. Limits on terms might marginally reduce the marketability of extensive legislative experience by increasing the numbers of newcomers seeking to cash in, while decreasing their time in office. Still, legislators knowing they are in their final terms and lobbyists aware of who could be seeking new sources of income might be all the more keen to make post-legislative deals. During a final term with no chance to stay in office and no risk of electoral defeat, venal politicians might just take the money and run. Finally, while the comparison is far from exact, it is worth noting that Mexico's long and extensive experience with term limits has hardly freed that country from corruption. Our 50-state evidence from three-stage least squares regression analysis underlines the contingent nature of any anti-corruption benefits from term limits. Once other independent variables are taken into account, term limits by themselves seem to marginally increase illegal corruption where the voter turnouts are lower. Perhaps, we cannot say with certainty, because as elected officials near the time when they are required to leave office, the take the money and run temptation increases as threats of disgrace at the polls decline. But where voter turnouts are higher, term limits inhibit illegal corruption, suggesting that they become part of a stronger overall system of citizen oversight. For legal corruption, we find a different picture. Term limits by themselves negatively affect legal corruption. During a final term, after all, elected officials planning simply to leave office will have less need for contributions and perhaps less ability to deliver various favors. In that situation, donors' leverage will presumably be reduced. Where term limits are combined with numerous lobby groups, however, legal corruption scores increase. We might speculate that where lobbying competition is intense, the influence of legislators remains valuable even as their departure from office draws near. 8.3.2 Greater political competition. Implicit in some arguments for term limits is the hope that greater political competition, by increasing the range of voter choices, empowering challengers, and making re-election less assured, might make it more difficult or politically risky for elected officials to capitalize upon corrupt opportunities and relationships. There are other ways to enhance or discourage political competition as well, including requirements for voters and candidates to take part in the electoral process, campaign financing rules and funding, changes to the ways districts are drawn, votes are counted, and seats are awarded, and more. From a reform perspective, the core idea is that greater competition can increase accountability. It allows opposition parties to offer personal and policy alternatives, likely increasing voter information and interest in elections and making it easier to remove the venal from office. Those scenarios, however, rest on several assumptions. Are voters actually aware of corruption, how it affects them, and who is responsible for it, or does credible evidence of corruption get lost among the controversies, charges, and countercharges of politics as usual and fade away in a fog of citizen apathy? Are good government groups or competing parties able to mobilize voter responses to corruption? If voters are unable to identify those responsible for corruption and coordinate on clear alternatives, competition may only cause campaign spending to rise, intensify candidates' need for cash, and, therefore, increase donors' leverage over policy. Do citizens agree on what corruption is, and do they see it as something distinct from the range of benefits a politician might bring home to constituents? If voters generally do not perceive important differences among parties/candidates, they may be less likely to vote, or may vote on transactional grounds. In some Latin American countries, there is a common expression, el roba, pero nos trae proyectos, a sentiment far from unknown, historically at least, in numerous American states and communities, and one that can perpetuate legal corruption. A classic civics book argument might hold that greater electoral competition among parties should inhibit both illegal and legal corruption as parties and candidates monitor each other's actions and voters, having a choice among alternative candidates with a chance of victory, punish corruption at the polls. But as our earlier discussion and empirical results suggest, for a variety of reasons, voters are less likely to oust the scoundrels than we might expect, and intense electoral competition is likely to shift the pursuit of funds, and contributors' use of donations to buy or rent influence, into overdrive. And indeed our results show that. Once a range of other variables are taken into account, electoral competition is positively associated with both legal and illegal corruption, and to nearly equal degrees. Finally, competition may be more apparent than real. Democrats and Republicans in the United States are usually engaged in pitched competition at the presidential level, yet in most recent electoral years, the number of House seats turning over from one party to the other or decided by 2% or less of the vote remains small. Of the 35 Senate seats up for election in 2022, only 6 were won by 5% of the vote or less, and, for the first time since 1914, no incumbent seeking re-election lost. According to the Cook Report Partisan Voting Index, a measure of the competitiveness of House elections, of the 435 representatives who took their seats in January 2023, only 45 represented districts with a PVI of plus or minus 3%, that is, with a highly competitive result, down from 107 in 1999. The overall balance between parties may be close, but most representatives are entrenched in their political bailiwicks, thanks to long-time name recognition, the ability to distribute voter benefits, and formidable incumbent advantages in fundraising. 8.3.3 Where do we draw the line? Gerrymandering and corruption. Most popular discussion of elections involves scenarios in which voters choose among politicians. In gerrymandered states, by contrast, politicians select their voters. The term gerrymander originated in 1812 in Massachusetts when Governor Elbridge Gerry presided over the drawing of new state legislative districts. One Senate district in Essex County, drawn to help Gerry's Democratic-Republican Party, was so oddly shaped that political cartoonist Elkanah Tisdale likened it to a salamander, coining the term gerrymander. Electoral districts in those states are drawn to help the governing party's candidates win as many legislative seats as possible while depriving the opposition of the full number of seats its vote would justify. Broadly speaking, there are 3 ways to accomplish that goal: cracking, packing, and stacking. Cracking is done by dividing likely concentrations of opposition voters among districts so they cannot win in any of them. Packing amounts to jamming as many opposition voters as possible into one or a few districts. 150 Part 3, Can we do anything about corruption? They may win seats, but their votes over and above a plurality or majority will be wasted. Stacking is similar to packing in that it concentrates likely opposition voters in a small number of districts but is done by drawing unusually elaborate boundaries connecting areas distant from each other. In practice, gerrymandering involves strategic uncertainties. Parties with concentrations of rural support may be more able to engage in effective gerrymandering than are the urban parties more commonly perceived as linked to such practices. Other variables include demographic changes, evolving voter preferences, and developments in the leadership of and relationships between political parties. Clearly, when one party controls the drawing of district boundaries, it can affect the outcomes of elections, although when a party redraws boundaries in one state to its own benefit, opposing parties elsewhere may well engage in retaliatory gerrymandering. Much the same may occur in a state when party control changes hands. Such possible countervailing effects might suggest that while gerrymandering falls well short of civic ideals, it might not have serious cumulative effects on national politics. Mann, for example, challenged the notion that gerrymandering is a prime cause of political polarization, as did McCarty, Poole, and Rosenthal. Friedman and Holden argued that, contrary to widespread expectations, gerrymandering did not markedly contribute to the re-election of House incumbents. Indeed, they suggested that increasing legal scrutiny and limits on gerrymandering in the early years of this century were producing an opposite effect. Maskett, Winburn, and Wright echoed that argument and further suggested that the process of redistricting did not greatly affect political competition. Other assessments are more pessimistic, however. At the very least, any assessment of gerrymandering must also include the ways such practices might skew state-level representation and policy. An economic interest powerful within a given state might well, through legislative districts drawn to maximize its favored party's domination, win or protect major policy advantages and find it easier to distribute campaign contributions effectively. Developments in Wisconsin, beginning perhaps with redistricting disputes in the 1970s but coming to a head in 2011, and intensifying since then with changes in the state and national Republican parties, have had important consequences at both the state and national levels. More generally, Kong argues that benign assessments of gerrymandering are based on the relatively restrained partisanship of the post-World War II decades, a period unrepresentative of most American political history. Lowenthal, in the course of arguing for congressional redistricting by independent commissions as is done in Iowa, for example, offers strong arguments regarding the broader harm gerrymandering does to politics, policy making, and representation. Kennedy spells out the ways in which it embodies conflicts of interest for legislators, deprives citizens of effective political participation, a view consistent with Warren's arguments about duplicitous exclusion, and embeds those tendencies in political institutions. Stephanopoulos argues that the real harm of gerrymandering lies in the ways it distorts democratic processes, notably, the representation and services that legislators should provide to citizens. Kolodny sees pro-incumbent gerrymandering as a serious concern and argues that our assessment of the phenomenon should extend beyond election results to include complex questions of intent and democratic values. Niven, Cover, and Soleimani use geographical data from 5 states to show that gerrymandering, by creating more mismatches between party control of congressional district offices and the affiliations of residents in surrounding areas, reduces constituents' visits to those offices and thereby limits their ability to present needs and wishes to their representatives. In any event, controversy over gerrymandering in Wisconsin continues at the boil, and a series of court cases in New York, North Carolina, and Ohio, for example, are likely to make major changes in those states' politics. Gerrymandering might be linked to corruption itself in a variety of ways. Drawing political boundaries to serve personal, contributors, or a party's electoral interests is clearly a misuse of public power for private regarding benefit. Accountability is likely to suffer as well. The easier it is for politicians and political parties to win, the less they need to pay. 152 Part 3, Can we do anything about corruption? Attention to their constituents or worry about being voted out of office for failing to do so, and the more likely they are to develop a sense of impunity. Entrenched politicians can put pressure upon lobbyists and interest groups, engaging in illegal and/or legal corruption while writing and backing laws for, and blocking those opposed by, the highest bidders. Gerrymandering, by short-circuiting political party competition, prevents independent candidates, and smaller or new parties, from having a shot at power. Issues of trust might well arise in complicated ways. Those who favor the entrenched officials drawing boundary lines might have reason to trust in their promises or, conversely, be resigned to their self-serving behavior while approving of their ability to keep those other guys out of office. Those backing the opposition, by contrast, will likely show little trust in the party in power. At another level, regardless of party preference, we might expect many citizens to have little trust in a larger process stacked in favor of one party or elite faction. Finally, gerrymandering may well reduce voter participation by making it more difficult to produce change at the polls. Particularly in an age, and in states, where one party has systematically called the honesty and legitimacy of election results into question, that sort of perception can seriously disrupt political life. 8.3.4 Empirical analysis. To our knowledge, there are no studies analyzing the relationship between gerrymandering and corruption. Using 3 different measures of gerrymandering, however, we estimate a linear regression with OLS controlling for a dummy for 2012 elections as well per capita GDP, voter participation, urbanization, education, and political culture. 9 Since congressional districts were drawn in 2002 and 2012, our sample covers 2 5-year periods following the general elections, 2002 to 2007 and 2012 to 2017. Gerrymandered districts are typically identifiable by their tortuous shapes. One way of measuring the extent of gerrymandering in a district is to calculate its compactness. The more compact its shape, the less likely it is to have been gerrymandered. We use 3 of the most commonly used measures of compactness, one constructed by Azavia's Geospatial Applications, a measure devised by Paulsby, Popper and Schwartzberg, and 9. See Chapter 3 for the definitions of our control variables. 153. One called convex hull. All three measures compare geometric features of electoral districts such as perimeters or areas to the features of a base geometric object such as the minimum bounding circle or the convex hull. All three range from 0 to 1, with a score closer to 1 indicating a more compact district. We use CCI as our corruption. 8.3.5 Follow the money. Campaign financing, politics and corruption both revolve around money in all too familiar ways, and thus lively debate continues around reforming election campaign financing. Many proposals would limit what contributors can give and what campaigns can spend, on the assumption that politics with less private money involved would encourage or allow officials to pay closer attention to citizen needs and wishes than to their contributors. Some proposals would take private money off the table altogether, financing campaigns with public funds only. Such scenarios are tempting but problematical, both from the standpoint of democratic theory and legal considerations. Campaigns require money if real alternatives are to be put before the electorate. One need not take the position that money literally is speech to conclude that contributing modest sums of money can be justified as a way for citizens to express preferences and candidates to assess the sources and intensity of their support. But what constitutes a modest amount of money, and whether contributors should be publicly identified, are intensely political questions. Inevitably, because some donors can contribute much more than others, and because they are free to contribute to campaigns anywhere in the country, candidates will hear some voices more often, and more clearly, than others. Current jurisprudence often treats political money as a form of speech, and thus limits upon it have repeatedly been ruled unconstitutional. A different sort of idea would make contributions unverifiable, or even secret. In the name of breaking the contributor-candidate connection, money could be routed through a blind trust at the Federal Election Commission and dispersed en bloc to candidates in a smoothed fashion. A 10-day take-back option would mean that even if a donor told a candidate about a contribution, it would be unverifiable. 10. Critics of the idea dispute the notion that unverifiability or outright secrecy could actually be maintained and add that campaign contributions are far from the only channel through which the wealthy influence elected officials and public policy. In light of our earlier findings, perhaps campaign finance policy should emphasize greater electoral competition, not so much in terms of the closeness of electoral outcomes, but rather by making it easier for candidates advocating new or different ideas to get onto the ballot and to. 156 Part 3, Can we do anything about corruption? Finance viable campaigns. This might be done by using public funding to place floors under spending for qualifying candidates rather than imposing ceilings over them. The idea is to open up the competition to more contenders and give voters more viable options earlier in the electoral process. Creative uses of matching public funds for small individual contributions, and schemes under which candidates who meet a threshold of small individual contributions then commit to taking public funds only, have been implemented in some states and cities, enhancing the financial impact of small dollar donors. Tentative evidence suggests that such innovations make it easier for women to launch competitive campaigns. Enhancing the clout of individual contributors, however, should not be seen as rescuing American politics from debilitating polarization. Smaller individual contributions have become considerably more numerous, and more influential in dollar terms, over the past several election cycles, and recent research shows that small dollar donors tend to be more ideological and extreme in their viewpoints than party loyalists or the electorate in general. 8.4 Complexities and contingencies of reform. Can we hope to check corruption by reforming political processes? Our empirical findings offer positive possibilities but have sobering implications as well. As we have seen, the comprehensive 3SLS regression model laid out in Chapter 3 suggests that more competitive politics is associated with more extensive illegal and legal corruption, likely because it intensifies efforts to build and mobilize electoral support, thereby increasing candidate demand for funds and the leverage of campaign contributors. But with respect to legal corruption, that statistical relationship is less pronounced in states with more centrist, less ideological politics. That may suggest that moderate politics offers both elected and contributors more strategic alternatives, reducing the leverage either side can exercise upon the other. Some relationships are contingent. It will surprise few observers that more intensive lobbying is associated with more extensive legal corruption where there is less media coverage of state politics. More unexpected, perhaps, is the finding that more intensive lobbying is linked to more legal corruption where term limits apply to legislators. 157. And governors. One interpretation of that result is that term limits likely increase a legislature's share of novice lawmakers who, as noted earlier, are more likely to rely on input from lobbyists and interest groups as they deal with policy issues. Indirect support for an interpretation based upon those sorts of collaboration is provided by our findings that legal corruption is likely to be reduced where there are stronger controls on lobbying, and that term limits inhibit legal corruption where lobbying is less intense. The effects of term limits are particularly sensitive to levels of political participation, where the latter is high. Term limits suppress illegal corruption, but where it is low, they are associated with more of it. Another finding relating to levels of participation, that illegal corruption tends to be lower where women are better represented among the ranks of elected officials, supports more general arguments that corruption can be reduced if political processes are made more open and inclusive. Although we cannot estimate the impact of gerrymandering on legal corruption directly, based on the empirical evidence we have regarding the positive relationship between gerrymandering and illegal corruption, we can at least argue that legal corruption too is likely to be higher in gerrymandered states. A fundamental complexity regarding increasing political competition, regulating campaign finance in new ways, imposing term limits, and ending gerrymandering is that the imbalances of power those reforms are also basic features of the political and economic landscape that reformers must traverse. Those power imbalances persist not just because of flaws in our institutions and procedures but also, as the concepts of legal or institutional corruption suggest, as results of their normal, legitimate operations. Moreover, those institutions and inequalities benefit influential people and interests. Stated thus, the point seems obvious, but it should also temper our expectations regarding any push for reform. Moreover, because those powerful interests will not go away even if we make political life somewhat more difficult for them, checking corruption by any of the proposals discussed in this chapter cannot be a one-time, quick-fix project. Many of the things that bother Americans about politics, contention, extended debate, bickering, partisanship, compromises, and contention over the resources that make election campaigns and thus voter choices possible, are not what's wrong with politics, rather, they are essential aspects of the process itself. It is tempting to hearken back to a time, as many claim to do, when elected officials worked together in calm and constructive ways to find policies best suited to the public interest. Strangely, however, no one seems sure when that era ever happened or what brought it to an end. Moreover, the public interest is a worthy ideal, so much so that it figures into many definitions of corruption itself, but is also a blanket term covering up a vast range of conflicting visions of what governments ought to do. One person's urgent public priority is another's wasteful boondoggle. There is, in addition, no such thing as a politically neutral reform, term limits, new schemes for campaign finance, or structural changes to institutions will all benefit some people and viewpoints while making life and politics more difficult for others. The upshot, from the standpoint of corruption control, is that we cannot apply reform fixes to the system and then expect an improved political process to move ahead on autopilot. In no way does that suggest that specific anti-corruption reforms are pointless. Rather, such reforms can create opportunities for us to make the system work better by participating in politics and making it easier for others to do likewise. For that to happen, in turn, it will be essential to build a base of active intermediary groups and leaders with a stake in scrutinizing government and politics. Controls on lobbying, for example, may only create a temporary political vacuum, to be rapidly filled in other ways by those with a substantial stake in public policy, knowledge of the system, and the resources needed to bring influence to bear. Media scrutiny, as we have seen and as others have documented, is essential, but whether democracy will be allowed to die in darkness 11 depends in large part upon an active base of subscribers, readers, and viewers who demand, and show they will respond to, high-quality political coverage. Our interaction terms reflect the fact that viable democracy involves crucial paradoxes. It flourishes when engaged citizens strongly advocate their own interests yet respect the advocacy of others. It vests power in majorities while protecting the rights and well-being of minorities. It is tempered by vigilance and continuing skepticism, even, as Lane observed, a degree of distance or estrangement among citizens, combined with judicious tolerance. As our evidence has shown in several ways, sustainable democracy requires trust that is durable but conditional, not total commitment or blind faith, and participation that is vigorous yet leaves enough slack or unmobilized resources, as Dahl put it, to allow shifting coalitions, negotiation, an evolving policy debate, and, in time, new political alignments. Looked at that way, reforms cannot fix the system, if only because there is little consensus on what is wrong. But by making the process more open and inclusive, they can ease the sense of duplicitous exclusion that animates so much distrust and the demagogic opportunism that capitalizes upon it. In the end, reforms enhancing participation and the articulation of new interests and viewpoints can open up opportunities for us, if we put them to use, not only opportunities to reduce law and norm breaking in governance, but also to make politics work better, or at least to make it harder for the venal to win because of a lack of constraints. The obverse of asking whether political reforms can affect corruption is the question of their effects upon politics and government. That question is inherently complex because it asks, in effect, what America would look like without corruption or, at least, with significantly less of it. That is a speculative discussion at best. Still, our data do point to some important trends and contrasts. Corruption in any setting is difficult to characterize definitively because it is usually a clandestine activity, and because there is no consensus as to what the term means. But it is striking that the sorts of mainstream analyses applying to countries around the world often emphasize aggressive kleptocrats plundering the system with cavalier disregard for the law and popular values. America and its states are by no means immune to illegal corruption, as our data, or even a glance at a good newspaper, make clear. But what sets the United States and other affluent market democracies apart is the apparent pervasiveness of legal corruption. That sort of generalization is offered with caution because, in many societies regarded as extensively corrupt, top figures do as they please with impunity, and there are few real constraints for them to defy. Despite the contrasts revealed in our data, it is difficult to argue that American states display that sort of kleptocracy, and yet a sense that powers and processes are abused, and that already privileged people reap unearned benefits and advantages at the expense of the rest of us, is pervasive. Hence some of the most important effects of corruption have less to do with outright graft and politicians' luxurious lives than with popular estrangement from the processes and leaders of democracy itself. 160 Part 3, Can we do anything about corruption? Polarization, negative partisanship, and knee-jerk rejection of taxation and public initiatives are hardly results of corruption alone, but they do little to encourage the sorts of open, competitive, and responsive politics and governance discussed in the section just earlier. Corruption is likely implicated in other sorts of vicious cycles linked to inequality, as influence and deals both legal and otherwise reward wealth, connections, and various forms of expertise beyond the reach of most citizens. Similarly, corruption, particularly its legal varieties, and the inequalities it reflects make it more difficult for anyone to redress those imbalances. Action against illegal corruption is difficult enough. Detecting and publicizing corrupt lawbreaking is hard and risky work, as is persuading officials to take action. Mobilizing against legal corruption may be even more difficult, for such activities will have political and legal defenders. Frontal political challenges against legal corruption must be fought on cultural, social, economic, and political turf already shaped to suit the wealthy and powerful. Over the past generation, the courts have taken an increasingly tolerant view of activities such as former Virginia Governor Robert McDonnell's efforts and uses of his executive mansion to aid a friend's business endeavors in exchange for $165,000 in loans and gifts, and of other political uses of money that would strike many citizens as unacceptable. Over time, the well-resourced and connected are more likely to win and protect favorable rules and policies, while their critics fall behind. Worse yet, popular perceptions of fairness, and trust in the efficacy of reform may continue to decline. Civil society and social capital, which figure prominently if not always coherently in many reform scenarios, are likely to be weakened as well, particularly if the cumulative effects of legal corruption over time persuade many that little can be done about fundamental imbalances of power. *********** The United States of America is a well-governed society in many ways, but still has significant problems of corruption, both illegal and legal. An equally serious concern is growing distrust in government and among citizens. Clearly, any way out of that dilemma will require much more than simply making new rules and imposing new punishments for outright misconduct. Indeed, what are for some people clear-cut examples of corrupting abuses of wealth and power are for others key virtues of 161. The system, deserving the legal and institutional protections they receive. For that reason, among others, the traditional reform notion of checking corruption via non-political government is misleading at best. Indeed, our chapters should have made it clear that anti-corruption strategies must be politically sophisticated and capable of enlisting renewed popular participation and trust in representative democracy. Where, then, do we go from here? In a brief final chapter, we attempt to spell out some coherent implications and challenges. 162. We began this book by asking, how corrupt is the United States of America? From the start it was clear that the question has no single answer. One number scores and rankings on international corruption indices cannot tell us much about a population of over 330 million contending with, and within, an immense and dynamic economy, and living in 50 states, a capital city within a special constitutional district, over 3,100 counties ranging from fewer than 100 residents to over 10 million, and tens of thousands of municipal and special district governments. And by corruption, do we mean outright bribery, official theft, conflicts of interest, patronage, and other forms of favoritism? Or should we include legal corruption, ingrained in and often protected by the law and strong institutions? Matters become even more complex when we consider the full range of adverse consequences corruption can produce. Those concerns reach far beyond official venality to include, inter alia, inequalities of opportunities and outcomes in both the economy and politics, gerrymandered electoral maps, racial contrasts in public health care, uneven citizen compliance with COVID-19 policies, and Black Americans killed by police officers in their own communities. Corruption, in that broader view, reflects and perpetuates injustices while impairing citizens' opportunities to seek redress, and undermines government's ability to make sound decisions, implement them effectively, and earn citizen support. Finally, it is worth repeating, corruption undermines the trust, both in government and among citizens, that is essential if political processes and public policies are to be effective, legitimate, and fair. Clearly, while corruption has not led to the sort of political and economic collapse featured in the most pessimistic global scenarios, the United States has serious and deeply ingrained problems that should concern us all. Few if any of those consequences can be explained by corruption alone, if only because it is not something exogenous that happens to an otherwise well-ordered society. It is, in many ways, deeply embedded, affecting, and influenced by social, political, cultural, legal, and economic life at many levels. If corruption were somehow eradicated in this country tomorrow, or, not the same thing, if we were to raise our TICPI score to a perfect 100, many citizens would still believe social problems, inequalities, and the vagaries of life persist because somebody, somewhere, is gaining an unfair advantage. a distinctively American dilemma of legal corruption and corrosive distrust would remain. Our generally good international index scores, after all, are in some respects beside the point. They do not tell us much about the issues making for widening inequalities, increased resentment and distrust, and more dysfunctional politics. Our analysis makes it clear, we hope, that focusing upon official misconduct by itself, and only upon crime prevention and punishment approaches to reform, will be to miss most of the problem, much less respond to it effectively. Adding further complexity is the fact that from one place to the next, and from one policy sector to another, people who complain about corruption are not necessarily talking about the same things. As we have seen, contrasting state political subcultures are among the longest-running reasons for those contrasts. Corruption issues arising in healthcare, law enforcement, electoral systems, and environmental policy, for example, differ in their sources, nature, and consequences. But there are commonalities too, many of them connected to the current distempers of American politics. In a society and economy already marked by wide, and growing, inequalities of income, wealth, social and cultural capital, and influence of various kinds, corruption further benefits the haves at the expense of the have-nots. That is because it involves the use of resources like wealth, elite connections, and special expertise that are unequally distributed in the population. Even when powerful leaders and parties have seemingly helped the have-nots through petty gifts and patronage jobs, they have done so to maintain political control. Moreover, legal or institutional corruption capitalizes upon legitimacy and social trust in domains such as science, academe, and regulatory policy to confer unearned gains upon already influential people and economic interests. Many of the political and economic processes that simultaneously enable and suffer from legal corruption, competitive. 164 Part 3, Can we do anything about corruption? Elections, the market economy, the right to petition the government for a redress of grievances 1, are enshrined in law, time-honored, and widely regarded as virtues of the American system. Thus, both illegal and legal corruption are important reasons why large numbers of Americans see themselves as forgotten, and pushed aside, by the wealthy and influential. In effect, many feel deprived of their democratic birthright, not equality of outcomes, but a chance to be heard, have their problems taken seriously, and have a place at the table, if only through officials they have helped choose, when decisions are made affecting their lives. At a time when prominent demagogues, political distrust, and the hollowing out of once prosperous communities reinforce that sense of loss on a daily basis, technocratic and administrative process reforms are unlikely to restore widespread trust. That there are leaders who manipulate those discontents for their own purposes is not a reason for anti-corruption reformers to dismiss such grievances, but rather an urgent reason why we must reclaim them as our own. At the same time, it is worth remembering the complexities and contradictions of America's and most of its states' reformist traditions. Those movements originated in abolitionism and, during the post-Civil War era, moved forward along paths including women's suffrage, civil rights, alcohol prohibition, opposition to urban bosses and political machines, the fight against slums and tenements, and even the City Beautiful movement and urban renewal. With the exceptions of suffrage and civil rights, many of those ideas had mixed consequences or turned out badly. Both the anti-machine and prohibition movements at times included sizable streams of anti-immigrant and anti-Catholic sentiment, for example, and prohibition drew active support in the South and elsewhere from local branches of the Ku Klux Klan. Social demands for change, and optimism about its claimed benefits, can be powerful political forces, but serious thought is in order as to what might become of resentment and a sense of dispossession once they have been unleashed. Looked at that way, the anti-corruption challenge entails not just official honesty but also fairness and justice in elections, law enforcement, healthcare policy, and other domains. We must enable a large, diverse, and often fractious society to keep the peace, provide essential services, and enable democratic participation for all its citizens. In that sense, it is good news indeed that proposed improvements, ranked choice voting, creative matching of private campaign contributions, new political parties, and expanding the House of Representatives, to name a few abound, but they tend either to attack individual symptoms of the wider corruption and trust malaise or to promise benefits that are speculative at best. If nothing else, reformers must remember that there are no magic bullets and that recent years have shown once again how mass campaigns promising national redemption can do considerable harm. The best way forward, in terms of dealing with corruption in its many guises, begins with understanding the fundamental problem it reflects and embodies, that is, imbalances of power that allow the few to exploit and abuse the many. As a practical matter, the basic idea of corruption does not arise unless and until those who rule are challenged, by those who do not, over the ways power and wealth are pursued, used, and exchanged. Responses to corruption must therefore address the broader quality of political life, the extent to which citizens believe they are treated fairly or exploited, included, consulted, or at least considered in decision-making, and governed by leaders and institutions deserving of their trust. Equally important is that citizens believe their votes, the primary way most participate in politics, if they do at all, are welcomed, honestly counted, and actually make a difference in terms of election outcomes and policy changes. That of course does not mean that citizens will somehow always get what they want, but rather that real choices be put before them and, over extended periods of time, citizen views and participation can make a noticeable difference. Creating and maintaining that sort of democracy across more than 80,000 units of American government begins with improving election mechanisms but extends further to include citizens' status, respect, and their sense that they are included in governing rather than being left behind. Votes, however, are just the beginning. The overwhelming majority of political processes and governance takes place between elections. Not just promising but demonstrating open and responsive governance is important. Pursuing universalistic policies, services and benefits available as a matter of course to all who meet known and accepted criteria, financed by the whole society on a reliable basis, may be a valuable first step, not only because of the tangible help they would provide but also because fairness can be made apparent to all. Uslener, who has explored many aspects of the 166 Part 3, Can We Do Anything About Corruption? Corruption and Trust Nexus, reports the intriguing finding that today's apparent contrasts among countries in terms of corruption correspond, robustly, to the extent of universal education they offered in 1870. We might interpret that finding in any number of ways and retain our skepticism regarding country-level corruption measures, yet still speculate that it reflects not only the effects of education itself but also how widespread access to essential benefits might convince citizens that they, their values, and their well-being matter. A similar argument might extend to compiling and publishing indicators and benchmarks of essential services, public utilities, policing, taxation, transportation, and basic inspection functions, compared across jurisdictions and over time. Making those data matters of public accountability might not only help improve government performance in ways visible to all but also give effective leaders and administrators a chance to claim credit for positive trends, particularly when improvements happen on a fair and widespread basis. The question will arise as to whether, and to what extent, any sustained positive trends are due to reduced corruption or to other sorts of improvements. As an analytical question, that is interesting, but in terms of the political factors in question here, the answer may well be unimportant. We will also need to temper expectations. Corruption will never be reduced to zero, indeed, how would we ever know? And reforms will never usher in an era of politics and government satisfactory to all. Differences in tastes, priorities, needs, and values will persist. Indeed, they are among the driving forces enlivening democracy, and an active press, broad-based political competition, and watchdog groups will always be needed. But unlike the generations of American reformers who sought to insulate government from political influences, we argue that sustained reform must be robustly political. The late Richard J. Daley, boss of the Chicago and Cook County Democratic machine, was never anyone's reform idol, but he expressed a kind of truth in his famous saying, "Good politics is good government." That sort of conclusion will be unsatisfying to many, but it harkens back to the ways in which corruption issues arise in the first place, and to the ways in which imperfect but workable political settlements, backed up by self-interest, can solidify into legitimate institutions and policies. They, in turn, endure if enough people have a stake in their effectiveness and reasons to actively support the kind of government they provide. Two major problems make that sort of transition and renewal all the more challenging in our current context. One is the dramatic widening of inequalities that has taken place over the past 2 generations. The deprivations, both absolute and relative, that have been inflicted upon families and communities are well documented and, as mentioned, are the stuff of daily political controversy and deep resentments. The forms in which those resentments have been channeled, however, racial antagonisms, culture war issues, fears regarding crime, immigration, and evolving group and national identities, reflect both the ways self-serving political entrepreneurs capitalize upon those inequalities rather than to alleviate them and the inability of other leaders and parties to offer believable alternatives. None of that is to suggest that the problems of those families and communities are not real or that their resentments are unfounded, but rather that our political system is if anything making them worse. The second major problem deepening the crisis of trust is election denialism, insistent and repeated claims that people's votes are not honestly counted, that results reflect elite connivance, and that as a result the popular will counts for nothing. That those claims are virtually all unsubstantiated is in some respects beside the point, they are tailor-made for demagoguery, and the tenacity with which some citizens believe them shows us just how central having a say in politics, and a sense of having one's views and interests ignored, are to citizens' view of their role in the system. Scenarios for democratic renewal have a scant chance of success if the primary mode of political expression for most citizens is discredited in advance, particularly by those claiming to share and mobilize their resentments. At the moment it seems hard to envision any process of democratic renewal taking place at the ballot box without the intervention of some system-shaking crisis. That we may be in the opening stages of such a crisis casts some of the unsettling implications of this book in a particularly discouraging light. We do not conclude with any to-do list for reformers, or any call to optimism. Our challenges are greater than that. Still, in a representative democracy, it is the responsibility of the people to govern themselves, acting through officials whom they select and in whom they have a degree of conditional trust. A system as large, diverse, and non-centralized as the United States offers many ways and opportunities to make such arrangements work, or fail, and much scope for innovation, trial, and error. There is, after all, the idealistic view, noted in Chapter 4, of the federal system as embracing numerous laboratories of democracy. Moreover, the notion that the states and their politics matter is a central theme of this book. There is no magic in that notion, as witness the 168 Part 3, Can we do anything about corruption? Numerous dilemmas that have emerged since the Supreme Court dumped the highly charged issue of abortion into the laps of the states in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization. 2. Moreover, some of the data in this book might give the impression of some states and localities as laboratories of corruption, or, at least, as active influence markets. But that system of federalism and representative government is the one with which Americans have been entrusted, and within which the dilemmas outlined in this book will need to be addressed. In many ways, the challenge is the same as the one Benjamin Franklin may or may not have laid down in Philadelphia in 1787, after the Constitutional Convention, asked what kind of government citizens had been given. We are told Franklin said, "A republic, if you can keep it."